what is up, you heathens and demons, you sinners and saints, you blasphemous, beautiful bastards? Welcome back to The Rage. It's my birthday. I'm going to talk if I want to. What's up, y'all? We're going to start with just me and John tonight. I thought that would be fitting, considered, just where the channels went this year. So, what's up, John? And here soon, I'm going to send out some links. Will and some other people will start joining us.
Well, I need to add to sinners and saints and blasphemous people, all you trash clowns.
Yeah,
which is what Smokey calls us, trash clowns. And he might be stopping by tonight. So if at any time you smell the Dunning-Kruger effect, that means Smokey's here.
We'll see. I sent him an email. He sent me back, said what time. I hear that you had an interaction with him in Modern Day Debate side chat. I'm happy to see Stream Elements bot is running. It'll be nice to see if my timers work tonight. We'll see, because we have a new merch. My merch store is up and running again, so I'll be rolling that out, and hopefully my bots will work. But I see a lot of people in the chat already. This is going to be fun. Tell us about your little interaction with Smokey Saint.
I went over to check out the Matt Dillahunty debate for a little while, and he just, I don't even remember what the dude's name is. The guy he was, McClatchy, I think his name is. And he just spoiled that dude. Something fierce, man. But at one point, Smokey saw I was in a chat, and he messaged me and said, "How badly do you trash clowns need me for content tonight?" And I responded, "Smokey Saint, we could talk about any narcissistic, hateful, low IQ piece of shit. Nobody actually needs you."
Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. I mean, I hope he stops by, but I don't need him to stop by. We're gonna have plenty of conversation regardless.
And then he came back with, "Okay, let Ronnie know you talked me out of it," still using that name that he's told him he doesn't like.
Yeah, I mean, I understand it now because I started calling him Mickey Taint again, and I did that first, so I'll let him pass on it. But he does show his character every time he does it.
But he says, "Thanks, Horsebrain. I have other streams I would rather join tonight anyway." And then he keeps it coming with, "Too bad, too. If I stuck around for an hour or so, you guys could have had content for the next few months. Not like anyone cares about your garbage original content." And he goes on, "Would Ronnie like to stalk me tonight? Maybe he can catch a 5-minute interaction that he can turn into 5 videos." And then I responded, "Smokey Saint, yawn. You are a carbon copy of Matt Powell. So Christian. Oh, I forgot. You never dedicated any time talking about Knock on YouTube. You are so above it all." Laughing my balls off. But yeah, that was my brief interaction with Smokey. I didn't hear from him after that. There was another funny little thing that happened over there. Is Antangelo Grasso had mods, and he was arguing back and forth with different people in the live chat.
Hey, what's up, Muttonhead?
And hey, what's up, man?
Hey, don't fucking interrupt me, dude.
Happy birthday,
Reach
man.
right through the internet and choke you out, dude. You interrupt me again. But
There we go.
But so he was like arguing with different people in live chat, and then somebody'd say something he didn't like or he didn't agree with, and he'd time them out. He was deleting their contents and timing them out. And so I messaged him. I said, "Hey, Antangelo."
Speaking of being timed out, Jay Spatchcock just got timed out by Stream Elements for saying hi at the family. I don't, or Trash Clowns, ho. Yeah, I don't know why Stream Elements is being a Nazi against Jay Spatchcock.
What's that now?
Stream Elements is being a Nazi against Jay Spatchcock for a reason.
I don't even see it in the chat. But look, check it out. So I message him, "Hey, Antangelo, dummy, don't quit abusing your mods. Don't you can't time people out just because you disagree with them. Like, what the hell? I go, I got screenshots all of, so I'm going to send it to James. Within like 2 minutes, his wrench was gone. I never even DM'd James or anything. Like, he must have seen it himself, and he took his frickin' wrench away.
So the Martian guy got his wrench taken away. That's funny. I did send a couple links out. I'll give it a couple minutes, let a couple people come in if they want to, and then I will be putting a link in the chat. So if anybody wants to come in from the chat, you can feel free to come in.
Well, and I did invite Jeff Spatchcock to come in if he wanted to.
Yeah, I did too as well.
He wants to ask you he wants to do an interview with you.
Yeah, he can definitely come on, and which I'd send him our link as well. And then right now I'm going to send a link to a few Christians. So hopefully a few Christians will show up. Smokey, if you're out there, if you're watching, come on in. We'll just go ahead and run this, and then we'll say hi to Will, because it's been a while since I've talked to Will. So we'll just run this. Let's talk Smokey. Don't be scared.
Will actually looks pretty good, man. He looks clean cut and healthy.
Yeah, I just got out of the shower. That's why. I look like shit otherwise. Yeah.
So Knock wanted to know if you wanted to have another drinking contest tonight, Will.
Tonight, I got a huge bottle of Manischewitz downstairs from Shavitz. We can go again.
Knock doesn't want to have another drinking contest.
Yeah, I haven't drank in a long time. You would win tonight.
I mean,
for those that weren't here, we did do it one time before, and I shit you not, I'm going to be doing a flashback series, and I'm sure this is going to make it in, Will. But I almost killed Will Kincaid.
Yeah,
I almost killed him.
Because we have different BMIs, you fuckhead. What was it? 22 or 30? It was either 22 or 33 shots in 3 hours. I can't remember off the top of my head. It
was 30 something.
Yeah, must have been 33 then. It's 33 shots, and then knocked. I was throwing up. I was on the floor. They had to kick me out because I was fucked. And Knock does another victory lap. He takes one more shot. And he's like, "I'm okay. I'm fine."
I wasn't okay.
Yeah, no, you had to do something with your daughter, if memory serves correctly, the next day. Was that Easter that happened?
Yeah, it might have been like Easter, yeah.
Yeah, something like that, yeah. But I don't think that Smokey will come in here while I'm in here because I trolled the fucking piss out of him and he hasn't forgiven me since. So,
well, I don't think you've trolled him more than I have. So.
No, not more. It was just funny. He thought he was coming in for some kind of debate or something, and I just came in to waste this. I sent him into my chat to my live stream to waste his time. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I got an email from him about it.
Oh,
it was quality over quantity.
Yeah. It was a pretty solid troll. I don't know. He has it. Yes, John is drinking Guinness to the right of me. Yeah. It's been a fun couple of days. We were smoking Cubans on the porch today, so I've had a pretty nice afternoon.
So John is there with you now, huh?
John's been living with me for like a month.
That's crazy. Do you guys still make videos about me? Because I haven't watched in a while.
No. We don't make videos about you. We got nothing. There's nothing to say.
You tried to teach Smokey how to troll me, and he didn't want to listen to you.
He doesn't listen because, Ronnie Rottencock is infinitely funnier than any of the dumb shit that he comes up with. So, whatever. I stand on the mountain alone, a shining beacon on a hill for all trolls to see out to the...
The Ronnie Rottencock one was pretty funny. I get that. You know, I can't change my Twitter handle to that, but it was pretty good.
If I blink out, I'm still here. It's Spectrum. Fuck those people.
So what's up, Jay? It hasn't been too long. I still haven't had a chance to mirror our last interview, but yeah, I'll come on and talk again.
Oh,
I was talking about Jeff.
Oh, Jeff,
his brother.
Oh, yeah, I'll do that too.
The less evil twin.
No, I don't think so. But yeah, that's awesome. I'm trying to do a lot more shows. I'm being bad today. I'm not drinking. This is like my first birthday. I haven't drank, but I'm smoking today. So,
hey, Knock, let me know if you want any of any assholes in here to screw with. That'll be fun. I got a huge email list, so.
We'll see how the night goes. I want to see if Smokey's gonna come in.
Yeah, hold on. Let me queue up my thing, and I'll tell you who's on the menu.
I sent a link to Sky Out and to CJ Cox. So we'll see if anybody comes in, and we'll see how it goes. I'll probably throw a link here in the chat for if anybody would like to come in from the chat here in a minute.
Yeah, I saw you was fucking with Nephilim Free, and I tried the first time you mentioned it to say, please don't. He's fucking stupid. Please stop.
It was too late at that point. I just
late.
came out of the room. Yeah,
I know. God damn it.
I didn't know he was gonna be there.
Nephilim Free. You want to see how fucking Nephilim stupid he is? There's that episode of Drunken Peasants I'd like to refer you to. Plus, it's like classic Brett Keane trolling too. So it's. You can't let. Yeah, he came in and it was fucking. John, were you in when Brett let you on to Drunken Peasants, or were you ever on Drunken Peasants?
I was on as a just as a listening partner.
Oh, was that when Nephilim Free was on?
From Free G-Man.
Yep, that was the episode. So John's in that episode too. Tacitly. Yeah.
You mentioned Brett Keane and the word classic in the same sentence. That's not the first word I think of. Brett Keane.
Yeah.
How is Brett doing?
Dead to the internet. He's gone again. We're back to this. I don't know if I believe in God situation. He threw all of us under the bus, so it's like fuck that guy right now. We knew it was coming, but then he threw John under the bus for Judaism. Then he called Von Helton all kinds of fucking names, and then he started coming after me. Like, I think between the three of us, we've probably given him more money and support than anyone in the fucking Christian community. It's run by. We used to joke that his whole channel was run by 2 Jews and a pagan. Christians don't give him money anymore. It's the fucking
Anybody here familiar with P. Mars?
Who?
P. Mars. He goes by P. Mars. I had a conversation with him the other night. I dedicated a little stream, and I had some participation in that. I did a live premiere of it, and I had quite a bit of live chat participation over that. Apparently, there's a little history to that guy, and I'm not that familiar with him.
So Jay, are you joining us from the bottom of a 55-gallon drum?
Yeah, what the fuck is wrong? Fix your fucking microphone, Martin.
I figure you're probably at work or something.
I am, and my phone is starting to overheat, so I'm probably gonna take off.
Oh, what a mensch! He managed to make it all the way from work. That's great.
Yeah.
Speaking of Nephilim Free, he said in something Knock was playing the other day on a stream. He was showing where Smokey had said that Knock was hiding shit. So he played the rest of the tape, but he supposedly was hiding. And
yeah, I didn't even.
Nephilim Free said that whoever he was arguing with, he said, and I can't remember the dude's name. You know who I'm talking about? Knock.
Leo Phileas was tearing.
Yeah, he just tore fucking Nephilim up, and Nephilim said that the mere existence of the universe entails a supernatural cause. Like he just stated that as if that was like sheer fact.
I've got a huge list of people that we could have on. I've got G-Man on standby. Vaughn, I don't know what he's doing. I think Vaughn and John are gonna play some Elder Scrolls Online soon, so he might be around. Maybe kick in. Jesus Freak, I know you hate his rotten guts. I don't know why. If you watch his videos, he's very like down to earth. It's actually kind of annoying.
Because that was that argument about kids in cages.
A year ago, dude.
yeah, that was a while ago.
Praise is in my list.
We'll see how it goes. We'll see. We might. It's been a while since I talked to G-Man. I don't know if G-Man would actually come on.
Yeah, and of course the ever-present Guzman is in my list, and
get G-Man in here. I'd like to ask him about his sexual harassment of Bert Toast.
Did you see that Jill is apparently a homosexual? Did you see that tweet? That was odd. What an odd thing to say.
Jill?
Yeah, it was the real one. I tweeted it at you. I got a screenshot in the moment because I thought that he was going to delete it.
I must have missed it. I'm not on
Hi- him and
Twitter
some
like
guy-
I should be.
him and some guy called, it was like Mike or Mark or something. I don't know. It's in there. I added you and everything. Mm.
No way that could be the real Joe.
No,
Wait a
it was definitely the real Joe because we invited him.
minute.
So
What, you're saying he came out as gay?
he either was or is. Yeah, that's what again. It's on my Twitter. So I mean, we checked all the videos are the same unless it's somebody who re-uploads.
That,
So
That's
that's the real reason he won't speak to women. Like, because I'm editing my first
Right.
flashback
That's
video.
what we
I
said
think
at the time was that's the natural conclusion. He doesn't speak to women. He won't do anything with women. So obviously he doesn't have sex with them either because that would just be
This can't be real.
logically
Jay,
consistent.
Jill. What do you think?
it's something because you know how badly sometimes he wants to get back at someone for them after like writing him something. He'll flummox the way he's actually phrasing something. So the way he phrased something is being taken out of context to make it, and it works. I give it kudos, it works. But
That's
I don't.
what he said.
I don't think Jill is gay.
Yeah, neither do I.
I think Jill is very gay. I think that's why he hates women so much.
I think Jill would.
I mean, it would be okay if he is, but I
Right.
don't think so.
Yeah, but
Well, his misogyny's not okay.
Off a building.
Yeah, Jill as the way he is just isn't okay. But like if he was gay, that would be something that I minded about Jill. You know,
Well, it'd make more sense.
I'd
you
have to
know?
ride his ass for all the shit he's talked. You know,
Oh, if he's gay, you're gonna have to ride his ass. That's great. What a fucking homophobe, knock. Jesus.
yeah,
Knocks him up.
I'm bigoted.
I'm bigoted.
We're hoping Smokey will come in and tell
You're-
me how bigoted I am.
Your
I
fucking
don't know, he
t-shirts
might
in the
be
mail.
bigoted, or he just might be DTF.
Speaking of which, bitch, where's my fucking t-shirt, knock?
Yeah, that shit got all fucked up by the pandemic, and me and Ali aren't doing our thing no more. So
Right.
yeah, I just got the merch store back up, so I'm looking at it again. I'm thinking about it again.
You know what you should do is, because I'm like the last tag along on that program, you should just make the Wilkin Kid didn't do nothing shirt. Just make one and then send it to me, and I'll be like, okay, I got my.
Well, I mean, I think we've had long enough beef back and forth that I could probably do a shirt. I need shirt ideas. I've got like the old school logo, and I've got like the new, not the one that's on the screen now, but I've got one of the new logos. But yeah, I just started fiddling with it today again. So we'll see. I'm hoping to do that thing for the patrons though, sooner than later. It's just shit got fucked up by the circumstances.
I was there on what was it, December 31st at like 11:58 at night.
Yeah, I remember.
I had to try 3 credit cards to get it to work because I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this thing?
I remember.
And I got it right
Yeah.
on time.
Yeah, and it shouldn't be too hard. It'll be a lot easier now to do it.
Hey, there you go, Puff. I just put it in the live chat.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, come on in, Puff. Mr. Parker's here. We haven't talked to Godless Galaxy in quite a while.
Yeah, it's been a while.
Hey, what's up, man?
Yeah.
Not much.
Fucking Will, you're such a prick. Like,
Yeah. I knew a guy that talked like that in high school. His name was Kelly, and he would bang on about how like everything is like overrated. And Dragonair is my favorite Pokemon. Dragonite is overrated. And we were like, shut the fuck up, Kelly. Good times.
so much fun. I've missed this. It's been too long, Will. The last time I talked to you was
We
on my
were
other channel.
we were burying the tomahawk. Yeah.
Yeah. It was fun. I'm like, I have too much drama right now. Fuck it, Will.
I was surprised.
You're
Yeah,
just
you sent me a fucking email, and you're like, "Yeah, we're doing this thing. You're gonna come in or fucking whatever." I was like, "All right, okay."
Fucking Chase Batchcock, he just posted. He dropped out because his phone was getting hot. He says it's over 100 degrees where he's at right now.
Holy shit.
Well,
Yeah, it's hot here, but it's not over 100.
We went to a fucking Trump rally today. It just happened spontaneously in town, and we were like, "Yeah, let's go." I don't know if John just uploaded that footage from over there, but sometimes, I mean, they say things that I don't fucking agree with, but when you're interviewing people and doing shit like that, you gotta be like, yeah, totally. Did the same thing at the Black Lives Matter rally where it was like, fucking kill Whitey, and I was like, Yeah, fuck them to death. I mean, the way I look. So it's like, what do you fucking do? This extremist on both sides.
We had a Trump rally here, and I was gonna go and do that same thing, like interview people. And I got there, and
Yeah.
they had like this big festival outside selling hats and shit. My dad stopped there. He was actually in town from North Carolina, and he got a couple hats. And I was going to, and I'm like,
We
I'm
went, and
not
there
gonna
was
talk to him. I'm just not
there
going to
was this-
talk to these people.
what. There was one lady that, like, everyone else was pleasant, but there was this one lady there that with the fucking Blue Lives Matter shit. And even like, I know everyone thinks I'm far right, but I do not support the fucking police. It's not happening. I just look at that and I go, ugh, gross.
Yeah, but you're definitely going to be voting Trump, though, right?
I don't think that I really have any other option. I mean, like, at this point, I'm going to have to eat crow and say, all right, so you're voting for Biden, whatever. I'm voting for Trump. It's not what I wanted, but, you can't always get what you want.
This year's election is just terrible.
I see Ann Kennedy stopped by my fucking ASMR live stream, and she was fucking napping out. She thought she liked it. I was like, oh, that's nice of you to say. I hate my fucking voice. We did an ASMR live stream because TingleCon is going on right now, but Twitch is being an asshole, so I can't even fucking log in with my official account. I'm not gonna make a new one.
Okay, we're not gonna just move right on to talking about ASMR after you just got done saying that you intend on voting for Trump. We're not moving past that.
Hey.
that fast, dude.
Why-
Yeah, you're trying to squeeze out of that one. Make it
Okay,
be like,
so
I don't.
why are you voting for Trump?
Well, the fucking unemployment was pretty good before the fucking pandemic. I mean, it seems like, per
Okay, but
capita,
what was unemployment like the 7 years before Donald Trump came into office?
dog
Can you tell
shit.
me-
I mean, it was the Bush administration. We were post
No,
fucking.
that would've been
No,
Obama.
that would have been the
Housing crisis.
Obama administration before.
Oh, what fucking year is it? 2020. So that would be 2013. Yeah, you're right.
No, 2016 he took office. Look, here's the deal.
Yeah.
Voting for Trump, I don't understand what about the last 3 years makes you want to vote for Trump again.
My life's been pretty
Will hates
fucking normal.
liberals.
No,
What's
I
that?
hate liberals. I don't hate leftists. Do you understand the
All right.
difference?
Well,
They're
leftists are they say liberals are leftists.
I
You know,
I don't. I've been
So-
educated
so-
by my co-host. So
You can stand the far left, but you can't stand the moderates that have
Not-
more of your
not-
positions.
yeah, because they're a bunch of fucking sellouts. They don't actually believe in what they say.
I mean, I dig that, but it's weird.
I like people who are consistent. I like consistency.
All right, so you're upset that some liberals lean towards the center. So your answer to being
No, it's not the same.
Hold on, let me finish my statement. So your answer to respond to that is to vote for Trump. I'm like
No. That's not the logical. He said that I hate liberals, and I explained that yes, I do hate liberals, and I explained that there's a difference between a liberal and a leftist, and I find that leftists are more logically consistent with their internal morality than liberals are, who sell out for fucking corporations and take dirty
Right,
fucking money.
Right. So in other words, you just said differently what I just said. You're okay with the far left, but the liberals that lean towards the center, that's who pisses you off. So your response is to go. So your response is to go past center to the other side and vote for Trump. That doesn't make any sense, dude.
It's like going to the end zone and saying, screw the halfway mark.
Yeah,
I go
and
right
you
for it,
speak
yeah.
you speak of selling out to corporations. I mean, Democrats do it, yeah, but they don't do it anything like the right does it, dude. You're talking about selling out to
I
big
don't know
oil.
about that. Back to blue.
Oh,
is
come
fucking
on.
weird.
Far right
Back-
sells out to a lot more than companies.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like-
dude, you got to know that. I mean, how do you think that they consistently raise more money than the Democrats do?
Here's my position. I want to go to work. I want to collect. There we go. I want to go to work. I want to collect a paycheck. I want to come home, shtup my wife, and I want to go to bed every day. And I want as little interference from the government and corporations as possible. I want people to leave me the fuck alone. And I want to fucking I want to live in a state. Here's the other thing: is I'd like to own as many guns as I'd like, and smoke as much fucking weed, or do as many mushrooms, or whatever the hell hallucinogen.
You're not going to get the weed or the mushrooms with Republicans.
Yeah.
I don't know about that. It seems like a lot of Republicans are rushing to the libertarian thing, but
no, they're libertarian except when it doesn't coincide with their views. Like they're
they sold their souls to tobacco years ago.
They're libertarian except when it comes to drugs. They're libertarian except when it comes to a woman's right to bodily autonomy. They're libertarian.
Right. But I plan on holding them accountable to that stuff too.
You're not really holding them accountable if you vote for fucking Trump. Dude.
Yeah, but I can't vote for fucking Biden either.
Look, dude, this is just like that episode.
Okay, take solace in this fact.
Hold on. This is just like that episode. This is just like that episode from fucking South Park. You got to pick between the giant douche and the turd sandwich. Okay,
right. It's the same thing, yeah.
And okay, so Trump is the giant douche. You got to pick the turd sandwich, dude. I mean, it's just that's the way it is. That's what a two-party system is.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I'm not a Biden fan, and I really even shouldn't be talking like this now. Like the ticket's made. Now we're in crunch time. Now you gotta suck it up, play those team sports to defeat fascism. If it wasn't fascism, I'd be right there with you, Will. I'd be like, like Biden is not the guy. But we're talking about
fascism to me,
or at least to the very authoritarian dictatorship. I mean, you cannot.
In LA County, they're talking about turning people's water and power off for having house parties. I mean, I don't know what you fucking call that. That's what they're doing in LA County in California. Is they're shutting off people's water and power for having house parties.
Trump complained to the water system in DC about not having enough water or something for a shower, and they fixed that for him.
Okay.
That sounds pretty fresh.
California's had water issues for a really, really long time.
If my fucking water, if my fucking water is out, I call the company and I wait, and then they come and fix it. I haven't had an issue. I haven't had to call anyone for anything, power or otherwise.
All right, we'll move on from politics. I've gotten John heated up, and I didn't mean to do that. I actually thought when I asked you. You're going to be voting for Trump, right? You would say no, but I guess I gave you too much credit.
A lot's changed recently.
He's probably going to vote for Trump because he's living with J-Dubs now.
Oh yeah, that's why. No. Listen. I just wanna smoke weed, dude. I live in a blue state. My vote doesn't fucking count anyway. What's the fucking point? I mean, I'm not affecting anything in New York State of all fucking states voting for Trump. Nobody cares. Nobody cares.
Well, and I tell that to people that don't want to vote for Biden. I mean, like if you're in New York, it really don't matter. Yeah, throw your little rebellious vote out there.
No, yeah, nobody gives a shit. Listen.
All right. If your vote don't count, why don't you vote for a third party you're more in line with? Why don't you vote for the Libertarian candidate?
Because the fuckers. Listen, because the fuckers here keep, and I had a conversation about this with somebody today, that they changed my fucking voter registration from libertarian to fucking independent over and over and over again, because for some reason my county doesn't recognize fucking libertarian. So I couldn't vote in what's not a primary, what's the fucking preliminary vote for a
primary?
Primary. Oh, it is a primary. Yeah, they wouldn't let me vote for who I wanted. So now I'm stuck with some fucking lame ass, almost worse than Biden fucking candidate. I looked at her shit. I don't even remember her name. And it's like milk toast. And it's like, oh, we're going to bring back the gold standard. And it's like, that's the worst part of the Libertarian Party. Fuck that. It's almost worse than Trump. Go look at her. It's fucking gross. That's why. But I just want to smoke weed legally. That's what I want to do. And I live in a blue state where they won't decriminalize it because it keeps people in the prison system, which is where, besides the rich people that used to live in New York State pre-fucking pandemic, it's where a lot of our revenue comes from is, putting fucking brown people in jail. So we can't have legal weed here because that might upset the budget. Fucking fascists.
So they're the fascists, which, I'm pro weed. I fought for it hard
I'm
here.
pro weed all the way.
You put people in jail for having a fucking weed that you smoke that makes you act silly. That's fucking stupid.
I agree. I totally agree.
asinine.
But I mean, both parties are doing that shit. I mean, the Republicans are probably more. I won't say more responsible because we all know about Bill Clinton's bill back in the '90s. But
It was funny.
they're just as responsible for the state of our prison system.
On Fox News, Tucker Carlson had a video about how weed made people lazy, this, that, and the other thing, and they disabled the comments and the fucking dislikes. So even people that watch Fox News are like, "Fuck this guy, fuck him."
It's all those old folks. They need it for their glaucoma.
Rednecks smoke fucking weed just as much as any
Oh, yeah,
other
of course.
demographics.
That's one thing I never understood. Like I always said that, like pre-Trump. Like I think Trump's really fucked it up for Republicans. But before Trump,
Yes.
I always said like if they just switched on the weed issue and were pro weed across the board, they would fucking rule this country hands down without a problem.
Pitter
But
patter,
they're
let's get
stupid.
at her.
Well, they sold their souls to big tobacco years ago.
Yeah. Well, our governor's not much better. You got to do that fucking video on Cuomo. Oh, fuck it. The alcohol-
I got to tell you something too. This idea that weed smokers are lazy. There's never been one physical labor job that I've ever had where if we smoke weed, it didn't make us get lazy. It made us like focus on the job more and want to keep going.
that shit's a safety meeting.
And take Michael Phelps, for example.
Right.
Yeah. I like Michael Phelps especially because he's originally from Michigan. But yeah, I mean that dude was a smoker and he was the best ever. I mean, in my opinion, probably it's going to be really hard to take his records.
I mean, if it wasn't for weed, who in the fuck would stand at a plastic injection mold machine and pull the same part out for 9 hours?
I mean, if it wasn't for weed, we'd have had a civil war like fucking decades ago. I mean, like Republicans and Democrats have been at each other's throats. Weed has kept us from going that far.
That's one thing that Trump did that I liked was the hemp shit. He didn't. What did he do? Decriminalize or something like? I don't fucking know. It's the big paper lobby or some assholes never wanted fucking hemp to be legalized, and they use what was it?
You're making me like throw up in my throat right now.
I know the fucking what was it? The 40s with what is it? Something fever.
What about the
That film.
Libertarian candidate, Joe Jorgensen or something like that?
I thought it was some broad.
Some broad. Did he just say some broad?
No, it's a woman, Joe Jorgensen or something like that.
Oh, her name is. Well, maybe that's why I don't remember her fucking
Will
name.
is like cancellation walking. Like if you look up cancellation in the dictionary,
Canceled.
you'll see Will just.
Look at this dame over here. Oh,
Dude, I grew up on Andrew Dice Clay, and
my God,
they were trying to
yeah.
cancel him before cancel culture was a thing.
Yeah. So I saw this girl, and she was sucking my dick.
Don't. I mean, I'm already demonetized. Don't get me kicked off of YouTube.
I won't do the whole bit, but we just listened to that. They were sitting there watching the Dice Man. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up on it, so every once in a while I'll still check it out, and I mean, I still laugh. But I laugh guiltily, and
It's a fucking character. It's not even a real
sickness, you know. But he personified late '80s to early '90s misogyny.
Right.
So if you want to see it, just go watch an Andrew Dice Clay comedy
Yes,
special.
Zoomers, fucking get on it, fucking children.
All right.
I mean, I'm surprised Smokey is. I was hoping Smokey was going to be here. So let's entice Smokey. I've got a few things that I could do, and I think I want to save the premiere.
I know we could get him over here as a fan if we drown a baby.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, if we start talking about how we just love.
I
killing,
think, John, do we
babies.
still have some Christian babies in the fridge? We could probably
Cool.
choke. Don't-
Throw them in the oven.
The fucking oven. Absolute
personifying
fucking mad
stereotypes
lad.
there in the rage.
Put the baby in the oven.
Yeah, I mean,
Good.
what was the one? Who was the mother that like I don't know, might have been 20 years ago now. Took her children down to the frickin' river and drowned them, like in the car or something. Like I don't know why.
Oh,
There was
Why
some,
didn't she just use? Why didn't she just use the Bible defense? Or hey, that's what God does when he's pissed off at babies. He drowns them. Like,
drowned them all.
to you?
We can do this. So I put this together today. This is for you, Smokey. I know you're watching. I know you're aware. So come on in.
Like, I think you've said things that maybe I could quantify to a level offensive enough to use violence to justify against you, including sucker punching. Let's face it, that's generally what you see happen anyway. So would I want to get on a plane and go and meet Knock personally, face to face, which is for me to just show up at random, surprise him somewhere where he's not expecting him, and go upside the back of his head with a baseball bat?
Come on in, Smokey. Come on in.
Yeah, you fuck. He's gonna come.
We'll
You know
have
what's
a
funny?
civil conversation.
You know what's funny is that John got shit for the longest time for saying something similar a decade ago, right? But Smokey's gonna get the fucking free pass on that one.
Oh, the Christians love him for it, dude. They eat it up, man.
I'm gonna attack Knock while he's not looking like a little batch.
I'm a wheel man. I attack from behind. Sure.
Oh yeah. I've got another one for later. But I mean, come on in. But it doesn't have to be Smokey. I'm picking on Smokey because he's special. But I did send links to Sky Out and CJ Cox, so I'm hoping somebody will pop in, and it can be friendly. It can be friendly. But if not, Will said he has some people
it
on
could be
standby.
friendly if CJ.
Oh, yeah.
showed up.
Yeah, CJ shows up. I mean, as well, Sky Out is just he's lols. So
Yeah.
What do you,
Real
I
quick,
will say
happy
this.
birthday.
Oh.
By the way, happy
oh,
birthday.
thank you. Yeah, thank you so much. I usually don't do anything on my birthday. I don't even think I usually stream like this.
I never do anything for my birthday.
I
Yeah,
do. It's a
man.
big for Brang and
You're
the
too old.
whole thing.
Well, you're still young, Will.
I'm 27, asshole. My birthday is fucking April
Yeah, you're a
Fool's Day.
baby.
That's why.
You're a baby.
Yeah, I'm a baby. Yeah, whatever. You fucking. He does look exactly. Doesn't Knock look like Carl Pilkington? Does anybody know who Carl Pilkington? Let me get a thing up. I'll put it up. Let's see. I'll get a good one too. Oh, and what I was going to say before is that one of your friends, and I'm not going to mention him by name because that would spoil the surprise for later, tried calling your boy out. And oh,
One of my
it's funny.
friends tried to call you out.
Yeah, somebody that you know, Mr. Sweaty, Mr. Can't wear a shirt. You know who I'm talking about now. Don't
No,
say it.
Dragnot, you called Dragnot's ire, Will. What did you do?
He doesn't like Von Helton.
Yeah, because Von Helton's a douche.
Von Helton is like one of the most
What do you mean,
objectionable.
Von Helton?
Von Helton
What
is
do
one of the
you
most
mean?
objectionable pieces of shit on the.
Yeah,
fucking
he's like a
planet,
piece of
man.
shit, dude.
What do you
And I gotta
mean?
tell
What do you mean
something.
he's
You
a fucking
against
piece
drag,
of shit?
Let me just tell you something about you against drag, Will. You ain't about that life, man. You ain't about that life at all. I'm telling you.
Yeah,
right
you don't
now.
want to fuck with drag.
What about the,
So what? You
What
know
the fucking-
the criticisms of Von, but I mean, outside of the fact that he's like super weird, super Trumper.
he is weird. Yeah, I like that about him.
But
I know. Listen,
the issues with the kids. I mean, it's been pointed out.
okay, so I know the intimate details of all of that, and I now begin to understand what it is actually that's going on, and Vaughn doesn't see it, which is not surprising. One day I may be able to sit down and explain to him who is actually fucking with him and why, because we had a conversation about this the other day, and everything that fucking happened with all that stuff and what went on, he said some shit to me in private that now everything makes fucking sense. And it's never been mentioned by anyone. So whatever. I guess it's going to come out in court on October.
Like,
So whatever.
let me see if I understand you. Are you saying that the idea that they took the kids is wrong? That they shouldn't have done that? That somebody's
I don't know, but it's been a while. I mean, he's got everything in his house and everything that has to do with that is kosher. I personally would find it acceptable.
I mean, I played video games with the guy for like a day, and that's all I needed to know. Like, he's not all there in the head.
He
like
is-
Brett Keane either, but but that was like a
I-
different level.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't want to talk about his kids or the situation too much because
Yeah, I don't want to get like I'm not here to bash on Vaughn.
Yeah.
I know.
It's just you're talking like he's some kind of great dude, and I'm like he's kind of a well documented douchebag.
Well, yeah, I mean,
I
the
don't
other
know
thing
about
is it's really,
douchebag.
I
Maybe
mean, think
not.
about it, though.
Or,
when you think about it, though, it's like, would the Punisher really be a good father?
I was gonna say, y'all need to stop bagging on the Punisher. Look, when he was alive in World War II, making super soldiers, he was putting together the program to make Captain America to
Yeah.
save us from the threat of Nazis, right? Before he put together SEAL Team, right? And he
Right.
was just the Punisher. He was out there trying to save lives, man.
Yeah.
And he was already a
okay,
gun
okay.
master.
Here's what I'll say.
And back
Here's what
then in
I'll
World
say.
War II, hold on. Back there in World War II, what did the Punisher, what did Vaughn / the Punisher eat before they invented Gogurt?
Oh,
Babies.
he invented Gogurt, but
He invented Gogurt.
Yes,
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
we all
yeah.
get it. He's fucking nuts. He says some fruity shit. But listen, I've seen him with his kids. I've seen him with his mom in the current era, not like a decade ago. He takes care of his mother. His mother lives next door. He doesn't live in a fucking trailer park. That's wrong. I've seen the property. It's not a fucking trailer park.
So it's just a trailer out in the middle of somewhere.
his family has property, and they put trailers on it because that's what they decided to do. He's told me all about he's told me about his father, and I know now what he actually did. I know where he got his money from. It makes sense.
Right.
I understand the whole situation now. We had like a 2-hour conversation the other
Did
day
the
about
Punisher
it.
tell you about how he got the idea for Gogurt when he was
Yes,
how he
I
had to
know,
survive
and-
in the Russian gulag? That's how he survived
Right.
in the Russian gulag.
Yeah, his father invented
look,
the Blackbird.
I
Yeah,
would
I
not
know.
really disparage anybody just for living in a trailer, because I've lived in a trailer before, but it's
That double wide life
It
is
has nothing to do with the trailer park. It's so if it's a trailer
know
that's
what
not
he
in a
was-
trailer park, then it's okay. Or I'm losing you.
No,
on that.
what I'm saying is that I'm trying not to give too much away because it was a personal conversation. But what I'm trying to demonstrate is that I know more than the average person now that having this conversation.
I understand.
Without-
I understand you're his
without me-
friend and everything, but I wouldn't leave my
Right.
dog with him for 10 minutes. So
It's up to the courts. It's in October. I think it's October 12th, and the courts will deal with it. And whatever happens. Breaking balls with Vaughn over the internet over an ongoing court case that's ultimately going to be settled by CPS one way or the other. It doesn't make a whole lot of fucking sense. So I mean,
just
it's
hope
been.
if they don't decide in his favor, I just hope he doesn't go Punisher on everybody's ass in courtroom, man. It could be-
Amen.
Yes, Vaughn thinks he's a wizard. Vaughn, cast a spell at the southern border to keep the caravans from coming over. Yeah, I
is
I know
that
all
what
of-
caused the wall to slide into the Rio Grande?
yeah, something. Listen, I hang out with Vaughn on a daily basis. I've heard every kooky fucking thing you can imagine, and
Like I said, like one day playing video games was all I needed.
I'm not gonna. Yeah. So a funny thing, we run Games You Love now. Some people know what that is. It's Brett's old fucking gaming channel, and Vaughn does videos over there. And we didn't catch the moment on camera, but he wouldn't join the Dark Brotherhood because he thought that it might affect his moral compass IRL. So yeah.
So that's who you think should be raising children.
He already had children, and if you know what happened to his fucking ex-wife, you'd be like, that's the lesser of fucking two evils, to be honest with you. But anyway, let's see. I'm gonna put Knox Doppelganger up here as British Doppelganger. Screen 2 share. There it is.
All right, yeah, let me throw it up here. Let's see.
That is Carl Pilkington.
I don't see it.
I see it.
Ricky Cruz.
I don't see it.
I do. I
I
just
can
fucking
see
knock
it.
shit all over the floor. I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh.
I
yeah.
don't think that looks like Knock.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't know.
I
It's
think
a rough
Ricky Gervais
sketch.
looks more like
We'll let people decide. What do you guys think?
No.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
No, I guess
Not
not.
entirely.
No.
I mean, kind of similar shaped head.
Billy Corbin of the Smashing Pumpkins. Yeah, like I look like him without the snaggle teeth.
Well, you know what it is? You have a face, and he also has a face.
Yeah.
You have two eyes. He
What's
has
up,
two
two
eyes.
Yeah. I mean, you know, Will's special, and we let Will get away with more, and we let others because
Here, put up a
tolerance.
side by side of Will and Von Helton.
No. Armored Skeptic. People say that I'm the poor man's Armored Skeptic.
like I've never seen Armored Skeptic's face.
Yeah, it kind of does have. Both have a kind of greasy look to them, but it's all right.
Yeah.
Hey, Doc, Dana's
Very similar.
asking for the buy me a blunt link.
I'm not. It's not going to work in the chat yet.
I went back to smoking. Everybody, I got me a job in the HVAC, so I went back to smoking.
We can try.
Congratulations.
Let me see. We can try this. We'll see if it works.
Oh,
Poor man.
you said you went
Poor
back to
man's Armored
smoking. You mean weed?
Yeah. I don't smoke cigarettes. I haven't smoked cigarettes since the fucking dental hospital tried to kill my fucking wife.
Do what?
Yeah, man. Some dental. Never get any kind of anything but a teeth cleaning at a dental college. Don't do it. Don't do it because they took 2 teeth out in my wife's back of my wife's mouth, and they said afterward, "Hey, we saw some infection in there, but don't worry. You don't need antibiotics. It'll drain out."
What the?
That's
No.
not good.
Yeah,
Always
like the
take-
next
always
day.
have it- Always take antibiotics.
Yeah. Well, like I think it was a
That
day
fucking-
later, if not at the most 2 days later. We ended up back there at the hospital because her face swelled up so much she couldn't see out of her left eye. And then they sent us over to the dental hospital. They took some X-rays or whatever, right? And they pulled the 2 students in there. And I heard the professor. He was like, "You see this shit right here? You see this? This is how you get sued for malpractice and lose your dental practice. Right here. This is how that happens." He's like, "I don't ever want to see this again." Right? They sent her over to emergency surgery. And the nurse, when she got out, she was like, "You're lucky. We're lucky you're here with us." And I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And she's like, "Oh, it says right here in the surgeon's notes, and about if you had waited 3 more hours, it would have got behind your eye and went to your brain."
Great.
Same thing happened to me. Same thing happened to me.
They should have hooked. Did they hook your ass up with a free toothbrush or something? Because
Hell no, man. But I tell you what, that's when I found out the power of Blue Cross Blue Shield insurance. Because the lady came in, she was like, "Do you have any do you guys have any financial concerns or anything like that?" I was like, "I don't know." She's got Blue Cross Blue Shield. She's like, "Oh, never mind." Wheeled the fucking computer right out of the
that's
room.
what I
was
got.
like, "Hell yeah."
That's what I got. I go into the doctor's office on Blue Cross Blue Shield. They start doing tests. I went in. I fucking had what the fuck did I go in for last time? They started.
Just think if you didn't have the insurance, though.
Yeah, I'd be
Universal
fucked.
health care.
Yeah, but if she didn't have that job, she would have never went in to get the teeth work done because we wouldn't have the time off.
Yeah, I'm a
So it's
state
kinda-
boy.
it's kind of
I'm-
one of the-
I work for the fucking. You want to hear something scary? I work for the Department of Health, so I get the fucking.
That is
That
kinda
is
scary.
really scary.
That's a
That
little
is-
scary, mate.
It's fucking.
You want to hear
terrifying,
something scary? It's the number 3 dental college in the United States.
Oh no,
Great.
Holy shit!
that's bad.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
that-
I'm gonna go get a cigarette and some green.
Stop sharing your screen, Will.
Fucking.
Nah, I'm just happy.
Oh no, this is
Fucking-
Armored Skeptic that I'm sharing.
We just got power back here in Iowa, man. Fucking, we had some crazy storm that went across the state in like in less than an hour and a half, and it knocked out power for over 300,000 people.
Wow.
Damn.
Yeah, man. I was driving down the street yesterday. I seen a tree had speared through somebody's awning over their porch. I'm like, damn, that's some angry wind. It was like 75 or 100 mile an hour straight line wind.
Hey, that's the wrath of God.
Whoa.
Fucking
Well,
Will.
it's kind of
Fucking Will.
odd because Iowa's really religious, so I don't know why he was coming down on them.
I like Will. I
Not
like
religious enough.
Will says you want to hear something scary, but the previous 15 minutes he was talking about what a great guy Von Helton was.
Prior to that, he was talking about how Trump had
talking about
marriage
Trump.
to vote for
Yeah,
him.
they took about vote for
Yeah.
Trump. Now he wants to ask us if we want to hear something scary.
I think we see a pattern with Will. He likes shitty people.
Hey, ask Will if
Shit, just look who his roommate is.
ask Will if those dementia test questions get harder, real hard at the end.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't remember.
Person, man, woman, TV, whatever. What the fuck was that Trump was bragging about?
Yeah, he was like, I took the test. It's not that hard. One of the questions is, can you identify an elephant?
Yeah. Yeah, I saw who was it? Anderson Cooper was giving him shit about that shit. It was funny. I don't even really like CNN or Anderson Cooper that much, but that shit was funny.
Well, you know what I found out? I heard him talking about fucking what's his name from Fox News, right? The dude he was talking about Fox News, I can't remember his name. Tucker Carlson, right? So did you know that Tucker Carlson and Anderson Cooper, their shows are not news shows?
Yeah, they're not.
Right.
They're opinion pieces, right? They're opinion shows.
Yeah.
They're commentary shows, and yet people will be like, "Did you see that news piece on? Did you see that episode of Tucker Carlson?" I'm like, that's like a live version of Maury. Like, it's not real news.
Right.
It's like Russian Sean Hannity. Is people take it as like real news, and it's like now like Sean Hannity for like the last 2 years has been on this, arrest our political opponents bullshit. So the Republican parties want to arrest the Democrats now. It's pretty sickening.
Have you seen Sean Hannity pushing he's been pushing the ethno-nationalism real hard lately.
Oh.
That doesn't surprise me.
I mean, I got to tell you something. The fucking what do you call the Daily Show is more real news than either of the shows Puff just mentioned. Fucking
I've noticed that. I have totally noticed that.
Yeah, Jon Stewart said that before. He was like, he was like 4 years into hosting the show. He's like, how the fuck did this happen? That a comedy show turned into real news, and the news channels turned into a fucking comedy show. What has happened?
Yeah. I do miss. I mean, Trevor's all right, but I miss Jon Stewart.
Yeah.
That was the real Daily Show for me, especially when he was going on like. What was the show? The Crossfire show where Tucker Carlson was.
Oh, he tore them fuckers up.
Yeah, he fucked those dudes up. It was great.
I wonder if he really did steal their microwave though, because that would be a ballsy fucking move, dude.
I'd brag about it.
He stole their microwave. What?
Yeah, Jon Stewart said he stole their microwave from the snack room or whatever, from the little break room.
Oh, yeah.
He was like, man, you guys left me back there so long. I took the fucking microwave when I left. I was like, holy shit, dude. And it's Fox News, so they got to have a big-ass microwave to keep fucking the fat-ass host fed.
Will just posted something in chat. That has got to be the worst fucking show on television. The 5 on Fox. My mom watches that every day, man.
Holy shit, man.
That's the worst show ever.
My grandmother watches that show and swears by it that it's
I never
really
heard
the
of it.
news. Oh, it's awful.
I
never heard of it.
I haven't watched any network TV in easily 10 years. Easily.
Yeah, I think I maybe not quite that long, but definitely the last 2 or 3 years. I don't even really keep cable anymore. I don't. It's just all internet.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't. I think only stuff I watch now is YouTube. Really, I don't really watch it. If I watch something on cable, I watch it on YouTube. You know what I mean?
Fuck you, Maynard. Maynard just rolled his last 32% THC doobie.
Oh man!
I did put the tip link in the side chat. Maynard, if you ended up using that, let me know because it should show up in the chat. And if it's not, I'm doing something really wrong. My timers aren't working, so yeah, I'm gonna have to get behind the scenes and do some fixing on that bot there in the chat. Especially because it went Nazi on Jay Spashcock at the beginning of this thing. So,
speaking of that high THC shit, my homeboy smoked some live resin with me the other day. That was like 80% THC. Dude, I couldn't even function as a human being after that shit, man. Like I had trouble. Like I had to crawl down the stairs, dude. I've never been that high in my life, bro. It was uncomfortably high. I could not have any fun. It was so bad, dude.
I think I'm like used to it now. Like. I've been smoking such good shit since we legalized medical. Like it's almost like it doesn't really affect me anymore.
Well, I'm used to smoking like 30% THC weed with some little bit of CBD in it. This was 80% THC, 0% CBD. I was like, this is uncomfortable level. This is like fucking. I feel like I'm tripping balls, dude. What the fuck?
Have y'all ever tried Kratom?
No.
Definitely different, but really good.
Well, the reason why I was thinking about trying to create him, right? But then people were like, oh, because it's good for getting off of opioid addiction, right? But then my homeboy was like, man, if you take enough of it, it's just like being on opioids. It's the same kind of feeling. I was like, fuck that. I'm never going back to that shit, man. Because it got so bad. Like I got so bad about probably 6 years ago or 7 years ago now that my wife had to start coming to work on my payday and taking my check from me. So it was bad, dude.
All right, so it showed up in the chat. I'm going to assume anonymous was Maynard Saves. Thank you for the $1.
No,
yeah,
that was me.
it's
I just went on and posted $1.
Thank you, Geo Sam. But it's not showing up like I want it to. It should be showing up like a super chat. I got so much work to do. I've been working on this shit all day, and I still don't got it down. So
I'm back from my spacewalk.
It's the stream elements there, John. It should be highlighted
in the live chat that's on StreamYard here. No stream elements things are showing up.
Yeah, you probably have to see it on the because it's linked into the YouTube channel.
Yeah, it's in the YouTube chat, but it's just like a regular link.
Yeah, it's not supposed to be like that. It should be different, but I mean, at least it showed up. I just got to do some tweaking on it, I think.
It should be highlighted.
Yeah.
I heard you guys talking about Kratom. Fucking Pimp Monk OD'd on fucking Kratom. He was gone for like 2 or 3 days. I don't know if you guys.
Who's Pimp Monk? Who's Pimp Monk?
He's one of the hosts on, seldom hosts on fucking the new Drunken Peasant shit.
I saw him on The Amazing Atheist one time. This was like 5-6 years ago, though.
Right, yeah. He's doing the show now. I don't know. I think they fired him for not showing up on time and being drunk constantly. He's just
Hey, Paul, can I get a cigarette? I need a cigarette. Can I go outside for a cigarette, Paul?
You sound just like him.
I need that.
Yeah.
I need a bottle of Kratom, Paul.
I've been on Drunken Peasants once, and I don't think it was my finest moment. So.
You were on the new and improved Drunken Peasants?
Yeah, with Billy and.
For fuck's sake!
I can't remember the guy's name.
I tried watching it. I couldn't get into it.
You got to
way better back in the
You got to
day.
do something about that bot. If it timed Jay out for using the word "hoe," it'd be like we'll have all them snowflake mods back.
I don't know why it did that. It must have. I think I'm. It might be capital letters. But yeah, I'm gonna have to go in and look at that and see because it's not working like it should. But I've got people to help me. So
Here's the Daily Atheist.
What's up, Chris?
So I want to thank Ann Kennedy. I started saying it earlier. I want to thank Ann Kennedy for coming into the ASMR live stream. We got distracted with fucking my Orange Man, so I didn't get to thank her properly. It was a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. It's fucking weird. I've got like
Orange Man though.
The fucking
yeah, me or the president.
No, I was gonna say which Orange Man, the president or Vaughn.
Oh. No, thought
I'm the other orange man on Will's channel. John.
Right.
You might have missed that troll.
Yeah, you missed. He remembered. I can't believe. Oh, that makes me so happy.
I remember good trolls. I mean, that was good. It pissed me off.
Yeah, I mean, we were really fucking mean to you, like really fucking mean.
Which I've got a thick skin for it. People are like, how do you have patience? And I'm like, I've gotten the worst comments for the last 4 years that you can fucking imagine.
Well, we sat down and we had like our high council meeting, and we're like, let's fuck with Knock because he's doing some stupid. I don't even remember what the trigger was, but we sat down and we were like, let's fuck with Knock, and we were like, well, what do we do? Somebody was like, we're gonna attack his family. It's a joke because of fucking Brett Keane. And I said, no, we're not. No, that's fucking stupid. And somebody was like, why don't we just make fun of his disability? And I was like, okay, I guess we could do that. That's kind of fucked up, but I was like, okay, fuck it.
It was a good week, and you were getting me good, and I didn't even cover it on my channel. And usually I do if people talk about me, but I'm kind of glad I didn't because then it might have went a little crazy. I've got so much like I could fire at you, but I like you, so I don't.
It's a lot of fun.
One of the mysteries of life, right there.
Yeah,
Well, I like honest people. Like I always have people. People have asked me about Will, especially some of the things that Will has said, and I totally drives me fucking crazy sometimes. Like when you go into a trans person's chat and troll the trans people there, that pisses me off.
Well, you know why I did that though, right? Because my host is trans. One of those assholes that I'm not even gonna fucking name because you know why. One of those fucking assholes went in and basically called my co-host fucking retarded. So I said, "Fuck this." And so I went in and I fucking pretended to be a Digimon, and they called that transphobic, and that was perfect. That was fine. Left it there. Like what?
So yeah, I overlook some of these things, but I appreciate honest people, and I don't see how you tolerate Brett Keane.
I don't
like you do. So.
Oh, I cut out. That's why you couldn't hear me. Yeah, no, I don't tolerate Brett Keane. Brett has done
not anymore, but you did.
Yeah, there's only so much that I could fucking take. I mean, when he starts throwing literally all of his friends under the bus, and then he fucking boohoos on BitChute because he doesn't have any friends, it's like, well, stop fucking everybody over, asshole. It's like,
yeah, dude. Like, well, the thing with us, like, because I was trying to give him a chance, and
yeah,
you know, like you heard about it, like he flipped out because I didn't when I play video games. I usually like to play on my own. Every once in a while, I'll join some group activities and I'll have fun with the group. But especially like when I'm first starting to play it, I want to figure it out. My OCD requires it, and he flipped out on me like, "You never want to play with me," and I'm like, "Dude, stop being manic."
Now, granted, fucking Von Helton is very hard to play video games with at first if you're doing something new like Elder Scrolls Online.
I mean, if you like advancing, yeah, he's really frustrating to play with because he's gonna sit in the corner trying to figure out how to get out of that corner for an hour.
There's tons of videos on our channel. I think the Dragons or Dinosaurs episode was the one that was the funniest, where Vaughn was just fucking her, and John's like, Vaughn, what are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? You're aggroing the whole map, asshole. And like,
I gotta go get. I'm looking at my inventory. I got my inventory's full. I gotta pick up this.
You fucking muttonhead. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, definitely.
We're an hour in now, and no word from any of the Christians that I invited. But no word from Smokey. Like, I really thought Smokey might come by. Like, he called me a coward, and so I chased him into 3 rooms. And I thought he might come in and show the same gumption. Come into a room full of atheists or atheist and a Jew and a demonist or a Satanist.
Yeah.
What kind of Satanist are we? Anton LaVey or like the goofy one where it's like, oh. Yeah.
You didn't catch that? That was back when you were coming on all the time, Will, that I interviewed
I'm trying to share a comment from the fucking, and is it showing up? I can't see it on my screen.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah. CJ and Icky said they wouldn't touch their wives while bleeding.
Like, what is that all about?
I don't know. I missed that. I missed that part.
Well,
does Icky even have a wife?
The Christian Bible says you're not supposed to fuck a bitch while she's on the rag, but I don't know.
Why it gotta be a bitch? Well, like, I mean, I'd call you a bitch, but why does a woman automatically have to be a bitch?
No, I listen.
This is what I'm saying. Cancel culture walking here.
Canceled.
Fucking canceled. I'm actually doing pretty good. All of a sudden, admittedly, my fucking co-host Lo, I had him on live in person, and then all of a sudden my fucking views started to go through the fucking roof. I don't know what that is. I don't know if he's sharing it or he knows somebody who's, I don't know what the fucking deal is. But then I have, you know what it is? It's probably because I have Vaughn on all the time, and he's like, I got like a little lol cow farm going, a little
probably.
Yeah,
I'd have to agree. You are doing pretty good because this has been the Will Kincaid show.
Yeah, well, where we tell you everything you didn't know about everything you don't want to know. So
yeah, it has. I mean, you're like the closest thing we have to a theist at the moment. So
I know, what a bunch of pussies. Well,
that's because you're a theist. So
yeah, never said
it. Sorry, gotta go. Take care. Happy birthday at the Rage.
All right, thank you. Who was that? I'm sorry, I missed that, John.
Germania.
Yeah. Thank you for coming on, Germania. Anytime, I'm gonna be doing these open rooms again, and hopefully we'll get some Christians in and out. We'll see. I might let Will email G-Man. It's been a while. I doubt G-Man will come back on.
Never send a Christian to do a Jew's job. Just saying. Fucking hell.
Last time G-Man came on, he thought he was gonna get Ali to convert me to theism.
Oof. Yeah, Allie's gonna convert you to theism. She's really hardcore about that. What a fucking
Yeah. We both kind of had a laugh about that one. So
I know, Allie, that fucking asshole, all about the dogma, constantly banging on about you must be an eclectic pagan. I'll baby murder.
yeah. They proselytize so much.
Somebody in your chat suggested, I think for an ASMR because it was on topic. On my channel, baby eating mukbang. We could do that. Like I said, I got some Christian babies on standby, so
I'm on a diet now.
Matt Powell, gay pterodactyl. Matt Powell's gay pet pterodactyl wants us to talk about Red Wings again.
Here, let me get the link for
that's
Holy
fucking
Special.
disgusting. Why would you go down on a woman when she's on her period? It's
all right,
fucking gross.
You're gonna face it now, Will.
Did you ever eat blood sausage?
No.
It's against my religion, so I don't eat blood anything. So I fucking cook the shit out of my steak.
Dude, you ruined a
don't-
steak.
Don't tell me about that. Just go buy beef jerky, man. Don't waste the good steak for everybody else.
Yeah, I eat beef jerky.
Yeah. Just stick to that.
Yeah, stick to that.
Yeah, there's a kosher brand around here. It's pretty good.
Yeah. All I'm saying is stop ruining steaks. That's all I'm saying.
I remind everybody, the first time I met Will, he introduced himself as the atheist in Brett Keene's room.
Yeah, I know. And Brett Keane still says that he converted me. He can go fuck off.
Well, I think between him and John next to you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, John.
What?
Because Jews are big on conversions. They never shut up. They go to your house. Have you heard the good news that JC doesn't fucking exist? Convert to Judaism every weekend with these people.
You can answer a question. Like I think that I'm wrong. I think Smokey Saint was right about one thing. I think that being a Jew can be an ethnicity, right?
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a lot of different ethnicities associated with Judaism. So,
I mean, if you're Israeli, but I mean.
well, no, I mean, there's Sephardic Jews. There's Ashkenazim are the white ones. Sephardic are they Spanish or are they Middle Eastern descent? I think they're Middle Eastern. Right?
So what happens, like
Portuguese? So
what happens when like Madonna converts to Judaism?
We laugh. Whenever a celebrity converts to anything, including Tom Cruise, and that.
As I lost my roast clips. As what I'm saying, when I'm like anybody that converts from like another religion to Judaism, what are they considered? Are they considered an ethnic Jew or not?
No.
I
mean, like there's a segment of the community that they call him a Gerrit Toshav. Is that correct? When somebody converts, but they were a goyim.
So I'll definitely have to
Get his
concede
earbuds
that.
in.
I'll have to concede that one point to Smokey Saint. But does
Gerrit Toshav
talk
is not ethnically Jewish.
Will
correct?
does talking shit and it's Holy Spackle's here, so we'll let her jump in. But does talking shit about the ancient Israelite culture make you an anti-Semite?
I don't think so. I mean, we watched a really good lecture on the history of anti-Semitism and how it the term, I guess technically the term anti-Semitism was invented by the Nazis to kind of like bury the idea of Jew hatred, because technically people of Middle Eastern descent are Semitic also, so they just lumped it. No, I don't hate Jews. I'm anti-Semitic. Oh, fuck. Okay. Well, I guess you don't hate Jews. Well, fuck. All right. So, I mean, it's fucking confusing. We watched the whole thing, not on a video or anything, just of our own volition about the history of anti-Semitism. So,
I mean, you're like you and John are the only Jews I know, so you're the only ones that I can ask.
No, he called you
Jews.
Well, no, it's not true. What Tartan Snowflake is a Jew?
Really? I didn't know that.
Sam
I've
the
told you this.
Scientist is a Jew.
Who?
I didn't know. They probably know more about it than you too.
Tell you what, Rage.
Nice.
I'll be hanging out with a
Ethnically, though.
a rabbi later today. I'll ask the question.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Thank you.
I wonder because I'm willing to concede. Like, I'm gonna have to concede because I've been thinking about it for a while and kind of looking into it. And I'm like, yeah, I was kind of
I
wrong
mean,
about that.
Sam Harris is ethnically
think
Jewish. T.J. Kirk is ethnically
I don't
Jewish.
think you have to concede that. though.
Well, yeah, I don't think I'm not going to concede that I'm an anti-Semite.
No, I'm saying concede that Jewish is a culture. It's a religion. Israeli is a cult. Is a like an ethnicity.
Israel, so not an ethnicity.
What I was
Well,
trying to illustrate was.
That would be the. I mean, if you're talking about a people, then Israelis would be closer to. Because Jews are all over the world and are all different colors, all different.
This is what I was trying to get
This
into
came
is
from
that
Ur.
the term anti-Semitism was invented to obfuscate the fact that somebody hated Jews by conflating all Semitic people as a singular ethnicity.
Yeah.
So that's why anti-Semitism doesn't make any sense. If he wanted to put a point on it and say that, well, Knock was saying mean things about the Israelis or ancient Israel. What he should have done instead is say that Knock hates Jews, but because historically the term anti-Semitism, right?
You can be bigoted against Jews. Like, I mean, that's a group. If you're
anti-Semitic doesn't actually mean anything.
The problem is the Nazis found that the Muslims were useful. So actually, what's interesting is that they used some of them, which is very fascinating. Dig into it. It's interesting.
Yeah, I have to look into that. Because I was just kind of trolling Smokey. And, I used to say a lot of stupid shit. So, but I've actually considered this deeply since he brought the issue up outside of all the trolling. And so I mean, isn't an ethnicity or is it a religion?
It's both.
Well,
it's
that's what I'm getting at, though. Is like, okay, so if you hate all Jewish people because they're Jewish, you're definitely a bigot. But would that be racism, though, too? Since Jews can be just about any ethnicity.
It depends. When you're talking about the what's that racist cartoon? The God damn
There's
it,
so
the Happy
many.
Merchant. The Happy Merchant. That's the with the big hook nose, and he's like got his wringing his hands. You see, because that's like it's a stereotypical depiction of an Ashkenazim, Eastern or a European Jew. So with the curls and the whole thing, and so it's like, I mean, we distinguish ourselves based on a lot of different things, like the Hasidim, and whether you're Chabad or whatever. So,
Will,
yeah.
Are you friends with G-Man?
Friends with? I don't know if that I'd go that far.
Friendly?
Why?
Are you friendly with him?
We're on decent terms. Can
you explain to him that when he said to Sam the scientist, "You're Jewish, right?" And he's like, yeah. And he's like, that means that money is important to you, right? You might need to explain to him that that's kind of racist.
It's a little. I don't know if racist. See, this is the problem. Is that because we have John does a show with Rabbi Asher Meza, and what the rabbi had explained to people is that if you're getting into Judaism to get closer to God, you should already be behind the eight ball. You should be close to God and then go to Judaism, because Judaism is more of a cultural thing. And there's a lot of different ways to practice. There's a lot of different midhag, which is like a cultural tradition and stuff like that. That's not even in Torah explicitly. Like, okay, I'm washing my hands before bread. Is it 3 times or 2 times? I start with so all that other extra stuff is midhag. So there's like the cultural thing and fitting into Jewish society as like a tribal sort of organization. There's Judaism where you might go to a rav who's a little more spiritual, because all a rabbi is a teacher. That's it, and he's there to teach the law. And there's it's a book of 613 commandments, and there's nothing in there that says that you have to believe in Adam and Eve or a literal, a flood or anything. It doesn't say you have to believe in that. You just have to keep the commandments. There's no other prescription in Judaism that says that that's mandatory. So being Jewish is a lot more complicated than something like being Christian, because what does that mean? It doesn't mean that you're white. No, there's black, Christians, there's Asian, and it's everywhere. So, the difference
We're
between
everywhere you want to be.
right. So
Right.
it's way too complicated to boil down to, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Well, what the fuck does that mean? Does it mean that you hate him because he's got a big hook nose and
Well,
like
Well,
what?
I think the question though, we all kind of know the euphemisms when it comes to Jewish people and money.
Right.
Surely he understands that when he makes a comment like that to Scientist Sam.
Right. I mean, if he's So with G-Man, G-Man I don't really know. G-Man hasn't dealt with a lot of Jews except for John, which John, when they were on Modern Day Debate together, John carried the whole thing, and he was very pleasant, and fucking G-Man just continued to put his foot in his mouth. And John was like the fucking boat was on fire and underwater, and John is taking the bucket and he's trying to put the fire out. He's trying to get the fucking water out of the boat, and it's like it was sad to watch. But I think that the fact that I keep wanting to call that G-Man, it just is.
Go ahead and email him and see if he'll come in.
Yeah, he deals with Black Hebrew Israelites. The only other Jew that I think that he's ever had any real interaction with is John.
So how about
Will, I want to let
check
you
it out? I
know
want
that-
you to see if you can get him in here, because I want to ask him about when he was just on a video I saw on Burnt Toast channel where he was
it's
straight up
horrendous.
sexually fucking harassing her for like 20 minutes.
it's fucking horrendous. It's awful.
Yeah. But John,
I
is the
doubt he'll
park
come
open?
on here.
Is the park open this late, John? I don't know if he can come in.
Will, I wanted
he
to
might.
ask you,
Yeah.
do you still hang out with Idol Smash? Do you remember that guy?
Oh, I have. Okay, Idol Smasher left Orphans of Abraham a while ago. We don't really talk, but I mean, he's on my Facebook and stuff. I see him every once in a while.
He was Noahide. Can you explain the difference between a Noahide and a Jew real quick?
Yeah, Noahides are like, I'm not gonna like, I'm gonna practice Judaism, but I'm not gonna be a Jew. That's the. I don't understand.
So
it.
it's like a Jew that can eat a ham sandwich.
I don't think.
No, it's a Jew that follows the commandments of Noah. So like,
It's
there's
an
this
invention.
covenant.
It's
The first covenant Noah makes, and that they follow that.
Oh, okay.
It's
Because
not
when they say follow the commandments, I'm like, are you talking about the first time when it was like a ton of commandments, or like when
No.
he went back up on the mountain and they did like the Trump revision and boiled it down to like
No,
10?
it's the Noah. It's even before that.
Right. So it's something that was invented by Chabad to try to get people closer to Judaism. It was like the poor man's Judaism. So I don't know why. I don't subscribe to it, but I mean, like, I don't know.
Is there like Jewish traditions about Noah and what? So was he preaching to the people, trying to save them and get them to come onto the ark, or was he just like fuck the people, God hates them?
I've heard a lot of different interpretations, all the way from what you just mentioned to what the ark actually was. I've even heard so much as it was the animals were shrunk down because
Yeah,
even Jews
that's a
understand.
TARDIS. I know
Yeah.
it was a TARDIS.
Yeah, and then I've heard that it was a collection of DNA samples that then you let them off the boat and they came out fully formed.
It's bigger on the inside.
And it was like something like I've heard a lot of things, but what Jewish people, when I ask them what their opinion of that story is, because there's no universal interpretation, and of course you don't even have to believe that literally to be a Jew. I've heard a lot of people say a lot of different things, but the moral of the story is that most people who are Jewish do not believe the Kent Hovind interpretation of fucking Noah's Ark. Because we will do mental gymnastics around because it's like that doesn't make any fucking sense. And even even the most staunch literalist will like have to eat crow on that and go, "There's no fucking way there were kangaroos on that boat."
Yeah, when I was a kid, I was really stuck on how in the world did the platypus and the penguin get on there? Like,
correct. Yeah, you get it. Yeah.
Well, but back to like Holy Spackle talking about whoever this is. So there's like a group of Jewish people that go by a
Noahide.
covenant.
Yeah.
Wow, I never heard of that before. That's kind of crazy.
There also is, and you can correct me because you probably know more than I do, but because I as a Christian, I've gone back and explored Judaism because like I'm trying to make sense of my own faith and like trying to make sense of why there's suddenly a hard stop and completely whole different direction and trying to make sense of that. And one of the things that like I noticed is that the Noahide people and then some Jews would say like if you follow those basic commandments that Noah put out that God might show mercy on the non-Jew. Is that it all true?
Oh, I don't know. Listen, again, Noahidism was invented by Chabad to try to get the Goyim closer to Judaism. It's not actually you. Just like as far as we don't have there's no hellfire and damnation in Torah. It just doesn't fucking exist. It's not there.
That's what I keep telling other Christians. That's why it doesn't make any sense.
It's not fucking there. So there's no punishment. You know what your punishment is? God might decide to take you earlier than you should have gone. And you'll never know whether you did or didn't. And then even after that, we don't know exactly what happens. We know that we go back to some sort of source. What happens after that? If there's an afterlife, who fucking knows? Some Jews think that we're reincarnated, which fucking Brett Keane got hung up on weeks ago. And then that started that whole drama. It's a whole lot of bullshit.
No, I actually find Judaism incredibly interesting, just from like, if not anything, a historical religion standpoint, and to see the hard stop. I mean, literally, it's a very hard stop with Christianity from Judaism. Like suddenly, there's hell. Ta-da! Thank you, St. Paul.
There's a lot of inaccuracies in the Christian interpretation of a lot of stories, including like the most prolific I think that struck me was Leviticus, where it has nothing to do with the story of Sodom and Gomorrah has almost nothing to do with homosexuality whatsoever.
I know, but they make it all about the
not
gays.
mentioned at all. There's no. It has nothing to do. Sodomy. What? No. The people of fucking Sodom were so against the outsider, so against foreigners coming into the city, that when a woman was, and if John's listening right now, he can correct me if I'm wrong, and I'm sure he will, but they took this woman who gave money or food to an outsider. They took her and they nailed her to the gates of the city, and they covered her in honey, and she was stung to death by bees, or else she was eaten by a bear. But I can't remember what. And
I don't think
you didn't
that
hear
was
that.
in
You didn't
the
hear
Bible
that
per
in
se.
fucking.
Was that a Mishra story or something?
No, it's in Torah.
Is it? I'll have to figure out where that is.
Yeah, again, this is something that John knows better off the top of his head. We do Torah study every day on John's channel, so it's like it's probably there. You'd have to look at it, search by topic.
Sodom and Gomorrah sounds like extreme naturalists. Like, all right, no outsiders.
It was about being hospitable to the orphan and the widow and the outsider. That's what it was. And
it all starts with building a wall.
Yeah, believe it.
So they didn't want to rape the angels. They just wanted to put them outside the city and.
They wanted to get. Well, first of
put
all,
honey on them.
In Judaism, it wasn't angels. It was two messengers who was sent by God. There's nothing to indicate that it was necessarily a winged individual or some holy incarnation from heaven or whatever. Individual, yeah, correct. Thank you. He said the word, guys. Let's stop the conversation. Anyway, so where was I?
I can't tell you how many times I've heard that about Sodom and Gomorrah. It was is the homosexual angle to it.
Has
it's
nothing to do with
it's
homosexual.
always that way with Christians. Yeah. And when a Christian
You
like
got sexual
like
hang-ups. That's
myself
what it is.
points out like in the New Testament it talks about their unhospitality, and that was the sin of Sodom. They're
Right.
like, no, 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 no.
No, it was about fag. We have to kill them all. Kill them all right now. Shut
I'm like-
up, everyone who knows what they're talking about.
And I love how they pass over like the gang rape part too. They're like, no, this is just about the gays, not gang rape.
Right. So after that, they go to the cave, and his two daughters get him drunk and rape him. Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, that's pretty rough stuff, man.
Yeah, I mean, no, he was not a good man. It was pretty clear on that.
If
it was
Lot
all
is
about
the
bloodlines,
best
and that's
man-
about it.
If Lot is the best man in that city, then that whole city was fucked.
Yeah, that was the. Thank you. You got the illustration of the story. You understood. You understood. Oh fuck.
Well, and I've gotten that a lot from Christians lately too, and none of them are coming in. So, the Smokey and his gang, they like to talk about the bloodline, and it's always the bloodline. Everything's about the bloodline. The flood was about the bloodline, and yeah, I understand that. Like Noah goes back to Adam, but at the same time, at first God was going to get rid of everybody. When I'm reading Old Testament Bible, and obviously,
So yeah,
different.
bloodlines are interesting. It goes back. It really goes back to Cain and Abel when you think about it, because the whole story of the Nephilim has absolutely nothing to do with angels in the Jewish interpretation. It has everything to do with unrighteous people marrying their righteous daughters or vice versa. So
I mean, I can understand wanting to preserve that bloodline. You got to preserve that inbreeding.
right. Well, it happened. It whether you're secular or not, it definitely happened with all of us, especially if you're white.
What?
Yeah.
Uh-uh.
It's so,
No,
What?
I'm Irish. No,
Yeah, people don't like to recognize. Just we're probably all some products of inbreeding.
yeah. At some point,
Especially
there's
the
somebody
Irish,
married somebody's
unfortunately.
fucking cousin in that wood pile.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Fucking will.
look, the Irish did have the Norse come down and mingle, so like it gave us a little more variation. But
Stop fucking your cousins, asshole, and definitely stop fucking your sisters. Jeez.
I joke, but that actually was a little bit of a problem with the Irish bloodline. We were actually talking about it recently.
I kid. No, but seriously, we did fuck our cousins about 1,000 years ago. It's
Not as bad
great.
as Iceland, though. I tell you, Iceland.
It's fucking cold.
Yeah.
It's like Carlin's joke. Is there more rape at the North Pole or the equator? You know? Because there's, he goes on to say that there's a lot of fucking going on at the equator because everyone's half naked. It's hot, the whole thing. And then he says, but in the North Pole, it's like,
else
it's
is
less
there to do?
availability. I
You
know,
might have
Carlin.
to do that to survive, to keep warm.
Right, exactly.
But that could be a dangerous activity though, because if you sweat in sub-zero weather, that could be the end.
Right.
That's true.
He goes. Have you ever tried to get wet leather leggings off a woman that's kicking? It was a fucking.
Will.
It doesn't fly anymore now.
Yeah, Will, put the shovel down. Will. Put the shovel down.
Like,
Happy
yeah,
birthday,
oh,
Nook.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, it's been so long, Will. I forget sometimes just the pleasantries.
What a shit I am. Yeah, I know.
I was gonna say that's gonna be in the highlight reel when Knock finally gets a hold of somebody at YouTube and they're like, "You want to know why you're not? You really want to know why you're demonetized? How much time do you have?"
I really want to tell you a story real quick, but you're going to need a little bit of patience to hear the end of it.
All right.
Cool.
So, like, when I was a younger Christian, not too young, like 20. I'm in I turned 40 this year, so like I was like 24 maybe. One of my friends was studying to be a missionary, and she was watching different foreign films just to kind of, I don't know, get in the mood of being missionary. I don't know. And so there was this one film called The Fast Runner, and it was about an Inuit tribe. An Inuit tribe, they're what the non-PC term would be Eskimo, And for those that don't know, sorry. Anyway, moving on. The movie's called The Fast Runner, and I'm watching it, and I'm just like, loopy doopy doop. This is really slow, and it gets to this point where and a friend of ours joined in, so I missed the part. So we have this pretty naive like missionary chick, and then there's me that's like, you know, the youth worker, and then we have our friend Meredith. I'm gonna say her name because it's funny. And Meredith is just really weird. I don't know how to describe her. Just extremely weird, like worse than Carrie's mom weird, like really weird. And but we decided to be nice and include her. And she, to describe the weirdness, she when she planned on getting married, she's gonna wrap herself in a wedding blanket that she had sewn, and it had little patches on it. And it was strange. She has some strange ideas. So anyway, we're watching this thing, and there's this like just out of the blue, one of the Inuit brothers, they're all cuddled up in this like, I don't know, like an igloo thing. And one of the Inuit brothers decides that his brother's wife was looking mighty fine and starts like jumping on her. And he's like, bonk it, bonk it, bonk it, bonk. And then the other brother wakes up going, oh my God, you're fucking my wife. And like, they're just like practically on top of each other. And they're like, oh my God. And like, they start fighting. And then all of a sudden, later, one of the brothers goes to kill the other brother while he's sleeping, and he's naked in the tent. And he leaps out and he starts flopping around. Like there's penis flopping around, small penis, cold penis flopping around while he's running for his life. And then our little innocent friend that was kind of weird that wanted to wrap herself in a wedding blanket goes, and we're like, oh my God, what's wrong? What's wrong? What's wrong? She's like, oh my God, it's naked. I'm not supposed to see this until I get married. And we're like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. So we're like, I am frantic. I'm trying to like turn it off, and I'm dropping the remote and freaking out because she's freaking out, and I feel really bad. And then we finally get it turned off, and she's like, ah. And then I go, and I'm trying to make it better. And I'm like, you probably should know what it looks like before you get married. And I'm trying to make it all cool, but everything I say makes it worse. It was so bad. And that's my story. The end.
So she was ruined for life because she saw a penis.
Yes. Ruined.
I don't blame her. I think the male anatomy is something grotesque.
You know what? You're a fucking homophobe for saying that, Knock. The same way you're an anti-Semite, you're a homophobe.
I just think that men are like we're beautiful in our own way, but we're just ugly. Like just ugly.
We're beautiful in our
we
own
get
way.
uglier with age because everything just goes to
Yeah, I
hell.
was gonna say, like, as a man, if you haven't looked at your own junk and been like, "That is a horrible train wreck," like, who designed? This is
I
not
look at mine in the
appealing.
morning and I go, I would put that in my mouth.
See what you did, Spackle. See what you did, Spackle.
And don't think that I haven't tried either.
Look, I'm gonna be real honest, and take it with a grain of salt because I'm bisexual. But like, I'm gonna be real honest. The staff is awesome. Balls are fucking weird.
Yeah, they
Just
are.
don't have a deep enough appreciation for the balls.
God's perfect design. Let's put the most tender part of a man, like right down between his legs.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
In a papery thin sack of skin it occurs nowhere else on the body except over the eyeballs. Like,
You ever play that game where you try to get your buddies to look at your balls?
no.
Not Kaz, you fuck! I know you have.
I was a football player, dude.
So you be trying to show him that Texas belt buckle, man?
We were alphas back then, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that I tried to make some people look at my balls.
Yeah.
Is that like
Yeah.
that movie Waiting? Remember that?
Oh, I love that movie. Being the quarterback, we would in shower time we would flick the penis heads of our teammates. So.
So Knock's a little gay, like maybe like
A little gay.
I was a little Nazi.
I'm not gonna
back
lie,
then.
my dude. That's a little fucking gay.
I have a question.
One out
On
of
a
100.
scale from 0 to G-Man's homosexual thoughts about drag, how gay is it?
3.
It's like a 3. Yeah,
yeah.
it's like a 3.
Like a 3.
It's up there. It's like
G-Man's homosexual thoughts about drag is pretty up there.
that handshake though.
On a
Was pretty,
scale
like,
from 1 to 10, G-Man is like a 17.
I mean, G-Man did have a dream where in his dream he had to physically fight off the gay demons. Like,
Oh, that was so funny.
Oh boy.
I'm so far behind on the G-Man thing because, like, you know, I know like drag is like, you know, let me know if you're covering G-Man and I'll promote you. And I'm like, to me, that's always been like, I go to drag for
G-Man
that.
has got the email, by the way. I
Dude,
sent it to him.
Dude, you do not have to feel bad about not being able to keep up because G-Man has been going over the edge for like the last 2 weeks. I mean,
really?
He just like every fucking day, man. He is streaming and going after
Shout out
drag
to
and
Burnt
saying
Soul.
all this crazy fucking shit. Like he's saying that what was he said the other? He said that drag is pals with Satan.
I'm thinking about starting like a YouTuber rehab where I just take these lol cows like from all over the internet and I just
Can you
rehab
start
them
with
in a.
Brother Mario?
Oh, you mean the Vigilant Christian?
Yeah, that guy. Could you start with
Yeah,
him?
that guy.
Okay, Vigilant Christian is beyond my my power. Unfortunately, is he back or is he gone again? Is he back on the crack rock or what the fuck is he doing?
He's back on YouTube. Yeah.
Hey! He did a very much more respectable drug. He did powder cocaine. Look, that is a high class drug. All right.
The motherfucker's holding and everyone knows it. Motherfucker.
I didn't know he was back. That's crazy. I remember him.
Escorts with the money you donated to my ministry.
Yeah, he was special. He was special.
Yeah,
Yeah.
ironic name, the Vigilant Christian.
Yeah. Well, he
You
thought that
did.
listen, that's what it is. That's why he thought there were fucking demons and fucking Walt Disney films was because he was doing fucking crack. I do fucking crack. You know, I used to fucking do blow and drink like a fucking fish. I thought they were fucking ninjas on the front lawn looking to come in and fucking kick my ass. Of course,
Like you do
Crap.
know that you're like on G-Man's shit list now, right?
for what?
You said he sent him the link. Like I'm not really a dragoon, but he thinks I'm a dragoon.
He's
thinks you're
not a
fucking-
dragoon. I can confirm that Noka is not a dragoon. Get out of here.
Yeah, I'm not. But he thinks I am.
Dragoon is a troll thing that Dragnot came up with so that
I
G-Man would
G-Man
have.
come up. Well, like I don't know. I can't remember.
No, the way that Drag said it that I remember is that him and his audience came up with it to fuck with G-Man, so then he would have a name for the demons that he was chasing or something like that.
Well, come on, you guys got to give G-Man some slack. I mean, maximum floppage. I mean, some
No,
slack.
no. That's not G-Man. That's Rap.
That's
I know.
That's Baby
But-
Carrot.
I know, but G-Man's been having to move from
G-Man,
tree to
stop
tree.
it.
He's been having to move to a new tree every night this
God
week.
bless you. God bless you, Will.
New tree.
I don't have any ill will towards any of these fucking people. I just listen. My little circle of friends and shit on YouTube is like, if you could take a joke and you could just fucking break balls all day, then we're gonna be fine. Everything's gonna be all right. I don't.
Yeah, well, that's how I stomach you, dude. It's like I don't know. It's just fun
How I
games to me.
stomach you. That's fucking.
I'm not. I'm just breaking balls and trying to have
Me and
fun.
Will have had some shit conversations. We'll admit to you that we've been in the weeds a couple times.
Yeah, we took our shirts off. We got down in the mud. Very
On the scale
homoerotic.
from 0 to G-Man's
that's like a
leftover
6 right
crap.
there.
Where we at?
Yeah, that's pretty close.
Yeah,
Like-
that's a 6. You took your shirts off and got down in the mud. That's a 6 or 7.
Yeah,
I know,
yeah,
from one tribal elder to another. You know.
I mean, I don't have beef with G-Man. My blue barrel game isn't that strong, you know.
I mean, he's come on the show twice, maybe 3 times now, and they've always been decent conversations. Like he wants to convert me, but it's because despite having drag on and having sock on, I've never really involved myself in that drama, so he'll still come on. But then like he started labeling me a dragoon, and it like he doesn't come on anymore.
I can
Yeah.
confirm that Noka is not a dragoon.
Yeah, I'm like not
It's
even
only
I'm not even on Discord anymore. except for on John's server. Right? Well, I think I'm on
And
your
mine.
server.
Yeah.
Even when you were on Discord, you really didn't play so much with the Dragoons. You had
Yeah,
your
no,
own
I
stuff.
didn't. Yeah, and I try to explain that because I'm like, I like drag, but I was never involved with the Dragons.
Right.
That was never like anything that I did. I went on Dragnot server once, and it was like an abortion debate, and I'm like, I'm getting hot. I gotta leave.
50% of Knock being on Discord is him banning me from his Discord.
Yeah, you were my biggest. You're the reason I don't do Discord anymore, Will.
I thought it was so funny because
Like you fucking raided me and busted my ball. And like I hated you.
that little shit that I can't name thought he was sheet whatever. Fucking such big fucking pants on this one. I'm a moderator in his chat. I'm a moderator on his Discord. I'm gonna fucking do this, that, and the other. And then when Knock hit the fucking delete button, we sat for an hour and just laughed and laughed and laughed. Your little fucking power trip flushed straight down the toilet.
Talking shit about Shay when she's not here, Will. It's unbecoming.
I didn't say
Shout out to
fucking
Shay.
nothing.
I like Shay, by the way.
Yeah,
Okay,
don't talk
I
shit
decided-
about Shay when Shay's not here to defend herself. But
I may have kicked you before from a hangout or two, Will. I'm pretty
You
sure.
definitely have.
I know I surprised everybody when I hit the delete button, but I didn't tell anybody.
Me and Shay have had beef since fucking day one. It's never gone away. I went and I was like, I'm gonna test this motherfucker to see if they get a sense of humor, and it seemed all right at the time, and then slowly it's he's a fucking homophobe. Well, I used to suck dick. Well, he fucking hates women. And they're like, oh yeah, because I just fucking. It's like every time.
Wait, you used to suck dick?
I used to suck dick. That's true. Yeah.
And how come you gave up the dick?
I like pussy more. I had pussy, and then I was like, "Yay, pussy! More pussy for me."
Did you only suck dick because you were in prison or something, or what?
No, I wasn't in prison. I just thought that no woman would ever love me, so I said, "Fuck it, I'll just fuck guys from now on."
It's the easiest way to get a pack of cigarettes these days. Just be honest.
Will has like the first time I met Will, he was talking about this, so he's very consistent with it.
Yeah, it's like they try to call me this, that, and the other fucking thing, and it's like, well, technically. So it's whatever. They tried to fucking.
It's one of the things.
and-
It's one of the things that I actually like about you. I mean, you do a lot of cancel like behavior. You skirt that like anti SJW thing, but you've always been blatantly honest about your sexuality and like drug use in the past and shit. That's one of the things that I've always respected about you.
Yeah, I got nothing to hide. I mean, I did like a whole 2-hour long video about everything that's happened to me in my entire life. And I was like, you guys want to know what the fuck is up? Why I am the way I am? Well, fucking here it is. This is what happened. And
are you Jersey?
No, I'm in New York. Fuck. I mean, like, what's the difference? But
You're upstate New York, yeah.
Yeah, it's all right up here. At least you can find a fucking job upstate.
I was in New York. I'm a city boy though.
Baruch Hashem. Great.
Yeah, GL Sam is he does all the graphic designs for the channel now. That's why the channel looks so much better.
You're the big Huckma that designs all the fucking knock shit. No, I wondered why.
Hey, I just make it and send it. He doesn't say do this, do that.
I haven't shown John the one that you sent me about the Apostate Alliance. So he's John. I have something to send you.
Oh yeah. I made a kind of logo or an overlay for the
it's pretty
Apostate
sweet.
Alliance.
It's pretty sweet.
Yeah, I don't know how it's going to look when it's on screen because I didn't test it. Normally,
Screen
I test
share
it.
right now, Knock.
Let me get into
I'm a bit of an artist myself. I make gay furry porn of YouTubers I don't like. So.
Oh my god, furries.
Gay
Furries
furry
into
porn.
everything.
Yeah, like who's Trash Goblin on fucking Twitter? What the fuck is her name? Cheshire Vic. Yeah, I drew something her blowing me, and she was all right with it up until I said something about her sugar daddy, and then all of a sudden it was like, oh, now you're a fucking asshole. I was like, all right, whatever,
So she was cool with the blowjob, in depiction. but-
Until I assaulted her Lord and Savior. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I feel
Verbally
like the blowjob thing's not cool, but then again, Cheshire like tolerates things that I wouldn't tolerate.
I said I asked her what, like, can I do this? I released the Twitter DMs of her saying it because after she blocked me, I was like, oh, she's gonna try to say I fucking did some shit. I was like, no, fuck that. I'm getting ahead of it. I'm just gonna post the DMs, and she said she was all right with it. So I was like, okay. So I was like, that's never fucking coming back on
I
me.
wonder, Doc. I wonder if we could use that and make that into the starting Stoon screen.
Yeah, I definitely can, and yeah, we can incorporate this in a lot of different ways, John. GL Sam does good shit, man.
Well, I don't know how it's gonna look like the finished product because I didn't test this one. I just sent it right away. Normally, I test it in OBS, like I open it up in OBS and see what it looks like on a black and a white background.
Right.
So I can adjust the colors so it'll look good on any background. But I didn't test this one, so you guys are on your own with that.
Yeah, we'll make it work. That's some pretty good shit.
I mean, I wonder if like right at the bottom, underneath where like the artwork ends, if we could put the word "starting soon" there, and then use that as a starting soon screen. You know?
Oh yeah, dude, I can hook it up.
I gotta address the chat real quick. Capable of Carthage. If you want lesbian goblin porn, I'll do commissions. I'll do them cheap. Well, we'll call it $10. We'll do it $10 for 3 slides. That's fine. And I'll send you my portfolio so you know it's not fucking garbage. I got
Do
some
you
of it.
draw, Will?
What?
Do you draw?
Yeah. Do you want to see Trans Muhammad for Draw Muhammad Day? He's right up there.
Go for it, man. Faye keeps her picture of Muhammad up behind her when she streams.
Yeah. I still worry about.
I was supposed to do that with Will, and that's when we had beef, and I didn't end up doing it. We got pissed off at each other, like the grade school children we can be, and I was like, I'm not doing the Muhammad thing.
Well, you should draw a picture of John and then a picture of the goblin saying "suck a dick."
Okay. Wait, which John? John that's in here or John that's to my right?
John that's in here.
Oh, okay.
Peterson.
Did you say don't show the Trans Muhammad?
Oh, show it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
show it.
There you go.
Oh, you made Trans Muhammad? Interesting.
That's pretty decent. You don't see, yeah, center it up. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's pretty good.
You're gonna have, wait a
you've
second.
got, like,
Put that back
death
up
marks
there.
on you
Put it
now.
back up there, man. How do you? Oh, right here.
You better
do
watch out. You're gonna get death threats now, man.
Oh, yeah.
I thought that if you press,
We'll
okay,
add
here.
Islamic death threats onto the ones that I already get. So
I already
Oh,
have.
took it
I
down.
already
I
got
finally
it.
got the screen up and he took it down.
I've got a whole wall full of shit. If you guys want to take a look at, I got.
Put you in solo layout. and you-
that's because I draw too. I just never do it anymore. It takes me forever.
I got Brett Keane eating a thing of Kentucky Fried Chicken. I've got Brett Keane as BK Wolfman. I've got 2 furry YouTubers making out. I got a lot of shit over here. If you want to see some shit,
You've got a Brett King idol over there. Admit it.
a Brett Keane. No,
Yeah,
I don't worship.
you've got like a wall of Brett Keane over there.
What's the fucking thing that drunken
Manatee.
peasants? They had that doll made of Brett Keane with a manatee tail.
The
and
manatee.
shit.
Here, let me just
Manatee.
switch to the mobile camera so I don't have to take all these things off the wall one at a time like Muhammad. Give me 1 second here. I'll switch. Ba-ba-doo-boo-boo. Logitech.
Will, a man of many talents. Who would have thought? I just thought you were a bumbling.
I also have an album coming out eventually. I'm working on it. That's
do you
actually the
do you still do comedy?
I do. That's the album cover right there, where we have an actual band that's helping us. Devil Went Down to Festus is the single, and we're going.
Definitely
around.
keep your shirt on.
Yeah, all right. That's Mirak. This is my buddy Elijah. He had me do some other people for him. That's Lieutenant Knives. That's who we did the drinking contest for. That's the rough sketch. That's before it went to color.
Hey, Knock, did you delete some wrenches?
I don't think so. I think I added some.
You have
Rainbug
been
is
found
says, "Oof,
wanting.
where's my wrench? Or oof, no wrench.
Yeah, I didn't remove any. So, but there you go, Brainbug.
I'm not trying. I don't want to kink
That's the
shame them.
wall.
That's not my thing about furries. It's
I
just
see,
when furries are around, I feel like I just have this creepy suspicion that one of them's out to kill me, dude. It's just murder's gonna happen, and
It's true. Actually, there's a lot of Nazi furries, unironic Nazi furries. Yeah.
I see,
Oh my
That's weird.
god, that's what the Geek Room was talking about with Midnight. They were going through a stream thing on Twitter, and they were like, "Oh my god, what are you doing?" And like, there was some weird Nazi furry shit.
I did a video that hasn't ever been released because it's so disgusting. It might go on BitTubers. I infiltrated the furry community and I was appalled. I adopted a fursona that I found out that if you're a lizard, it's not a fursona, you're a scaly.
Persona.
You're a scaly, which is a different thing apparently. But okay, so fucking whatever. And it was up there on the wall. You'd have seen it if you looked at the top there on the right.
If I was a furry, I'd be a bat or a platypus. I've decided.
It'd be a blue eyes white dragon.
Yeah, hey, I don't want to burst your bubble, Will, but you can't dress up as Pepe and think you're a furry.
Real quick, I do want to
that's
say.
an amphibian. That's an amphibian, different thing.
Real quick, I want to say what's up to. I see Hunter Bailey in the chat. What's up, Hunter Bailey? He's one of the few Christians I've met that I've liked, but I've only met him once, so I'm sure I could probably ruin his impression of me fairly quickly.
Yeah, plenty of
He's a
time to
decent
hate.
Yeah, he seems like a pretty
impression of
decent dude.
Yeah.
Hey, Knock, I gotta
Hunter,
go.
there you
I
go,
gotta go.
Hunter.
I'm sorry, John.
Go ahead.
I just want to say happy birthday to you, Knock, and many more to come. And John, I love you on Apostate Alliance along with Faye. You guys are making a great team. I really do
Thank
think
you.
so.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Gio Sam.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep sending you stuff as I make it, and whatever it is. If you use it, you use it. If you don't, hey, so what?
Oh yeah, dude, I appreciate it, man, and I love it. It's definitely looks a lot better. I got the old school logo on some T-shirts today, but I'm gonna definitely run all the. I've got some of the new stuff, and I'm gonna definitely run some more of the new stuff as well. So I appreciate it, man.
Sure.
I'm
Well,
gonna.
happy birthday. I'm out of here. I gotta go because I gotta eat, and I got some things I gotta do here. But
Oh yeah. Thanks a lot for stopping in,
Good
Gio.
to see you.
Hey, see you, Gio.
all right, you guys
So,
take care.
So, Knock, I posted the link in the live chat. Who was the Christian that was there? Oh, Hunter Bailey.
Yeah, Hunter Bailey.
Yeah, Hunter Bailey. There's a link in the live chat next to the Rage's.
And I should put it out there, like I really have no problem with Christians whatsoever. I keep talking like I do. I have an issue with a lot of YouTube internet Christians
Right.
and people in my family, but that's personal shit. But I need to change my rhetoric sometimes because I put it out there in ways that are negative sometimes.
So
Well, I mean, just look how many Christians, over the last year that they're not like crazy batshit
Yeah.
insane like
Yeah.
Matt Powell and Smokey and all that. Like we had Randall Rouser was on. I don't agree with a lot of his ideas, but he very interesting and very respectful.
Yeah, I really like Scott. I need to have that conversation with Scott.
Scott Pace. SJ came on and she was perfectly fine. I mean, they're not coming on, and there's most of the Christians out there are reasonable, and they're not going to come on and act like G-Man, act like Smokey, act like Matt Powell.
I was gonna say, from watching Dragnot so much as I do now, I actually got exposed to a Christian that changed my idea of Christians. Faithful to God, he's like he's a really cordial person, man. He's like really a good person, like all together, man. Like he's like, gets his shit in order, and before he, he's always it seems like he's about trying to better himself, make himself a better person. You know what I mean?
I know
He
when
does, and he
oh, go ahead.
he tries to challenge other Christians to do better and stuff. Like I remember I took a swing in a pretty harsh way, and you know how I am. I'm snarky. I'm really snarky, and I'm at this point a Christian deist would be probably the best way to shorthand describe me. But at the time, I would say I was definitely a Christian, and he pulled me aside, and he was one of the few people on YouTube that challenged me as a Christian to Christian, that pulled me aside going, I think, there's a problem here. that I didn't disrespect. I didn't feel like he was being hypocritical or unloving or unkind. Like, and so like I like he's a guy that I respect that hasn't always agreed with me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, you can respect somebody without agreeing with them, for sure. I mean, matter of fact, I got with Spackle here a few months back because I was asking her, hey, who are some more, less extreme, not so radical Christians that would be good to talk to, and she gave me a few links to different discords, and I haven't had any of these people on. I invited them a couple times, they weren't available. Like Converse Contender, like he's another reasonable Christian to talk to, and like I've said many times in these streams, I only talk to atheists online. In the real world, all the people that I know and love, they all believe in God, and they're not crazy, So the idea that that's why I like when I hear Christians take people like Matt Powell to task or take Smokey to task, because most Christians don't want to be represented by extremists like that, and that's why Knock got so upset when him and Smokey were trying to find some common ground, and then Smokey comes out and refers to Matt Powell as his brother. And Matt Powell is a person who is out there saying that gay people should be the state should execute them, and shit like that. So Smokey couldn't understand why myself and Knock were so offended that he calls this man his brother. When if he really wanted to take the high ground, he should have called Matt Powell out for his hateful rhetoric.
I just want to say quick that I'm going out for a cigarette. I'll be back. I know that, by the way, I am looking at the comments in chat. If I missed, I try to answer all your questions, but I saw a couple of them go by and I've lost them now. If I didn't answer your question and it's really burning a hole in your pocket, go ahead and leave it there. And while I'm outside having a cigarette, I'll answer.
I don't know how the conversation is going to be held together while you're gone, Will.
I know.
Hurry back.
I will. With fucking bells on, bitch.
Before he announced to everybody that he was taking a smoke break and that we would just die without him, John, I was gonna reply to something you said. Can you remind me of what you last said, because that will help jog my memory real fast?
Because I was talking about how when I had a last minute cancellation one time, and I got a hold of you to see if you could come on a stream, and then that's when you told me, well, I'm not strictly a Christian, I'm more of a deist. But here, contact this, that, and the other, and so
it depends on what you're looking for, right? So if you're looking for something that goes, God is omnipowerful, you're not going to find that in me right now. Like, I just don't think it's a coherent statement. And so being that that's considered for many evangelicals to be like a requirement, as like the 13 is the 12 or 13 essentials that Matt Slick came up with as an example. I know like Christians like Beckel and stuff, they will immediately throw me out if I say that God is not omnipowerful. Like I think it's an incoherent statement. And if I say God interacts less than what you think, that's enough for some people to knock me out. So or if I say I don't believe in original sin, which is true, that's enough for them to knock me out of the category as well. And so like, am I a Christian? I'd say yes, but would all Christians define me as that? Absolutely not. So like I try to make that clarification so that I can help you find what you're looking for. Because if I go talk to about a God concept to an atheist and they assume that I'm saying God is omnipowerful, well then we're gonna have a problem, right? So like that's why I was trying to direct you to somebody that might hold that position.
And that's been. Go ahead, John.
No, I just was gonna say, because like at that time she put me in contact with Converse Contender, and we exchanged messages, and he's willing to come on at some point. I think it was Han Solo was another person.
Yeah, General Han Solo, Converse Contender, Catholic Fusionist / now he goes by John Fisher. which is Maximus. Like, those are all great choices for people that are going to have reasonable, rational, thoughtful conversations. And whether or not you think it's fantastical or ridiculous or whatever here and there, they're
Right.
people that at least, well, they spend some time thinking out their positions and either you know, figuring out like the cultural context of things, figuring out how does this work with science, how does this coincide with what we know now, and then other people who are very philosophical minded, like Maximus, for sure, because that's what he did in school, and then Converse Contender as a layman. Those people are, they're cordial, they're kind, they're considerate, they're people that take their faith seriously, meaning that they're trying to become better people, and they're not just using it as a shield going, well, I've lived in the flesh and I'm doing all this horrible stuff to you, but God has forgiven me, and but an atheist can't judge me because you don't have objective morality. How are you to judge me through your worldview? And so, like, instead of playing that game, they honestly try to be honest and you know, like, talk to those people and you'll find a much different experience.
Yep.
But I think that's like the issue with Christianity that I have is that it needs to be inclusive. Once they can get over these dogmas and be inclusive of everybody, I'm not going to have too much issues with them. And it, you know, like, I've said that several times to like Matt Powell, and I try to make that, you know, plain as day as I go through it, and I'm making all of these videos about these extremists, is that, you know, like the progressive Christians, or what I would consider liberal Christians, they need to win the war of this, because, you know, Christianity as an inclusive thing and not a dogmatic thing trying to push Christianity on everybody, I think is the future of the religion. If we're gonna ever coexist, you know.
Well, I completely agree, right? And so, like, that's why I've long been a secularist, and I've promoted ecumenical, you know, situations where we're talking Catholics and Protestants together. Oh my gosh, it's raining cats and dogs, and having rational, you know, civilized discussions, and trying to come to understandings, like that stuff is pretty interesting. But what you're finding with the Matt Powells and the Steven Andersons is that they are headed towards, if not, well, Steven Anderson for sure, and Matt Powell probably, Christian dominionism. And they really do want to associate their religion with the government and make it intertwined. And their version of religion is extremely Levitical and very rigid and very anti-gay. And you'll find that the anti-gay stance, anti-LGBT stance, that's something that I deal with a lot and I fight with because, well, you know, I'm the B in LGBT, right? Like, I should probably care about it. I noticed that fundamental Christians have like a big sliding scale. And so Matt Powell and Steven Anderson are pretty terrible. They're like, you know, they say horrible things like, if you're homosexual, you should die. You'll burn forever in the lake of fire. You ought to be stoned. I was told I ought to be stoned. I ought to be killed. I've been actually told that on YouTube. And I know that ain't nothing because I see what happens to Faye on Twitter. And I'm like, holy crap. I watch that stuff go down. I'm like, wow, you guys are crazy. Like, you know, like, it's just mean. And
John sees it more than I do. But I've seen a little bit and I'm like, fuck.
Yeah, it's pretty horrific. But we get it low key, right? And I want to point out that there is a sliding scale of how horrific people are, and I know that there are a lot of activists and what you call the more SJW types that you know, kind of throw everybody all into the extremists. But I actually do see that there's a sliding scale, and I would say that there's the Matt Powells that are really big on my threat meter, and then it kind of slides to like it's Matt Slick, and Matt Slick will say, well, this is a mental problem, you should see a counselor, and he would suggest conversion therapy, and that's still harmful, but it's less harmful. And then there's the Catholic version, which is also kind of harmful, but not as harmful, where the Catholics say, oh, you know, we see that this is totally your thing, and we understand and acknowledge that this is an inclination. However, you have to be abstinent, and that also is bad, but not as bad as you ought to die, and not as bad as conversion therapy, some of the awful things that happen with that. So I'm like, okay, there's like that sliding scale of like, how bad is it? And then it gets to the point of like inclusiveness. And when a Christian is inclusive, I can point to a blogger named John Pavlovich, who wrote a essay saying, if my son was gay, this is how I'd react if my child was gay. And it was incredibly kind and inclusive of LGBT. And people say he's going to hell because he wrote an inclusive thing saying that if his son was gay, he would love him and accept him and be proud of him.
Well, and you know, the funny thing is, okay, I was a Christian for 35 years, and I've said that many times that, okay, so when I was a Christian, the man I called Lord, he would accept gay people. And if you look in the Bible, show me anywhere where Jesus ever said anything about gay people being bad. Now you can point to the fact that he, said let not a jot or a tittle, of the old laws be, changed or whatever. But he didn't say anything about it. He talked about inclusiveness. He talked about, loving your neighbor. He talked about turning the other cheek. A friend of mine, Christian years ago, was trying to argue that Jesus would have been for the death penalty. And I said, look, man, I know I'm not a Christian anymore, but I'm going to tell you something. There's no way that the man who stopped a harlot from being stoned to death, there's no way that the man...
She was probably not a harlot, by the way.
Well,
right. She was guilty of the sin of fornication, which is not punishable by death.
At any rate, and there's no way that the man who, while hanging from a cross, forgave those who nailed him to it, would be for the death penalty. Same thing that Jesus would not have, been down with like the Matt Powells and the Steven Andersons of the world about like killing gay people. When I was a Christian, we wanted sinners in the church. Okay. And if you, going by the Bible, if you think a gay person is a sinner, well, then why wouldn't you want them in the church? Or any sinner, or, you think atheists.
Is the church the hospital for the sick, as some people and theologians have pointed out, or is the church where people have already made it and they have everything together?
Right. Is the church the club, or is it the, that's the way I always took it, when I was coming up, and that's the way that, the preachers that preach to me would put it, is that, we want to fill these seats with sinners. This isn't, it's not like the club where everybody that's made it hangs out.
Oh man. I hate to break in. I gotta interrupt. Sorry, guys. I'm about to head out, but because I actually have friends now, so I can go out on the weekend. But just want to say, turn the other cheek. That sounds very sexually inclusive to me. I'm just saying. I think you guys are on the right way, but like I said, it kind of changed my opinion, man. It's just like you just see all these lackeys, these sucky ass lackeys, but then you got to remember that most of them are pretty decent people. You know what I mean? Not everybody's like a sucky ass G-man or fucking Matt Powell or whatever. You know what I mean? They're the shitty ass pepper on top of your beer. So. But I gotta let you guys go. Have a great day and have an awesome birthday. Nice
appreciate it.
You too, John.
Nice seeing you, man.
Yeah, take care.
Yeah, hell yeah. We're even though the first time we interacted on Discord, that was a shit show. But and then I've never met Mr. Parker. I've met him before, but I haven't talked too much. Clockwork, I know you, but you're being quiet the whole time. And nice to see you, Slade. You almost looked American till you spoke, and then I found out you were from a foreign land, the land of Oz. All right, I'll let you guys go. Later.
So later, man. Just imagine like what he was just saying. So just imagine if all, what is it, like 2.2 billion, 2.4 billion Christians on the planet were all like the Matt Powells of the world. I mean, the world would be a freaking radicalized. It'd be a murderous fucking hellscape.
We would be radical at that point. Make no mistake that Matt Powell and Steven Anderson are radical Christians. Like they would be very dangerous when given power. Like incredibly.
Fuck
God, they're a minority right now.
NIFB operates up the fucking street from me, and I told NFI I fuck it up all the time. I don't fucking know. I'm stony baloney, my dude. But also, I told this to Johnny. He goes, what? And I go, yeah, it's right fucking there. That's where they go. And they all dress fucking Amish for some reason. It's so fucking creepy. They dress like fucking Mennonites or something. It's like the girls are in fucking 16th century dresses with frocks and everything.
You know
It's
that
like
Baptist church? I just forgot the name of them. The one that protests the funerals. They're pretty terrible too.
Westboro Baptist.
Westboro.
Yeah.
Westboro is less terrible than Matt Powell
Oh, yeah.
and Steven Anderson. And the reason why they're less terrible is not because they're not hateful, because they're hateful. They're super hateful. And they laugh in glee at the thought of your son dying at war and that fags go to hell. They laugh in glee. So they're terrible, horrible people. Oh, sorry for saying that word, but like it's in the context that they say it.
Yeah.
But like, please understand that they still believe in separation of church and state and actually fight for that, which is interesting. 'cause
That and Westboro
Yeah.
Baptist Church is just about fucking irrelevant right now. And,
Well,
Yeah.
they've
They're-
pretty much kept
Yeah.
it to the family and the community.
They're so weirdo family.
Yeah.
So if
So
you're listening right now, Matt Powell, or if you're listening sometime in the future, think about what Spackle just said. The Westboro Baptist Church.
Speaking of
Walk
rest,
signs saying that
yeah, they're
God
definitely.
hates fags, that they're not as bad as you are, man.
Well, yeah,
No,
and
they're
that
not.
we've all seen them use that same exact language, and they utilize children just like Westboro does, but they're expanding everywhere. Like Will, you said they're in New York now. I mean,
upstate, yeah.
this they're here. They're in Upper Michigan here. It's they are expanding. It's
The-
a real
The difference
shitstorm.
is they want to utilize the government and they
Yeah.
want to.
Everyone
create a
around here
theocracy.
thinks they're a fucking joke. There's about 6 or 7 different denominations of Christianity in town, in the circle in the village proper, and they all think the NIFB is a fucking joke.
What you're describing is interesting, Will. So you're describing the NIFB that's went even more extreme. They're going to even more quiverful ways, I would say. Like I covered the 12 tribes cult, and that's what
correct.
It sounds like that's kind of what you're describing, to where most NIFB churches, like your pastors are wearing suits and your people are usually wearing their Sunday clothes. I've interviewed quite a few now at this point. So you're, from what you're describing is what's happening in upstate New York is that it's now starting to take more of a cult-like mentality.
The funny thing is
than
that
before.
apparently they've been here for a while. They've been here since the early 2000s, so going on 20 years now or something. So,
Well,
Hey, real quick, I just want to say to live chat, Leo Phileas is here.
yep.
Hey, Leo, I just put the link in the live chat. Why don't you come on in for a few minutes, man? I'd like to talk to you about your spanking of Nephilim Free.
Knock, I did have one bone to pick with you. That I forgot about? Are you fucking with Godless now or what?
Godless.
Godless girl.
Oh, here's Maynard.
I mean, it's a very complicated story. She's a fucking train wreck. But I mean, it's
Yeah.
complicated. We know each other, yes.
She came in to one of our streams when Brett Keane was still hanging around there towards the end. Yes. Do you remember that? Were you there?
I've been in so many godless fights. You have no idea. Like I hate her. and
She
hates
called me a fag and a retard and everything. And then, well, the thing
Oh,
is
that's
that
nothing. She calls me roast beef cunt. So like, I think I'm-
yeah.
Holy
Did
shit.
you guys see
Don't
the
surprise me.
debate the other night?
Yeah, she was saying that word on Modern Day Debate the other day.
She called one of my friends.
She was
who
dropping it
legit-
hard, yeah.
Yeah, Leo Phileas said he'll be in here in 5 minutes.
Apropos of nothing, one of my friends who legitimately mentally.
How have you not fixed that yet, Will? Holy
It's Spectra.
shit.
We figured it out. It's the internet. There's nothing I can do about it. There's only one game in town. We
oh,
try to
I
switch
was
to
afraid
Verizon.
that was me that was doing that.
No,
'cause,
it's
like,
me.
I'm on my phone.
No, it's Spectrum. Spectrum is the only internet service provider around here. We can't get anything else, so there's
God
nothing.
damn it, Spectrum! Get your act together.
I know.
Yeah. Oh,
Can
dude,
you
that
guys
would,
hear
that
me
would
okay?
frustrate me. Yeah,
I
hey,
have-
what's up, Maynard?
How you guys doing? Happy birthday, Knock.
Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. I'm glad you was able to stop by.
Yeah, man, I
What do you do
appreciate
today?
it. Leo Phileas the other night, man, he was taking those schools to task. That was great, man. They
I
kept
mean,
accusing him of I don't know if you guys caught that, man, but there was some good stuff, man. He took those fools to task. It was
It's
Yeah, I
fun.
haven't caught it
free,
all yet.
though. It's Nephilim free. It's like arguing with a child. It's,
Well, it was not just Nephilim. It was a room full of toxic. See, like, getting back to the point of what we was talking about with like how Christians need to be more accepting. Like, that's almost what Smokey does. Like, they have this group of very different Christians, YECs, non-YECs, and so like I could get behind that, but like they're a group because they hate atheists. That's what makes them a group, and it's like, oh man, you kind of ruined it there.
You know what the most telling thing was, Knock, was when Icky Taint was talking. He goes, well, I have a different take on this than my brothers, so I'm not going to talk right now. I'm just going to let them speak. And it's like, yeah, because they're full of fucking shit, man.
Spackle. Who else do we lose?
Yeah, a couple people dropped. Yeah, feel free to come back in. And then anybody else that would like to come in. CJ Cox said he had to work till 10, so I told him we'd be streaming for a while, so maybe he'll come in here in a little bit. Still no Smokey. So real quick before we get back into the discussions, and maybe hopefully Spackle and whoever else we lost will come back in. Let's just remember a time when I went into Smokey's channel, and I think was it even Smokey's channel? Yeah, or it might have been John Maddox's channel. Oh well, like Smokey, come in.
If someone would say that about, excuse me, rat roach retard, I'm talking. If that was to be said about any other people or any other culture, would it not be racist?
All right, so it's nice to meet you, Smokey.
Would you answer the question, you disgusting coward sack of subhuman crap that tries to virtue signal as something meaningful when you are useless social cancer that needs to be scraped off our boot as soon as humanly possible?
Oh,
Wow.
Icky, come on in.
So
Come on
he
in.
probably won't. I'm gonna probably drop here soon because I want you to have fun with your little toy. Because he's I believe it's I mean he's not in here. It's probably because he's salty about me fucking with him. And I'm a low. I'm subhuman garbage too. By the way,
He's scared. He's scared.
Yeah, what a dumb bitch. Come on, bring.
You don't
your
have to
fucking-
drop. He'll either come in or he won't.
But it's your birthday, Knock. I want you to have your toy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll have so much. I mean, I'm gonna have so much fun with the guy moving forward. It's quite all right.
Leophilius, he fucking doesn't know how to internet apparently. Oh, there we go.
No, me and John always hit the button simultaneously.
Oof, mutton head. All right, get on it. Get on it.
Leo Phileas was on fire the other night, dude. He was on fire. He's
Yeah,
letting them
he was crushing
motherfuckers
it.
have it, dude. Yeah, he was dropping a hammer on these motherfuckers.
All right.
That's great.
I didn't even realize I was muted. Leo, I just wanted to ask you about something that I picked up when Knock was playing that, replaying that little interchange between you and Nephilim Free.
Oh,
And
last Saturday.
at one point, Nephilim 3 kind of shadowed you down, and he made the statement that the very existence of the universe entails a supernatural cause or something to that effect. Like, and I like put in the comment section, like I quoted him, and I was like, boy, that's a new one on me. Like, when did science prove that?
So people can hear me, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So the thing with that is, and I know Nephilim Free from an app called Peltalk. I don't know if any of you have heard of that or been on that. Happy birthday to the Raging Atheist, by the way. How old are you now? 35?
Oh, I wish. Thank you very much. I'm 43, unfortunately.
Oh, right on. That's still young.
Yeah,
Still young.
we're midlife now. It's midlife.
Yeah. But the thing with Nephilim is I know him from Peltalk, and he's made a lot of claims, but does not know a single thing about cosmology. And I tried to stay away in that discussion from cosmology and the aspects of theoretical physics. We did get in a little bit with quantum mechanics because I don't like to word it this way because I'm not technically an expert, but it just, for lack of a better term, those are my areas of expertise. So Nephilim doesn't really have anything to bring to the table. You're not going to find many modern cosmologists, and just to name three well-known ones off the top of my head, you've got Sean Carroll, you've got Leonard Susskind, you've got Katie Mack, you've got Alexander Vilenkin, Stephen Hawking. None of them believe that the universe had a beginning in the more of the classic ontological sense of that word. So to say that the universe requires a cause is almost a meaningless statement, because you're taking something that only exists within nature and trying to apply it to nature as if it somehow supervenes it. And and that's where Stephen Hawking says, it's kind of like saying, well, what's north of the North Pole? The question is nonsensical to begin with and really doesn't have an answer because of that.
Yeah, I mean, and the thing of it is too is, and I, longtime friend of the channel, the Messenger Reveals, who just touched base with here not too long ago again. Me and him, when I first met him, we had an argument in a comment section because he was trying to claim that any question unanswered by science could be assumed to be supernatural. And I'm like, no, that's not how that works.
Nephilim said that?
No. The Messenger Reveal said that.
Oh,
an exchange we had, and because he was claiming, and he brought up what's the thing with the in quantum mechanics where things are connected from way far away or whatever.
Oh, entanglement.
And he was claiming, we don't know everything why that happens, so we can assume that that's a supernatural. I'm like, that's not the way it works. I said, if you look throughout history, there's many things that science has answered over the years that were thought to be supernatural. You can't just assume because something is unknown that it's supernatural. And that's basically what Nephi was claiming there. We don't know what the beginnings of the universe were exactly, so it has to be God.
Yep. And the thing with entanglement is, and this is I'm reading the book again just because it's just a phenomenal book. But Sean Carroll, it came out last year. It's called Something Deeply Hidden. And in this book, he discusses numerous topics like entanglement in quantum mechanics that are often misconceived, especially by the public or in the public eye. And entanglement is one of those, like I said. And a lot of people misinterpret entanglement, wave function collapse, and numerous other aspects of quantum mechanics, mainly because they don't understand the mathematics from which those concepts arise, which gives my much
I hate to
deeper
interrupt, but I gotta-
understanding of it. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I got to drop. It was great hanging out with you guys.
Oh yeah. Thanks for coming on, Will. Always a blast, man. Always fun.
Good luck with Smokey. I hope he shows, and I hope you shove your foot right up his ass. That would be fun.
I doubt he will.
I doubt it too.
He's kind of a bitch.
I'll see you guys later.
All right, see you, man.
Adios, Will.
It would be nice if he'd come in. I mean, we always go in his rooms with a bunch of theists, but you don't see them come in with a bunch of atheists very often. And that's not an attack or anything, or even really calling out. It's just kind of making an observation. Yeah. But anyway, a lot of people misunderstand entanglement, but it's essentially a result of the mathematics of the way that wave equations that deal almost exclusively with probabilities rather than absolutes. The way that mathematics plays out is sort of that's where we can get concepts like entanglement.
Are you on coke? Are you on meth? Are you on crack right now?
No, he's gonna do the same exact things that John Maddox did last night when I was in with reviewing the debate that SFT, who I do actually have a lot of respect for. I do have respect for SFT, but he debated on MDD a guy I haven't seen before. Derek goes by Ricky, who's I think getting a master's. I think he said bachelor's or a master's. I think he said master's in science education, and I think he's going to do teaching or be a teacher, something like that, if I remember correctly. And literally, the only thing he pretty much said was, "Are you on drugs? What drugs are you on?" It's nothing but ad hominem attacks. If you're gonna address me, then address what I say. Don't attack my character. Otherwise, I just
It was ad hom all night with them last night.
And that's all they got in their wheelhouse. They can't. And something that I pointed out before, Maynard. And Maynard hit it right on the noggin. Okay, a lot of people call ad hom just when somebody throws an insult, which isn't, that lacks decorum too when you're trying to have a discussion with somebody. But if you simply throw an insult out there, that's not ad hom. Ad hom is when you use the insult as part of your argument, and Smokey and Maddox do that continuously. They say you're wrong because you are this scummy, immoral, whatever. You're wrong because you're a trash clown, or whatever the words are.
That's the one I really like. Trash clown.
Sky Owl's here. I think Sky Owl's got some reverb.
Yeah. I just want to point out to the audience, if you thought that you smelled shame and confusion and the Dunning-Kruger effect, you are correct. Sky Out is here. Hello, Sky Out.
I mean, at least Sky Out will come in and talk to a bunch of atheists. Smokey seems to be scared.
Happy birthday, Nakasuchi, man. Hope you're doing well.
I appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Turn my camera back on. I'm kind of in and out with the camera, but yeah, I'm pretty good. I'm chilling.
Yeah, that's cool, man. That's cool. It's good to see you and everything. I wanted to talk to Leophilius real quick because he was talking about science, and I think you're a little inconsistent on your.
Oh, this will be fun. Let me turn my camera off and
Here,
just listen.
let me fucking mute here for like about and watch the slaughter.
Hey,
get him,
hey,
Leo.
Naka, happy birthday, and I'm glad you invited me in. And let's listen to this horse shit.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Clockwork.
He just. I had to come in to correct Leophilius because he said the universe was basically created out of nothing, and he listed off. He listed off a few cosmologists, and I have cosmologists and physicists and astrophysicists as well that say that the universe did have a beginning, and I can quote them as well. Fred Hoyle, George Ellis, Paul Davis, and Alan Sandage all believe that the universe had a beginning. And not only that even he quoted Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking even says that the universe and time itself had a beginning in the Big Bang about 15 billion years ago. Also, Tom Percy from Caltech, Stuart Robbins, Chris LaBrocco, and Blair Ronstein from University of Michigan, they all say that the universe had a beginning. Now, when Leophilius says that the universe is eternal and forever and was not created by no mind, what he's doing is that he's not representing cosmology in the truest fashion, because if he's going to say that if the atheists want to believe that the universe existed before the Big Bang, there is no evidence for this belief because none exists. It's metaphysical in nature. And this is in an article called the Origin of Life Foundation. See, what Leophilius believes, he's appealing to...
What does the origins of life have to do with cosmogony?
Basically, when you say that the universe did not have a beginning, you are appealing to what is metaphysical in nature, which has no evidence.
I didn't actually say that. Well, I mean, I did, but when Lawrence Krauss says the universe came from nothing, the phrase is tongue-in-cheek, and Sean Carroll even says this. I can actually give you the video. I can give you 2 videos where he says this.
Oh, no.
There's also a lecture by Leonard Susskind where he outlines this. And if you've ever had face-to-face conversations with people who are PhDs or are professors in astrophysics and cosmology like I have, most of them believe the universe has a beginning. But as I have already said, the word beginning does not have the classical ontological meaning that people like you mean when you say beginning.
So what do you mean by beginning?
What we mean by beginning is it's bounded at one end, but that's not the point at which its existence physically starts. It's like a ruler. The beginning of a ruler is the first inch, but the ruler doesn't come into existence at the first inch. The whole ruler already exists. It's the same with the universe. The Big Bang, if there even is an absolute beginning, there probably is, but we don't know for sure. It's just a boundary at one end of this space-time block. It's not the point that its existence starts. So it's a beginning, but not in the ontological sense that you're speaking of. And that's exactly what the cosmologists say, including most of them that you cited.
Except it does exist in the ontological sense, and you might believe that it doesn't exist.
The reason it doesn't is because time is tenseless.
That's it? That's your answer?
Yeah, that is the answer.
Do you know that? So you're saying that the universe is forever and eternal, right? You just popped up out of nothing?
No, the universe is tenseless. The universe exists tenselessly, not timelessly, because time is a facet of the universe. So technically speaking, the universe exists for all time, because time is a thing of the universe. The universe exists tenselessly, not eternally, not timelessly, tenselessly.
Can I ask a quick question? So why does it matter if the universe has a beginning or an end? How does that prove God?
Okay.
Well, there's problems with divine creation. Even if I were to grant Skyout's point, there are problems with divine creation.
Well, you find it a problem, but we do
No,
not.
they're
because-
actual like logical problems that can't be avoided. There's
we
such
have
as creation, timeless creation. You can't create. Creation is by definition. You can look it up. I already have numerous times. I've had this discussion.
If I may
Creation
interject-
by definition is a process, and processes by definition require time. So how does one create the very thing required for creation?
Okay, this is really fun. I was going to say he does exist in an ontological sense because God is on the outside of time and space, and he's not subject. Well, I am talking. I know you're not talking
I was
about
speaking
God.
about the beginning of the universe. That's not ontological. It's not an
Yeah,
ontological.
I'm talking about how God exists before the beginning of time because he's timeless.
There's no such thing as before time. That's like saying north of the North Pole.
God.
I mean, what you're saying that's nothing.
Then you're saying there's nothing. Then you would have
You're
to
saying that there
explain-
is no such. So when you say there's no such state as before or above or without the universe. So when you say that God exists before or above or without the universe, you
I
are
didn't say
saying
that.
that God exists at no state. Well, that is what you're saying. And you're
I
saying
didn't
that
say
God
that.
exists at no state, which means there's no state in which God exists, which means
No,
that God
he
doesn't
does not.
exist.
He does not need his own creation to exist. He's on the outside of his own creation, according to the biblical
There's no
principle.
such thing as outside of the universe.
How do you know it's he?
Okay, when you compare the astrophysicists and cosmologists and physicists and use scientific principles
But
and
see, I don't
biblical
just
reference,
write on what they say. I actually understand what they're saying. I don't
you
think
now?
you do.
What are
Yes,
you, like,
I do
18?
quite well. No, I'm 25.
I like this new Sky Out. Like you're trying to be like SFT and Maddox and all these new people that you're like kind of hanging out with.
I know.
Yeah,
I know.
It's just too bad that Sky Out doesn't understand the words that are coming out of his mouth.
Oh no,
I have a question for Sky Out. Is are you a young Earth creationist, Sky Out?
No, I'm an old
Are you?
Earth.
You're an old Earth. Okay, you're So you don't take the Genesis in a literal interpretation?
No.
Okay.
We can talk
that's
about Genesis.
interesting.
Yeah, we could talk about Genesis 1:1. Yeah, I mean, but what I'm talking about is Leophilius on the ontological sense of God and the ontological point that he just brought
not
up.
speaking of God's
The many, the many.
Wait a second. I muted you. When he talked about ontological sense, he was talking about the ontological sense of the term beginning. He said nothing about the ontological sense of the existence of God. So you are the one that's changing the subject.
No. I'm saying that there is no origin or other way for gravity to be generated other than a mind. And Leophilius is saying
gravity is just the result of the interaction with mass on space-time.
Of course.
Einstein's equations.
Yeah, mass and space-time. I got that. But the origin of where the laws of physics and space-time comes from, the color blue.
Aren't a thing. They're how humans describe the fundamental consistencies we observe in the
see, now
mechanistic
he's
operation.
changing the subject.
And these fundamental consistencies.
How do we know which color blue is?
These
The
fundamental
consistencies are observations. We observe them. That's why science says it can't prove things, because we only speak of what we can consistently observe.
What science does do, it can point to a mind and a creator, and that's what we call a God.
How?
What do you mean how? You use scientific principles.
What points to a mind?
What points to a mind? Everything. Do you see intelligence,
Like what?
intelligibility?
Well, Sky Out, you say a mind. When you say a mind, and you go back to the Old Testament, did the mind wrestle? Who was it with? Jacob?
The mind wrestle. No, we were talking about the beginning of the universe, but let me just address him real quick, and we can talk about that in a second. But for Leophilius, because I was talking to Leophilius like a few days ago in the chat. We wanted to do this on MDD. I don't know if you remember. Happy birthday, Knock! Got
I
him
did
here.
email him, by the way. He has. He got back
thanks for
once, but not.
Thanks, Scott.
Not sick.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
But yeah.
wait a minute, though, Scott. Before you go on, why don't you answer Leo's question? You just made the statement that everything points to the existence of a mind in control of the universe, or a mind brought about the universe, or and Leo asked you, if you could cite some examples of, because you're saying literally everything, so basically you're saying look at the trees, but could you point to some specifics on what about our existence proves that there has to be a God behind it? That's basically the statement you just made.
That's why we were starting. I'd say perhaps the best way to start is from a scientist's point of view. And I believe that the universe is what we call it. There's a rational intelligibility of the universe. The universe is rationally intelligible because there's a creator God behind it. Now, I don't know how Leo Filius accounts for the rational intelligibility of the universe.
What do you mean by the rational intelligibility of the universe? You mean like our capability to understand it?
Well,
because that simply arises from the fact that we exist in and consistently through all of our senses and everything receive stimuli about it, from which we can observe particular consistencies and apply those to that reality that we're in to understand how we think it best works. That's what science is. That's what all the theories and the laws that we have are. So the rational intelligibility isn't something put into the universe. It's just the fact that since we are in it, and we receive stimuli from it, we can thus receive knowledge and information about it, because that's what the human brain does. And
rationality and intelligibility are descriptors of human minds, not of universes.
Well, I would like to finish my thought here. But Darwin, he did not explain this origin of life and origin of the universe, and I start there because
he wasn't trying to explain the origin of the universe.
And as scientists and cosmologists and physicists, we're studying this, and this very own science assumes that the universe is rationally intelligible. Now, what you just said earlier, and correct me if I'm wrong, atheism says that the thoughts in our mind are in the end of the only results of a mindless, unguided process. Now, it's very difficult to say that anything's true about ourselves. So God is an explicator of a level of an agent, not a mechanism. So we can study mechanisms in science and in biology. So the more sophisticated the argument, the more well pointed towards an agent from Leo Filius's point of view. And you don't argue away the existence of an agent by showing that there's a mechanism. And I don't see how he manages to get God and science as alternative explanations.
So where's the intelligent agency in? Let me think of something. Because the processes that immediately come to my mind are more complex, and I don't want to go down that road.
God damn it.
So,
I have a point of order.
Let's talk about nuclear fusion in stars. Where's the intelligibility behind that process? Because we can explain that quite well. So, and you're stating that if we have a mechanism to thoroughly explain something, that doesn't remove a need for an intelligence behind it. Well, where's the intelligence behind nuclear fusion reactions that occur in stars?
Well, again, the nuclear fusion that occurs in stars.
Yeah, Clockwork Rex wants to jump in. So finish your point, Sky, out, and we'll let Clockwork.
Hey, I've got to go.
Oh, Slate.
Have a
all right.
birthday, and it's been interesting, and I really sucks if I'm going to miss the end of this conversation. But catch you later.
Oh yeah. Thanks for stopping by, Slade.
Sorry
anytime,
you didn't
man.
get to participate more, Slade.
Yeah. So,
peace out.
Yeah, take care.
I'm going to look you up, Leo Filius. I will.
Cheerio, Slade.
But yeah, you guys enjoy yourselves. Catch you later.
Cheers, man.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Take it
Yeah,
easy.
thanks for stopping by.
See ya.
All right, so yeah, hurry up and make your point back to Leo Filius, Sky out, and we'll let Clockwork Rex get in here.
Well, I kind of lost my train of thought now because I got interrupted, but you got Clockwork go.
All right, yeah, sorry about that, Sky. Go ahead, Clockwork.
Oh wait, how old are you now, there, Naka?
43. 43.
God
Yeah,
damn, baby.
Yeah, I feel much older though. So
Yeah, I was gonna say you're feeling bad about 43. I got about like.
Well,
14
I mean,
years
I'm 47.
You're how old, Clockwork?
Yeah, I'm 47, so I'll feel you there.
Oh, I got you beat. I got
47.
you beat.
I'm 47.
Yeah, but I'm the old part.
I feel like 65 a lot of times though.
I mean, I'm the old fart in the room unless you're talking about Sky.
Oh yeah, I feel
always
like
been and will always
like
be.
20 years ago.
Look at my picture. I look like I'm 2,000 years old.
Yeah, yeah.
I knew
yeah.
you
Hey,
were real.
Jesus.
Is that a
That's a
current
complete
picture of you,
different
Mater?
because I do
Remind
believe
me to put a GIF in your server later.
Awesome. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
Sky Out. If God is so fucking smart, why the fuck did he put the tree of knowledge of good and evil in the Garden of Eden and then put Adam and Eve in there?
Because he loves you.
Because he knew what was going to happen. He fucking knew what was going to happen.
Yeah, you think that God is all the omnis, right, Sky?
Of course.
So he knew that Adam and Eve would eat of that tree, right?
I'm gonna
Well, he
test
also
you,
put a
even
tree
though I
of
know what would
everlasting
happen
life.
if I tested you.
Yeah,
He put a tree of everlasting life in there, and they don't die. So what was the purpose of that?
Because in order to love God, you have to have the choice to reject Him. Otherwise,
What
you're
does that have to do with a tree of everlasting life when you already don't die?
Hey, Sky Out, real quick, man. I think the best birthday present you could give Nakasuchi is if when people ask you questions, if you're not sure how to answer, if you would just please respond with same as yours.
I can't believe you remember. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Well, this new Sky Out
fucking
is
know.
interesting. I like the studies. The you coming with studies was like.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to watch my review on the Shannon Q Smokey Saint thing.
Oh, weren't you a
No,
part?
you don't.
Weren't you in that
We asked
conversation?
you
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Yeah, I was.
Yeah, I thought so. So I don't want to derail the conversation. But like, yeah, I won't derail the conversation. I'll save that for later. So don't go until I can ask some questions. But y'all can continue.
Okay. I was going to continue about on the atheistic view. Are you an atheist, Theophilus?
Yes.
Okay. On the atheistic view, it seems to be on your view that the naturalistic view that everything is ultimately destined to destruction and heat death of the universe. As the universe expands, it grows colder and colder as its energy is used up, and eventually all the stars will burn out, all matter will collapse into dead stars, into black holes. There'll be no life, no heat, no light, only corpses of dead stars and galaxies expanding into endless darkness. So now
Citation
God,
needed.
and so God is by definition a self-existent, timeless, necessary being. So if there is a God, let's just talk about possibilities. If there is a God, there cannot be a cause of such entity anymore. Then there can be a cause of the number 7 or the property of being blue. Things that begin to exist, that come into being, have causes
for those.
But something that is eternal and
This is
necessary
getting into horseshit story.
Knock, you got some ranch for that word salad?
Yeah. Hey, real quick, Sky Out.
I'm sorry. My bot is being insane. I'm trying to change some settings. Thank you, Shannon Q. I'm sorry, my bot timed you out.
Oh, did the bot time Shannon Q out?
The bot totally timed Shannon Q out.
I think it's because of the all caps.
In, you need to tell her she needs to get in
Shannon.
because I'd like to go hi.
Shannon. Hey, hold on a second, Shannon.
All right.
I just posted the StreamYard link in the live chat. Come on in, Shannon. We'd love if you come in for a few minutes. Sky Out is educating us on the origins of the universe.
Educating me on a subject I've been studying for 10 years.
Nakasuchi.
Yeah.
Nakasuchi. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's up, Doubting Thomas?
I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to say happy birthday, man. And my relationship with your channel has been a love-hate-love relationship.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it, man.
I loved you when you first came on.
Oh, Doubting
Things went
Thomas
a little
is a good guy.
Things went a little sideways, in my opinion. And you're coming back around, and I like what you're doing, man. I like your approach. And if at any time you need to slip me backstage to let Shannon or anybody else in, please do it.
Oh yeah. I appreciate that, Doubting Thomas. I feel the same way. I think the channel is really starting to come back now.
Right on.
I wish I could figure out this stupid this new bot because I'm really technically
Is it a
illiterate.
stream bot?
Yeah,
back
it's
to its
Stream
roots,
Elements. Yeah,
That's a good
yeah.
thing.
I am getting back to doing the real work. You know, like talking to people again. I think that's where I got away from things. Let me see. There, I just was in there. Man, I was just in there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't understand. Like, is there settings to the bot that you can?
Yeah, I'm in them right now. I'm just trying to find where I need to go, and I keep letting myself get sidetracked. But I'm technically illiterate, so I've got people that are going to help me.
I mean, here's
Man,
the thing.
I was hoping to get a YEC in here. I was hoping to have some fun.
If there's ever a message that should be in all caps, it would be "Happy Birthday." Come on. Like,
Doubting Thomas is cool. Smokey Saint is a fuck nut, and so is P. Mars.
I don't think I
How about
Personal
Gavin?
opinion. Personal opinion.
How about Gavin?
It should be fixed now. So
Gavin
yeah, hopefully
Herman
it's fixed now.
Herman Lynn or whatever it is.
Gavin's the worst.
Sky Out.
I do believe I could listen to the radio at a reasonable volume.
Yeah, so Scott, what do you think about Gavin? Have you been in a room with Gavin?
I can't recall. I don't know if he was there last time when we were in the chat with Smokey. He could have been there.
Do you think he's just a troll, or is he for real?
I do believe that is my stapler.
I have not listened to anything from him, so I couldn't tell you.
I've got this this banner in honor of him. Here, I'll put it up real quick. Let me find it.
Oh,
Let me
yeah.
find it. It's hashtag staplerboard, hashtag boring.
Yeah, boring.
I was gonna make a sound clip of that for tonight, but
I'm
I settled on your friend. I have questions, Kyle. So, are you're hanging out with Praise? I didn't think y'all got along too well.
Oh no, we get along just fine. He was. I heard from Smokey. He became a Trinitarian because me and Praise argued back to back on Unitarianism and Trinitarianism. He finally came to the truth that God is triune. So yeah. So I think everything's cool. He finally got out of that kind of.
What do you like about Smokey Saint?
I like his passion. He talks, like he goes on. He's got the pile full of Christians. He's not afraid to just be outlandish.
All right. So just do me a favor and let's talk about how he talks. That's really Christian of you. Do the rest of the Christians
Yeah, I
in this
don't feel
room
with
approve
your
of this
theological
behavior?
condescension, you disgusting sack of crap. You don't get to come in here and tell me how you interpret my book, which you also call stupid.
Is that the passion you're talking about?
My book.
It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, it is the passion. It's a passion that we're all fallen people and we're all sinners and we all have that sinful, angry kind of rebellion in our hearts that the Bible says.
Do you think that like you know, because I've taken a lot of shit. Me and you, like you're literally like the first like Christian I've ever debated on Modern Day Debate. Me and you have been talking for a long time. Do you think that helps the conversation? I get accused of a lot of things, and yeah, I make some like my edited videos. I'm like, yeah, I'll take the criticisms and I can see them fairly, but like I really try not to approach people in a raging atheist type of manner. Do you think that this is like really helping the conversation or not?
Well, you kind of have a thing of pissing people off. So
well, I mean, I just make content that I think I would like as an atheist. Like, so with Smokey Saint, I made some Bible is stupid videos where I'm just taking the Genesis very literally, you know, and for some reason, Smokey, who claims to neither be old Earth or young Earth, but somehow defends both, got mad about that, and he started trolling me. So I mean, like, yeah, I mean, if you're a Christian and you're watching the Raging Atheist edited content, you might get a bit triggered. I mean, but that's on you for watching it, right?
Yeah, but there's a point. Well, for me, I probably wouldn't get as angry as Smokey did. And for other people, they probably have a shorter fuse. But I don't want you to think like, oh, see, look at the Christian get angry, so you try to belittle the Christian because you made him angry type thing. Because everyone gets angry. We're all in the same boat as far as sinning and rebelling.
Yeah, but when is Smokey not angry?
Yeah, well, it's not even the anger. Like I get angry all the time, but I have I ever called you like a cockroach or like, oh, Sky Out, you're such a piece of shit. Like we even had our thing about your characters you did on your channel there for a while, and it got heated. But it was never like, oh, you're just slime, dude. What the fuck's wrong with you? I'm trying to understand how Christians think that acting like a douchebag is somehow makes Smokey Saint a champion of Christianity.
Well,
the Sky Out comedy night.
Let's put it like this: if Nakasuchi was walking on a mountain and you were close to the edge of the cliff, and then Smokey Saint is calling you names to get you closer to him so you don't fall, and that's pretty much how I look at it. So he's trying to save you.
So wait a minute, Sky Out, wait a minute. So somebody's near a cliff and they're about to fall. So then you say that you start yelling at them, hey, you trash clown, you immoral piece of garbage, to save them from falling off the cliff. Is that your argument?
That's gonna get your attention.
I really don't like it when he calls people retard either. That bothers me because I have Asperger's.
He's gonna walk away from that cliff. Nakasuchi will walk away from the cliff and hopefully respond to Smokey and our Christian message. That's our goal.
Or maybe I yoke him up by the neck and take him with me.
I don't know, but that's our message. That
so I mean, is that like I grew up a Christian, Sky Out, and we would have never condoned that. Like I was a Southern Baptist, and I can't. Maybe we just didn't have a lot of atheists around back then, but we wouldn't treat people like that. Like there's a way that you go about it. And aren't you supposed to be trying to save my soul, not push me farther away from anything that you have to say?
Yeah, we're trying to save your soul, Nakasuchi, but again,
calling me a cockroach is gonna save my soul. It's gonna help me find Jesus.
It's gonna get your attention to find Jesus.
The raging rat. Calling me anti-Semitic. I mean, calling me a racist. That's gonna bring me closer to Jesus.
I'll put it to you in a different way. Look at Shannon Q and how she acts when we give her the Christian.
Why do you guys hate Shannon Q so much? Because
they hate her because she's calm, collective, and just
she puts them in their
place. She
place.
tries to have fair conversations with people, and you guys can't stand the honesty. I think that's pretty much what it is. I think that's why you don't like me.
She did to Darth Dawkins.
Oh my God! I'm surprised.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Murder because
it was brutal. But so I understand why you guys don't like Matt Dillahunty and Shannon Q. Because they eviscerate your arguments. But like I'm just trying to understand why you guys are rallying around this obviously toxic figure. Like John Maddox is another one. He's toxic. Like he's it's insults.
Extremely toxic.
Can I make a quick comment?
I don't know. That's the Raging Atheist saying that too.
It's funny because when you said toxic figure, I thought you meant my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for a second. Because
he is too.
Yeah,
I would concur.
Atheists think, that's the joke, but it's funny because the atheists see the Messiah as the Antichrist. So.
Well, yeah, because I'll tell you what, I remember, Jesus going into the temple and telling all the cockroaches to get out of the temple.
Yeah, well, is that truly what it is? You just really think that, like, so like I'm the Raging Atheist. I have a lot of fun with stuff, but I'm a mythicist. Like I don't even really believe that Jesus was the thing. Like I have to go based on the Bible that you guys put so much importance in. So it's like I have fun with it and I'm enjoying myself and I'm hoping like some atheists to watch and Christians started getting triggered very, very early on. And of course that's going to happen. But I don't know. I guess my question, Sky Out, is Smokey seems a bit different. And it seems like the element of YouTube Christianity from what I'm seeing is a bit different. Now, we had a Holy Spackle in here earlier. Great conversation. We've had great conversations with Scott Paith, Randall Rouser. We've mentioned a couple. I've had really good conversations with Justin Coe to where there's no judgmental involved, and there's not like this misunderstanding of what an atheism is. I don't think that Jesus was the Antichrist. I don't believe in Jesus. I don't believe in the Antichrist. I don't believe in God.
Well, yeah, I was going to say there's got to be some sort of foundational truth that you do hold. And if you do hold to a foundational truth from the Christian perspective, if it's not God, then you by default, you become this sort of Antichrist figure, hating God, hating Christ.
Well, I think that can you see where that's not a issue?
Can
Can I ask you a question, Sky Out?
Sure.
Okay, so you say if you don't believe in God, then you believe in some Antichrist, whatever bullshit. What about these people, these tribes that have no idea, but supposedly it's written on their hearts, like the North Sentinelese that are on an island, been there about 50,000 years, but why doesn't Christianity spring up out of there? Why don't they know about God?
Well, that's funny that you mentioned that, because God does know them. He knows their hearts. He knows their whole life. He knows the fact that they have never read a Bible. This is why it's important that we get our message out so they can receive Jesus Christ. But God, there's a passage in Scripture that talks.
What happens if they don't receive the message of Jesus Christ and they die?
Well, again, God knows their heart. They never had a Bible, and God knows how they lived throughout their whole life, and He would judge them based on what they know and what they did. But for a person to reject God and to do blasphemous things against God and completely rebel against God, it's a completely different story than not knowing Him. Not knowing Him, you're judged more lightly than you would knowing Him and not believing in Him. If you know Him and not believe.
So they have a better chance of getting to heaven because they don't know.
It's not.
So why preach the gospel to them?
Because they can receive Christ as their Savior and know, but God doesn't judge them. He judges them lightly because they don't know. And the difference is that you do know, and He'll judge you more because of what you do and what you believe in.
No, you don't understand what he's asking you, Scott. He's saying, okay, so there's these people over here that have never heard the word of God. They've never heard of Christ. Hold on, let me finish. What he's saying is why would you go out of your way to tell them about Jesus and God? Because then you're creating the possibility that they'll reject what you're saying and wind up in hell. If you just don't talk to them at all, they're going to wind up in heaven, according to what you say.
Well, the first premise was that they don't have
correct, John.
The first premise was that they don't have access to a Bible. So me going there and giving the message is no longer available. So that's the first premise. So if they're on this island and they never heard of a Bible, God knows that they never had a Bible, and God judges them lightly according to what they know and don't know. And now if someone knows the Bible that does evil things, for example, and contrary to God's divine will, they will be judged more severely than a person that doesn't know. It's even worse for a person that claims to be a Christian, like a person going to church and faking it, faking the prayers, faking the singing. That's even more worse than the person not knowing. The person
not written on their hearts.
I'm going to stop you right there for just a quick second, okay? Because you're not addressing the point. Before Maynard asked you that question, you had said, well, that's why we got to go find these people and preach the word of God to them, because they need to know about Jesus and they need to know about the Bible and everything. And now you're going on to something completely different, okay? We're asking you, if they don't know about the Bible and by default they go to heaven because God's going to realize they didn't have, access to a Bible, they didn't have an access to the gospel, then they're going to go to heaven because He's going to be understanding. Then why would you, like you said a few moments ago, have to go find them and preach the word to them? Because then you are setting up the possibility that they'll reject what you have to say and they'll wind up in hell.
Okay, I'm unmuted. I would say to give them peace, because they don't have the peace of mind of God. I would give them the message for peace. It isn't a condemnation of telling them they're going to hell or telling them they're going to heaven. I would tell them our message so they can receive peace and the knowledge of God, so they can receive joy from God and revelation from God and receive the power
but
from
what if they don't accept God? Do they still receive all that stuff?
Well, again, there's two ways I can answer that, because either they don't have access to a Bible, or if I go there on a boat and go to this island with my Bible.
Does it not say in the Bible that it's written on their hearts? Why hasn't it popped up out of all the hundreds of generations?
Well, you can blame the rebellion and sinful wickedness inside man's heart for that.
Oh, that's what you can blame. Okay.
Yeah. So.
Well, wait a minute. I thought Christ was written on their heart. So how could they? Wait a minute, so the heart has a dichotomy. Then it's got the.
Let me finish.
The word of God is written on their heart, but their heart is.
However, if a person on this island that was doing wicked things in rebellion and worshiping false gods, they would go to hell, even if because they didn't have access to a Bible.
Why would they do that if it's written on their hearts already, as it says in Romans?
The question is this. The question is this. And Sky, so say you're on this island, right? And you've never heard of the Bible, the Christian God, or not. So you're going to be judged on base what you do. You said so. You've never heard of the Bible. You've masturbated every single day of your life. Do you go to heaven?
Yes.
How? Like, doesn't God forbid that? Wouldn't that be going like evil nature and all that jazz that you were just talking about?
Yeah. Then why would you try to fuck it up and teach them about Jesus if they're already going to heaven?
I still want a question or an answer to my question, because if you don't have one, then I think it was Maynard that made the point that why, if they could be saved because they never had access to know about God, to reject him, but if you know about him and therefore you have the ability to reject him, you're not going to be saved. Well, then how is even telling them about God better than not? So
because there's two groups of people on the island. The ones that don't know, that go to heaven and God bases on their heart. And there's another group of people that are wicked and sinful and practice voodoo and witchcraft and the occult and chop people's heads off and things.
How do you know this?
Okay, you're changing the premise now.
Real quick, Sky. You don't have to like it. Totally doesn't have to be like a room full of atheists like this. Like we have 3 spots open. So Smokey Saint, John Maddox. You guys can come up in here and help your boy out. Praise, you can come up in here and help your boy out. We've been putting the link in the chat again. So
I had a comment I wanted to make about.
I'm seeing that Smokey's gonna hang out over at Praise's channel. That's
that they're having.
They're doing Calvinist shit. So they're doing Calvinism condemnation all night. So.
Yeah, I just wanted to drop in for just a quick minute, just to tell you happy birthday, Knock, and Leo Phyllis. I wanted to tell you I listened to your conversation with the Brain Trust there. Was that last night that you had that conversation? That was impressive. So,
thank you.
Oh yeah, appreciate it, Brian. Thanks for coming on and. Yeah, it's you get to be my age. Birthdays aren't all that, but I figured it's about time I did a birthday stream, and it's way past time to have an open room. So yeah, thanks for coming on, man.
Yeah,
I have a question.
Sure.
To the whoever just said that about the guy's never heard of God before, has no concept, but he masturbates every day. And he still goes, and I think whoever the person was said, does he still go to heaven? And that person said yes. I'm not sure if that was the guy out or not.
Yeah, it was the guy out.
But how could you possibly know that?
Because God forgives you.
So how come God doesn't forgive you for not believing in him if you've already learned about him?
Because that's the unforgivable sin. That's an unforgivable sin.
Then God's love is not unconditional.
Hold on. How do you know God doesn't really, really dislike masturbation? Maybe that's a really, really bad thing in God's eyes. How do you know?
It wasn't about the masturbation. It was about the spilling your seed that they had a problem with.
Oh,
yeah. So, and on an island, I doubt you have very much toilet paper.
Yeah, when you say they had a problem with spilling the seed, who is they? I'm not talking about they. I'm talking about God.
Okay.
Whoever wrote the Bible.
Let's go back to the island and the man that masturbates every day and goes to heaven. Let's go back to him. God does not expect you to be this perfect person or a perfect Christian, or it's based off of works or what you do. it's based off of forgiveness in God and forgiveness in Jesus Christ. Now, God knows that you're a wicked sinner. He knows you're sinful, and you have the sinful desires of the flesh that are weak. And this is why
okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. I was going to say, this is how you know God is true, that I'm a liar and you're a liar. I'm a sinner. We're all wicked sinners of the flesh. We all have these desires of the flesh and the pleasures that we like to look at and that entice ourselves. So God understands this. I'm talking about the people that go to hell that don't masturbate. They go out and chop people's heads off, worship goats and pig's blood drenched all over their flesh.
Wait a minute. So you're saying the people that chop off people's heads don't masturbate?
Well, no, I thought you were equating for a second there. It seems like you're trying to equate people that chop off other people's heads with non-believers.
Oh no, I was. That's close. I wouldn't go that far because I'm talking about the people that don't know the Bible and they don't know the message, so they worship false gods. It's different than you knowing God.
Like they don't worship. Like say these people on this island don't worship any gods, but they just masturbate, right? Like so what like wouldn't God still judge them based upon His law, and not? You know, I mean, it seems like if it was etched on their heart, that they would just kind of naturally want to follow this objective morality or whatever you're talking about here.
Well, that's my point, Knock. You got guys like Saitem Bruggencate walking around going, everybody knows God exists. Everybody knows. Well, if they know, why hasn't Christianity popped out of nowhere? Why didn't Christianity pop out of the Americas 6,000 years ago? Why hasn't it just popped up anywhere?
When Psi 10 says that, he's just referring to that I know that God exists and everyone knows that God exists, in a sense that the people that suppress God knows that God exists, but they suppress it in their wickedness and their sin.
Are we the people who repress God then? Is that the
implication? So hold on a second. When I was 6 years old and my mom and dad wanted me to accept Jesus, but I had no clue of what it meant.
Sure.
Okay. You're telling me I had no clue what was going on, but I knew at that age. Or even after, because I never accepted it. I never got anything back from a prayer. I never had any response. Nothing.
Well, and here's
but
another
I knew.
thing,
But you're telling me I knew, but I was rejecting it.
Well, and here's another thing, though, Scott, about Maynard.
That's
all right?
bullshit.
Okay, so like, if at 6 years old, if he had God written on his heart, and then he discovered that if he touches his pee-pee just right, it feels really good. Like,
oh wow, you guys!
Why did that happen? Like, why would
guys
God just take those urges away from you, man?
You guys are so funny, man. Well, first of all, we're made in the image of God, so God
masturbates.
What the hell are you talking about?
Well, I don't think. First of all, I don't think I'm made in the image of a mind.
Oh God, I gotta cut this part out. I have to. This is I just came up with that and like that thing out of my head just kind of spontaneously. And wow, I miss this about the open rooms. Thanks for coming in, Scott. This has been great.
Well, this is what I love.
Because when Knox said what he said, he didn't think that we riff on it for like 20 minutes.
No,
straight.
I think it's fair.
When we talk about the beginning of the universe, it's a mindless. It's a mind that is contingent. It's on everything. But then all of a sudden, you want to go to the Bible and go, "Oh, we're made in that image." What image are we made of?
The image of God. Your soul.
A mind.
So yeah, let's
just say God was a mind.
Let's explore that a little bit. So we're made in the image of God. So did God ever, or does God now have a physical shape, a body?
Jesus Christ is physical, yeah.
Well, I'm talking about God, Yahweh, not the whole not the
Who
vacation.
wrestled with Jacob?
I'm talking like when God was in the Garden of Eden, and He said that He made us in His image. Did God have a body then when He was walking through that garden?
That's very, very good, actually, Nakasuchi. In Genesis 1:26, He says, I will make man in our image, and now he's one of us. He uses the plural form, us, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, one God. And then later on, He says the word we, implying Father, Son, Holy Spirit, one God. So we're made in the image of God in that sense.
Well, that's your interpretation.
Could it be that the us refers to before there was before there was only one God in the Hebrew pantheon. Before they kind of narrowed it down to just one. Some of the older.
Well, and it could also be, I mean, it does refer to angels as sons of God, so he could be referring to, his armies of children.
Here's my strange take on it. It says us, and then it says God did this, then it says the Lord God did this. So it almost sounds like it's plural, talking about different ranks of God.
That's right. Not different ranks, but different persons. You have
different ranks.
Since God is omni, everything. He's all these omnis. Does he have like a really big dick?
Oh, the biggest.
He's got the biggest dick. Okay.
Yeah.
Only Mary knows.
I don't know.
Wow.
For sure.
I don't know why
only on the Rage.
I don't know why you're talking about the NBA, but we can move on.
Wait! What did you just fucking say?
I think he just got racist.
No, I was just having fun because you said does God have a big dick?
Oh, I've missed you.
So when we're talking about a plural God, when we get to Psalms 82 and it talks about God, how he stands amongst the council of gods.
Oh, I like
and
that.
And he judges amongst the council of gods. Who are those gods?
And we were going to talk the Trinity a little bit, so. Yeah. So you think you think that the Holy Spirit, God, and Jesus, they're one thing or separate things?
They're one being. Yeah, you're getting confused with being in person.
Well, no, I'm asking you. So I'm asking you.
How can one of the same being not know the same information? Because Jesus says that only the Father knows when he'll come back. But if they're the same being, wouldn't they have the same information?
Yeah, I actually love that story. Actually, that's when.
Well, I bet you do. I'll bet you have a good spin for it.
Well, in when you study the Gospels, it shows that Jesus was a little lower than the angels, and he was a man, but he was also God in the flesh. So he was limited in his. He wasn't glorified. Once he was resurrected, he was glorified, and he knew the hour.
So he's kind of God, but he's not really God. But when I need him to be God, he's God.
He's fully God, but he's also fully man. So
is Jesus omnipotent?
Yes.
So how does he not know when he's coming back?
He wasn't glorified yet.
What
does omnipotent mean? Or omniscient?
When God spent his 30 years or 30 or so years walking around in Jesus form, was the universe just kind of on autopilot for that time, or was he running that on the back burner? How did that work? If there was
good question. I would say when Jesus died on the cross, his spirit didn't die. I don't know why you thought he would be dead, but his spirit didn't die. His obviously the person of Christ died on the cross, but after he died, he became glorified by resurrecting. His spirit didn't die.
Resurrected.
Tell me how an omniscient being cannot know something.
Because he became that's a kind of a bigger. Well, I can address the whole thing. Because Jesus Christ pre-existed as the divine word.
How about he wasn't omniscient?
How about that he was a man? Because if you know the story, that
I thought he's God too.
He's both fully man and fully God,
but not again, fully knowledgeable.
Really?
He's fully knowledgeable after he was glorified, after the resurrection.
If God was only omniscient,
he wasn't omniscient when he was a little sperm inside of Mary.
Wasn't maximally great, and thus wasn't God.
What was he doing the whole 9 months he was in Mary?
What was he doing?
Well, yeah. I think the problem we have here. I think the problem here, Scott.
Such bullshit, man.
So it's hard to imagine. For one, like God praying to himself, but like the Holy Spirit the Holy Spirit is something different. So you can sit there and say like, God and Jesus were one, but what is the Holy Spirit? How is that different? Why is it separate? Why is this one being three separate identities? And why is that not some form of polytheism? I told you like I was going to use Ocean Keltoy's arguments when we actually had this discussion because he really nails it brilliantly.
Ocean's brilliant on this.
Yeah, he nails it brilliant. I wasn't expecting to have the conversation tonight, so I'm not prepared with that. So I'm just like I can understand how you can put Jesus and God. I almost like it's hard for me to contemplate, Jesus praying to himself. But
where do you get that from? Where do you
well,
get
I mean, Jesus was praying at Mount Olive. There were several instances where Jesus was actually praying to God.
He's praying to God in the Garden of Gethsemane.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
So
Why would he be
having a
praying to himself?
conversation with himself, I'm assuming.
He's asking God to remove this cup from him.
So he's asking himself to remove.
See,
the cup.
and that kind of
Yeah.
goes back to what we were talking about before. Because if he was praying to himself, that's like a form of mental masturbation.
That's
yeah.
I don't even know what that is. Now, he's certainly not praying to himself.
You
Well,
never
if he
listened
prays
to
to
the.
himself, he's servicing another god, isn't he?
Wait, we have an important question here. How have you never heard the Beavis and Butthead Experience and that song "Mental Masturbation"?
Oh shit, I haven't heard it.
You. How old are you, Kyle? You look about my age.
Oh shit, I'm only 36.
Only it's like 7 years is some great distance.
I
All
didn't
right,
mean
so
it that way.
Do you guys remember
how
the great
could you
song
not-
from Beavis
like,
and Butthead?
This is
Fly
what's
Away, Lesbian
wrong with
Seagull?
Christianity. This is what's wrong. You've never heard of Beavis and Butthead Experience, and oh my god, dude, I feel so bad for you.
Sheltered.
Yeah, I feel so bad for you. All right, so
the idea that Sky Out, who is the epitome of Beavis and Butthead, has never heard of Beavis and Butthead, like that's crazy.
I mean, I've heard of it. I don't know the reference that you guys are referring to.
it was back when tapes were a thing. A tape came out, and it was like the Beavis and Butthead tape.
I think
It was-
Leo's got his hand up.
I had a question for Sky Out. You said something about you when you were mentioning God becoming whatever it was word that you used. I don't
Glorified.
remember. There you go, glorified. You said that he resurrected. So first off, who brought Jesus back from the dead?
God.
So, and because Jesus is God, he brought himself back from the dead then.
And the Father and the Holy Spirit.
Yeah,
brought
but
him.
still, that thing brought itself back from the dead in that particular form, correct?
It's
Okay.
not an it or a form. It's a person.
What is it called when a person brings either themselves or somebody else who's dead back from the life or back to life, back from the dead? What is that called? There's a word for that. No, that's not the word. That's not the word. That's not the word.
Resurrection.
The word is necromancy.
Necromancy.
Necromancy,
An act
yeah.
of raising
Wait.
oneself
this
or
is
another
the-
person from the dead. So,
and then-
and the thing
Yeah.
is, I'm getting to a greater point here. So hold on.
Okay.
Necromancy is literally, by definition, a form of magic. So Jesus, thereby, could do magic because he brought himself back from the dead. A person
That's
who can do magic is called a wizard. So Jesus was a wizard.
Shit. They accused him of
He's a
that. though.
necromancer.
They accused him. The
And he
Sadducees.
also brought Lazarus back from the dead. So Jesus, straightforwardly, is a necromancer. He's a wizard. You believe in a wizard? You believe magic is real?
Well, and Sky Out also, I want to add to that, and when Jesus was glorified,
Yeah.
did it involve like a hole in the stall of the bathroom?
What?
You said Jesus was glorified. I just was wondering if this was like in a restaurant bathroom with a hole in the wall.
Oh, you're referring to glory hole. That's a whole different term, bro.
Oh, you know what glory holes are?
Uh-oh.
That's surprising to me.
Well,
Yeah, something just dawned on me. I think you might have answered a question to me. Is Smokey Saint a Calvinist?
I don't. No, I don't believe so. I don't. Maybe I don't think he is, but I could be wrong.
Well, Sky, you said he's on Praise's channel and they're talking Calvinism.
Well, they're talking about condemnation of Calvinism.
Oh, okay. Do you know what Smokey Saint is?
Do I know what it is? Oh yeah, I talked to him. He's the same thing I am, a Trinitarian.
He's a Trinitarian.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, but that could be a bunch of different things.
Yeah.
It's
That doesn't really.
Trinitarian, so 1 + 1 + 1 = 1.
So he's a Trinity guy.
Sort of. If you had 3 ones on one stem, like 3 grapes on one stem, that would be 1, 1, 1, and still the whole thing would be considered 1.
No, not at all.
Okay, let's take the.
I got a tomato plant with 27 tomatoes on it. They're not 1.
I want one.
I got 4 No, I got 6 weed plants growing. We're
Well,
gonna get buds on them all. It's not one plant.
It's like, let's say that we take the word metal, for example. Now, metal is one word, but we have tungsten, steel, and titanium. 3 types of metal under the one word metal. So take God, Father,
How are
Son,
you
Holy
defining
Spirit.
metal?
Tungsten, steel, and titanium.
So why did God have to make his spirit something different than him?
He didn't make anything different. It's just him.
So it's just him. So like, was God created? Was God designed?
He's eternal. His existence is timeless and spaceless.
I'm trying to I can understand, like, Jesus was like a vacation to earth, a God, taking
It was a
human
weekend
flesh.
up north.
Yeah, I mean, it was a weekend out. So, but the Holy Spirit thing is what confuses me. So why is God's spirit separated from Yahweh?
It's not. It's one God.
It's one, but it's 3.
3 persons.
Why?
That's why it's incoherent.
It doesn't. That doesn't make any sense.
Let me put it to you this way, Nakasuchi. The Father did not die on the cross. Jesus died on the cross. The Holy Spirit didn't die on the cross. Only Jesus did. So all 3 persons have different roles according to the divine will of the one being.
Scott, are they like the Power Rangers? Like 3 of them form together and form like the bigger Godbot?
Who impregnated Mary?
Who impregnated? That was the angel Gabriel, I believe.
Actually, no, it was the Holy Spirit.
It was the Holy Spirit and the power of Gabriel. Yeah.
Gabriel just had the sperm in like a turkey baster.
Yeah, I mean, none of it makes much sense. So, like,
Can I play devil's advocate just for a minute? I'm kind of curious to hear your 3 guys' response to this. As I understand that the Trinity can be understood as I am a single person, but I am a son to a mother. I am a brother, and I am a son, or I mean an uncle. All 3, but there isn't like 3 of me. That's each one of those. I am all 3 of those in one person. So God can be understood in the Trinity in the same way that I can be understood to be a son, a brother, and an uncle, even though I'm only a person.
Absolutely not. That is the worst interpretation. Actually.
Yeah, well, I'm getting this from
that actually made a little bit of sense to me.
Theologians, so
I was like,
but
I'm glad Sky Out said it because I wasn't going for it.
I think that's what I was trying to go with. Like, why is the spirit separate? So you're just saying that like, I could say that I am me and my spirit, right? Like, but they're separate. The Holy Spirit is something separate from Yahweh.
Let me try to dial it back a little bit. Let's say you have one car and 3 persons are in one car: Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. On the outside of the car, God. On the inside, 3 persons driving one car.
So the car is God.
No. Yeah,
the car is God.
The car is God.
Well, the car.
God is inside. God is
So
inside
the
himself.
car couldn't be God. It's either the 3 people are God separately, or the car is God.
Yeah, the
Or
car.
all 4
The
of them
car
are
would be God.
There's 4 things that are God in that situation.
Jesus would be driving, and Holy Spirit would be shotgun. But you said.
Hey, Sky Out, I have a question for you.
I heard it.
I mean, look, it was just so cool because like a few minutes ago, Leo came up with a very good explanation for everything, that kind of made sense. And then Sky Out's like, no, that's the dumbest shit ever. Like, how?
Well, I could, because he was explaining what was called modalism, like God changes faces, like he has a mask. Well, at one point he's the Father, and another point he's the Son. He changes masks again. And
if God wears the mask, how come the rest of the Christians don't?
I think that the way he was describing it, Sky Out, is this: like, say I have say Nakasuchi is my alternate personality. So I have Ronnie, I have Nakasuchi, but then I have the spirit of both, right? So like I think but you're and I think that's the only way that you can like really make sense of it as being one being is to put it in that context. But you're like, no, that's not what I mean at all.
The thing is, he's
I heard it was
modalism, but then when he mentions it in turn, but that's essentially what he's arguing for. Because
what's up, Quentin Phipps?
The Trinity is 3 modes of the same divine nature, not 3 distinct divine natures or 3 distinct beings with their own divine nature. And Sky Out's arguing against that. So he would, in fact, be arguing for a modalistic theology here.
Yeah, and you would be in gross error.
No, I just explained why. Saying that I'm wrong.
doesn't mean
that I'm
Well,
wrong.
let's let Quentin Phipps just hopped in. Let's let him
Hey, real
jump in
quick before he gets in, I'm gonna have to say goodnight. I am deathly afraid of gingers, and so I'm just fucking with you, dude. Now I've been here for what 3.5 hours.
Yeah, a lot longer than we thought you'd be here. So, yeah, thanks, John.
Thanks for that, man.
Well, no, we
I know.
Yeah.
It's boomer o'clock. I got to go to bed. So.
John Peterson, 2020.
Peace out.
That's right. Pull that lever for John Peterson. That's right.
Yeah, thanks for being here, John. And yeah, I'll talk to you soon.
Just like God pulls his lever all the time.
That's a mighty big lever.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Sky,
Pull my lever every night, and I'm got. So anyway.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Let me just add one
I
more
was just
thing.
gonna say, I heard it's.
I was gonna say that I was here for Nakasuchi's birthday, and happy birthday, Nakasuchi, again. We love you. And also just wanted to say that he came on with a whole bunch of Christians, and we trashed him too. So I felt I can come on here and get ganged up on as well. It doesn't make a difference to me because I'm always right. So you guys can go ahead.
Well, yeah, I appreciate you coming on, Skyle, and yeah, I appreciate you coming in and hanging out with a room full of atheists and Satanists, and we had a room of different people, but mainly atheists. So it's always fun talking to you. Like, we'll have to have a real serious discussion about the Trinity. I'm trying to understand where Christians come from it, from that perspective. I remember when I was a Christian, I just thought there were three separate things, three different things.
Three separate persons and one being.
Yeah, see, I don't think I ever really thought that the one being part.
It's like a spaceship. God is a spaceship. Three people are in one spaceship.
I think that
three people are all.
I think that's like the more probable explanation. I think Maynard's rolling a blunt.
Yo, Naka.
Yeah, what's up, Quentin?
It's ass whooping time, man. So you're gonna have to bend over the knee. It's your birthday edition.
I'm lucky. My birthday spanking came from a 10-year-old, so it didn't hurt.
Ooh, yeah, there you go. Well, happy fucking birthday, man. You're a cool ass man. And I wanted to ask you, you sent me an email last week saying this Sunday there was something. Is that still going on?
No, because I have to work. Yeah, I saw that. I forgot. Sometimes I forget emails. So yeah, we'll probably next Sunday I want to do another open room, something like this.
Well, I wanted to spread the gospel of a certain person named GeoSam. For those that don't know him, he's a fucking stand-up dude. He is actually helping me by building me a computer and sending it to me. The dude's doing it out of his own volition. So I just wanted to come in here and say, if there is a God, it's GeoSam.
Yeah, GeoSam's a great dude, man. Like he just makes me all these graphic designs and sends them to me all the time. Never expects anything. Christians, Skyle, like to say that they have like this, like God makes them be charitable, and yet atheists are so charitable as well. I find that to be an oddity.
If anybody knows the stuff that
Don't
God
forget the agnostics. Don't forget the agnostics.
Yeah, and agnostics and deists and polytheists. Great people, great human beings, and we don't have
It's
God.
almost as if people are good people regardless of their theological or religious, spiritual beliefs, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, it's almost like that.
Well, if G-Man's blessed, I don't want nothing to do with it.
Fucking G-Man.
Scott, before you go, what do you think about G-Man?
G-Man?
Yeah, G-Man. What do you think about G-Man?
He's all right, I guess. I don't really listen too much about him. It's mostly a Dragnot G-Man show every day, like Dragnot trashes G-Man thing. So, I mean, G-Man has a lot of subscribers. I think he has 12,000 now. So he's got some followers. I know Prey's got 16,000 subscribers. I have a whole 64. So I'm happy about my 64.
How are you still at 64?
For a Christian, G-Man sure does threaten a whole lot of people all the time.
Well, he's also a human. he's also a human being, a sinful, wicked human being that rebels against God. So just because you're a Christian does not mean you're gonna always love God or always love Jesus. There's times when I don't want to read the Bible and I don't want to worship God because of sin and wickedness and rebellion in our heart.
God, shame on you.
Oh, I know, right? And there should be. That's why it says in Scripture that our hearts are desperately wicked and rebellion in our flesh is weak, and that we need Christ to forgive us for our trespasses and our iniquities. So that's how you know we need God, because we sin and we are wicked, and we look at the desires of our flesh unto our condemnation. And condemnation means death. And you will have no peace, no joy, no happiness, just feeding off the flesh and feeding off your sinful desires.
I have a lot of joy and happiness feeding off of flesh. Hey, can I ask you something real quick? Does God have a sense of humor?
Of course he has. He's
Yeah,
Jewish.
why do you think he made me?
Yeah.
No, I get it. I get all the jokes coming from it, but really, does God laugh?
Jesus laughs? Yeah, of course.
Really?
So I think it's special.
Like when he cursed the olive tree because it was out of season. That was a joke.
Well, it was a fig tree, but
or a fig tree. You're right. My bad.
Yeah, but no, he did that because he was tired as a man. He wanted to eat something.
He was hangry. He got hangry and he cursed that son of a bitch.
He needed a Snickers. But real quick, Scott, while you're still here, here let me hide all this stuff here. While you're still here, like at the beginning, I promised I was. So this is tomorrow's video. It's short. It's not going to take long. I'm going to premiere it before we wrap. I'm going to be wrapping up around midnight. So before you go, you can be here during the premiere of tomorrow's video. So I present to you.
Okay.
I present to you. Do the Icky Taint Shuffle.
Oh, I've seen this.
No, this is brand new. This is brand new.
I think I've heard of the Icky Shuffle. Yeah.
What the fuck is this?
Well, I'm paying for your ticket, so I will.
No, you won't.
So you're gonna sucker punch me? What kind of man are you? You're gonna fucking come and face
Well,
me
that's
as
how
a
you
man?
want to
Are
do
you a little
it.
bitch?
Hey, apparently
Are you
it's
a little
okay.
bitch?
It's okay.
He's gonna sucker punch you.
Can slam them any way they want. So yeah, bro. Apparently you think that's okay. So yeah, that's apparently you think it's all right.
Come and sucker punch me, Smokey, and see what happens.
You think, and also the fact that in the narrative, these babies most likely, he said they wouldn't have died. Like, dude, not only would they probably have died, they would have died horrible deaths, at least most of them, because this was a horrible, disgusting, debaucherous time. A good number of them might have been left out to die and starve. You have no idea. This text literally paints the picture of the worst time in all of human history. And you want to ignore that. You want to ignore that and say, oh, these kids would have grown up okay? You stupid, degenerate moron. Get out of here with that garbage. You see, and you noticed how he couldn't really let me finish my actual points because of how bad it was making him look.
He's trying to subvert, yeah.
And so, this is the type of dishonesty I expect from people like him and Skylar. This is why I get frustrated, and this is why I get to that edge, if you guys know what I mean.
Yes, I do what you mean, exactly.
Like how narcissistically deluded can you possibly be? Like the man's brain is basically a pickle, and he thinks he's.
Tell me.
I'm Pickle Rick.
He lost his freaking mind. The spinelessness, the just inability to even have the testicular fortitude to stick to your garbage worldview enough to defend it for 5 seconds. Just. I guess it puts me in a mood, you know?
I noticed on Noka's YouTube,
anyone who agrees with him in the comments, he'll thumbs up and heart, and then anyone who disagrees, he'll just dude, he won't do that.
I'm so terrible.
Even if you're being polite.
I'm so
Well,
terrible.
I think he was channeling Skylar fiction.
This is awesome.
You know what? Why won't anyone think of the children? Like, I think you've said things that maybe I could quantify to a level offensive enough to use violence to justify against you.
Yeah.
Because apparently we get to set our own arbitrary guidelines for that as to what we find to be that offensive. And I'm sure you would condone the black person reacting to that to be able to take their retribution out in any way that they saw fit, including sucker punching. Let's face it, that's generally what you see happen anyway. So would I want to get on a plane and go and meet Knock personally face to face, or would I want to do what he claims to want to do, which is to be consistent and follow through with what he claims to be the solution to these situations, which is for me to just show up at random, surprise him somewhere where he's not expecting it, and go upside the back of his head with a baseball bat.
So Christian. So I mean, Smokey or Sky.
Fucking brilliant.
Is that Christian? Is that take a baseball bat to my head? Is that Christian?
Well, obviously he's not going to go anywhere and do that. These are just simple words.
Oh, obviously.
I mean, there's no planes, there's no airports, there's no bars. The virus kills everything. So stepping out of your house is just he'll.
Yeah, I don't think he's really going to come and try to do it, but just to put himself there in that context. I mean, he lost that argument, right?
Well,
I remember watching that. Yes,
I was in that chat room. If you hear me, I think I say like, "Yo, chill, y'all chill." I
thought it was funny. I'm gonna have fun with Smokey. I appreciate you being a good sport. I was gonna save it until he came in tonight, but he's hashtag bitch made. I mean, he sent me an email asking what time too, so I know he knew he could have came and squashed some beefs. I don't like. Do you think he's like a blatant homophobe? Is that why he refuses to not support Matt Powell?
I don't know him that well. I only spoke to
Matt Powell's gay. I really don't know.
No, he's not. No, he hates gay people, and Smokey came out and called him brother and all that shit, and whatever. But I don't know. We'll have to have just like a talk, Sky, out, me and you, about I don't know, this Trinity thing, because I'm still confused.
We can talk about the Trinity, but I think Smokey Saint's point of view, like he wants more atheism coming from you. Like he wants more, instead of Bible bashing, he wants more. If you have time,
more atheism coming from me. What do you mean?
Arguments for the greater atheistic worldview rather than just criticizing what's in the Bible. I think is
there you go. Somebody you want to check out the atheism tapes. It's called the Atheism Tapes. It's pretty good. I've watched it. It goes into more detail. The Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. What was it? Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Daniel Dennett.
Horsemen of Atheism.
All right. So I
thought the apocalypse was in Revelation.
I enjoy them, but so for me, atheism is a question to an answer. And atheism isn't for the stuffy rooms of their scholars with their cigars and their brandies. Atheism is for the gangster in the ghetto. Atheism is for the redneck on the farm. Atheism is for everybody, and that's what I represent.
That's cool, and then that's why you probably get a few personal attacks. They probably I
get pretty good support. From my personal attacks come from Christians all the time. All the time.
What I mean. Like from Smokey Saint, you'll get a personal attack because he just said it like he gets a little frustrated with some of your answers. But
because I don't answer the way he wants me to answer. He pretends like I'm stupid and I don't understand the questions. I just refuse to answer his questions how he wants me to answer them. And that frustrates him because he's a child.
Well, then I think what frustrates him is probably more towards the things that you're saying he may not agree with, but he wants you to say something that is a little bit more with more content, with more knowledge of the subject of atheism, more than just what you're saying, because there's a lot of atheists.
More knowledge of the subject of atheism.
because you can't say you know everything about atheism because
I don't think anybody
what
can
is there
know
to
everything
know
about
about
everybody that's an atheist.
atheism? Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like,
I'm supposed to let Icky Taint dictate to me what my atheism is.
no, because there is no standard.
Well, you're
of what-
sitting here saying that I should, fit some standard that Icky Taint has of the atheist. Well, the standard that Icky Taint has of the atheist is that he insults all of us. All of us. It doesn't matter unless you're some like little piss ant kiss ass like I saw on the yesterday. And I'm sorry, like I'm not trying to insult the guy. He seems very smart and intelligent, but at the same time, he's a pissant kiss ass of these people. I'm not going to be that, and I never will be. I'm gonna
Who is
approach.
it, Knock?
I can't remember, David Neff or something. Like I don't know. It was
I
kind
know
of
you're
sad.
talking about.
It was kind of sad. But like I'm not that. So what I am is I approach atheism from the way I approach atheism. I look at the Bible. I'm starting to study philosophy, but I don't speak on philosophy too much because I don't have a firm understanding of it. And I feel like if you're really going to speak about it, you should have a firm understanding. But my main point here is to troll people like you, Skyle, and people like Smokey, people like Matt Powell, people that take this shit so fucking seriously that they think that I can't do that. That they think that's some offense to them, that I have the freedom to just express how stupid the bullshit you believe in is. And that's what I'm always going to do. And if Smokey Saint doesn't like that, well, he can eat a dick.
Can I ask you a quick question, Ray?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Do you know who Steve McRae is?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah. If you want to start, getting into the realm of philosophy, he's actually somebody who's pretty good. I mean, he doesn't have any degrees on it, but
yeah,
he's very, very well versed in that area.
Steve has helped me with like Darth Dawkins. But like, I have like, Dragnot and Sock Account has offered for me to come over to their server. I'm actually probably going to start doing it soon. Talk to people like Osmandius and really start going in depth with philosophy. I'm reading philosophy books. I'm getting into it. But like, I'll always, it doesn't matter how good of a grasp on philosophy I get, I'm always going to approach Christianity in the same manner. It's stupid and it's dangerous. And that's the way I approach it.
Their own tactic.
I'm much more of a T-jump guy than a Steve McRae.
Feel free to contact me.
What was that, Maynard?
I said I'm a lot more of a T-jump kind of philosophy than Steve McRae, I think.
I'm probably
I
more
think
Steve McRae philosophy.
I'm getting into. I always try to tackle things on my own, and that's my problem. People try to offer to help, and I'm like, nope, I got this. So I mean, that's probably my main problem. But like Scott, like like when I'm in a room with Smokey Saint, and he thinks I don't understand his argument about naturalism of the gap. So I understand his argument. I'm choosing not to address it.
I would ask you
naturalism of the gap.
There's no such thing.
It's not a thing.
They're literally trying to argue that an inference to the best explanation based on a precedent for it is somehow fallacious, and it's only really offered as a joke to the fact that their insertion of whatever the hell they want into that gap is fallacious because there's no precedent or indication or parallel for it. There just isn't. But
it's
and the thing is, they
there isn't, and they put in
naturalistic-
anything they want. It's disgusting.
Yeah, they always say naturalistic explanations. Naturalism is a particular philosophical ideology. Something being explained naturally versus saying naturalistically is, number one, the better way to word it. But on top of that, you can believe that something can be explained purely naturally and still be a theist.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem with like Smokey. His enemy is naturalism. Like that's his main enemy. So like he wants to get me into an argument about naturalism so he can point out how I'm a naturalist and I'm this evil person. And it infuriates his ass because I refuse to go there. I'm going to call him out on the stupid ass book he believes in. I mean, you guys are the ones that put stock in that Bible. I'm an atheist because that Bible is stupid. I mean, it's stupid, Sky. I'm sorry, but it doesn't make any fucking sense. The Trinity is fucking stupid. I mean, it's all stupid.
This is the way.
Go ahead.
This is the way I look at it. Like every natural effect has a natural cause. The universe is a natural effect. Therefore, it had a natural cause. We may know it, we may not know it yet, but just because we don't know it doesn't mean you get to insert the God of the gaps. I mean, fuck, man, look what they didn't know for thousands of years and what they claimed. Rainbows, thunder, everything. I mean, it's
rain.
Well, it's just a matter of time.
Yeah.
Skyle, I know you heard my Walking Tonka shit. So like, it was really it was really easy for me to insert God there. So like we grant that premise, and you still can't put your Christian God there. And that's what, like, my approach to the Bible I'll never let anybody or my approach to atheism, I should say, I'm never going to let anybody dictate to me what that is or what that means. I have people coming at me from all sides. If it's an honest criticism and it's something that I can look at myself, I can reflect on, and I can try to make better, then I try to do so. And there's been plenty of people, Christian and atheist, that has helped me along the way there. I always go back to that Shannon Q, that big room that I had where all the content creators came on after my debate with Matt Powell, gave me legitimate criticisms. I listened to them, and I really incorporated a lot of the things that they told me that night. I've had legitimate criticisms from Justin.
I remember that.
People that know how to do.
I was in that room.
Yeah, so I mean, but most of the criticisms I get, like what you're laying down and what Smokey has laid down, is that I need to be what Smokey wants me to be. And that's just fucking stupid. I mean, that's never going to happen.
We need to read the Bible the way they want us to read the Bible, and that's not going to happen.
You have a huge Bible problem. I mean, and the fact that I pointed out chapter by chapter, word by word, I throw the words up on the screen. You can't blame me for reading it what's on the screen. Yeah, I have fun with it, but I'm not misinterpreting it. I'm not doing anything out of putting that fucking Bible up on the screen and talking about it as an atheist. And Smokey, he gets really, really triggered by that, and it's because he's a narcissist. Like, Jay Spashcock pointed it out brilliantly. He is a narcissist, and you guys are all gonna find out the hard way what that's like.
I think John Maddox is definitely very common. So did you? And I don't know if you saw the after show he did, or rather more the review, because I think it was a day or two after.
Are you talking about logically probably impotent?
Yeah, logical. I call it illogical, improbable, implausible, but or John Matchbox.
Logically probably impotent.
But he debated a godless engineer on Standing for Truth, SFT's channel, and it was like a day or two after he did a review of that, and I jumped in there, but I was only in for 15 minutes because there was this guy Luca, his last name is like Madugno or something. He was in there for like 2 or 3 hours, and they weren't even addressing his points. They were just attacking his worldview without addressing the points he was making. That man had patience, let me tell you. But the whole time they're asking him, well, how does this come about naturally? How does this happen naturally? How does that happen naturally? How does all this stuff happen naturally? How does it occur naturally? What's the natural explanation? Oh, you don't have one. Your model's inept. It's not viable. It doesn't work. But then he pressed them, and this was right before I jumped in. Luca asked John Maddox. He's like, so how did God create life then? And John straight up said, well, we don't have a mechanism for that, but we're working on it. And so I came in the room and said, wait, hold on here. You just said that the natural model cannot work because there isn't a mechanism for it. But your model, your God model, you just admitted you don't have a mechanism for it. So how is it that it's not acceptable for us to have a model without a mechanism, but it is acceptable for you to have a model without a mechanism? And he refused to answer my question, wanted to drone on about how wrong I was, and every time I tried to press him on answering, he just muted me. So I left. Because if you're not going to engage with me, then I'm not going to waste my time. And that's a big thing that I'm seeing amongst them is they're claiming that it can't be natural because there isn't a mechanism for how it occurred naturally. But then they turn around and say, God did it, but I can't tell you how. It's an explicit double standard. And I'm not necessarily saying that they do it purposefully. I think that they don't, but it is a double standard, and they need to address it.
Yeah, and Maddox he came on to Smokey's channel. I think it was last night. What day is today? I think it was last night. Yeah, it was like a fucking orgy about how great he did against God. Kind of the same thing with Shannon Q when they were bashing on Shannon Q. It's like bash the atheist mode, and there's no objectively looking at it. Like I think a lot of times we do, like, we don't really play. They say we play the team sports, but we really don't. If an atheist is in a debate and they're just doing really, really bad, most of us are calling them out.
Yeah, I don't
even
see
if we're
that.
disagreeing with the Christian.
Correct.
Yeah,
You're very correct. Like the Godless Engineer debated, and this I think was, I don't know if it was early. I think it was roughly about a year or so ago. It wasn't too long ago, but it was a while ago. Godless Engineer debated Michael Jones, Inspiring Philosophy. I don't know if you guys have heard of him.
I don't think I saw that one.
This was on Modern. No. This was a while ago because this was on the Non Sequitur show back when Steve and Kyle were doing that. But I got to be honest, Inspiring really, he did a number on Godless Engineer. I mean, Godless Engineer, made points and he did all right, but I would definitely hand that debate to Inspiring Philosophy. But I also accept that there was likely a historical Jesus, just from the research that I've done, and I've taken courses on the New Testament, the Old Testament, the historical Jesus, Jesus, and how he's expressed in the Gospels that were all taught by professionals in the field through something called the Great Courses. I don't know if you guys have heard of it. So because I obviously my knowledge on it, the subject isn't rigorous, but I have yet to meet. I've yet to see, I should say, a serious consensus amongst the relevant professionals that there was never a historical Jesus. There seems to be just a few defectors on that. But I digress a little bit. Back to the greater point. I have atheists that have been
nobody recognized Jesus afterwards.
well.
Like there couldn't have been a lookalike.
What do you mean?
Like they couldn't have brought somebody on to say this is a representation of Jesus afterwards, to prolong this for whatever their gain would have been.
Well, personally, I think the current image of Jesus is actually based off, because that's not what Jesus would have looked like. Let's be honest, Jesus was not a white dude, but
he'd have looked like me.
Yeah,
in some respects, yes, but
well, he probably looked more like I get in trouble when I say this, but I mean, he probably would have looked more like Osama bin Laden than Charleston Heston.
Yeah, but why did nobody recognize him?
I think you're talking about like
Jesus double
when he came back after the crucifixion.
That's
where and they didn't. Well, I always
would
wondered that
recognize
too.
him.
It seemed like maybe it was a different character. I don't understand. The resurrection for me is really, really weird. I'd like to have a conversation with a serious Christian about the resurrection, maybe like Scott Paith or somebody like that, to where they can explain to me just my problems with the resurrection, because that's one of them, Maynard. And also like the dead rising when Jesus died, and the storm over Jerusalem, the cloud over Jerusalem. There's a lot of questions I have.
The bodies getting out of the graves. That's a lot of the problems I have. My biggest problem is I like to start at the beginning, and I don't know, I guess I'm a reductionist. I don't know what they would say, but like maybe an oversimplifier or whatever. But I look at shit like, okay, before the fall of man, there was no death. So these people think they walked with dinosaurs. That means like they had the Megalodon, which is this huge fucking shark, was a fucking vegetarian before the fall. So my point is, okay, when did the DNA change? What changed it? How did it know that man actually fell so it was okay to go from vegan to carnivorous? What happened that told a plant, like the Venus fly-eating plant, right? Or the Venus flytrap. What told this plant that it could now start evolving the DNA to where it could be carnivorous and trap flies if there was no death before the man? Where is all this evidence? Where?
Well, we dig up ancient civilizations all the time. We found shit from Sumeria 10,000 years ago. I think they found ruins of a civilization that they're dating back 20,000 years. and yet we can't find all these 6,000 year old bones in Africa.
Well,
of Adam and Eve.
Think about it. Think about a shark eating vegetation. It would have different teeth. It would have a different digestive.
Yeah, I
system.
get what you're saying.
Where did this change take place? How did they know it was okay?
And everybody
to start
knows
eating meat.
Everybody knows that the megalodon is still exists, and it's hunting off the coast of America. So I mean, this is just known.
Did it start out chewing cud?
I kid. I've watched too much Shark Week, I think.
Well, that's what kills me. Like, and that's what I love about weed, man. It's like, when you smoke, you start thinking about something, right? It brings you on a tangent to a tangent to a tangent.
Yeah.
And so, like, I start thinking, I'm like, oh wow, they were all vegetarians before the fall of man. Really? Let's think about this. Let's think about all these dinosaurs, all these sharks, fish. Fish eat fish. You know what I'm saying? Whales eat krill. It's all meat eaters. How did they all switch? How did they know what happened in their DNA? Why would God specifically change their DNA to start eating meat? Because man ate an apple.
And why wouldn't God just make it that way to begin with?
Well, that's my point. Are there fossils with just omnivorous teeth in sharks?
Well,
is that a prediction? Is that one of the young Earth creationist predictions we're going to find?
Well,
a megalodon without meat-eating teeth?
I'm certain that they've already found one on the top of Mount Everest. So,
hey, how come you can find clams on the top of Mount Everest, but I can't find them on my flat yard here in Detroit?
Oh yeah, I think
is that because it got pushed up from the fucking bottom of the ocean, and where I'm at didn't?
Yeah, I think that's the current explanation is plate tectonics, possibly a local flood, but it would have had to been a big one to cover a mountain.
Oh, these fucking jokers, man.
I think.
Go ahead.
I think a big problem about looking at Genesis and like taking a little stance on it brings some like weird claims, like the funkiest claims, like tiny dinosaurs. They totally like ate plants. These whales, I feel like it's more of a burden for a Christian to say, I literally take these words to be serious and scientific.
Yeah.
I think it's more of adding more weight to themselves, and it's unnecessary.
Yeah, I agree because, and I don't think Skyle, like you said, you don't take the Genesis literally, right? Like, and if Smokey's like a Trinitarian like you, and he's neither old Earth nor young Earth, I don't think that he takes Genesis literally. So I don't understand why he gets mad at me when I read it literally, because there are a lot of Christians that do take it literally. That's kind of what I'm making fun of, is the very fundamental evangelicals that take this shit literally, the Kent Hovens of the world, the Jungle Jargons. He's one of the people in that little posse.
Well, to be honest, I have a huge thing against Jungle Jargon, and then I heard something today, and if it's true, then I'm not. I'm done with him. I'm just gonna let him go. I won't troll him anymore. I have nothing else.
What happened with Jungle Jargon?
But what's that?
What happened with Jungle Jargon?
I heard he may have a brain injury from or brain trauma. So
I've heard that as well.
If that's true, I'm going to leave it alone. I've been kind of harsh on him because he just spouts out assertions. He'll never follow it up. I asked him what his credentials were. He told me he doesn't lie.
Dude, in our debate,
how do you take somebody serious like that?
In our debate, I literally got him to tell me that the information he was giving me came from a YouTube video.
Sounds
Well,
like an
that's-
anti-vaxxer.
I'm going to leave him alone. But, it's like, to be honest, I grew up in what you would call an NAB church, North American Baptist, right? My mom and dad were high school public teachers. All my aunts and uncles were teachers, right? So I grew up with an old Earth, in an old Earth Christian home. So this young Earth shit is like last probably 10 to 15 years, all new to me, and I'm flabbergasted by it. And so,
it's really
what took me off my rocker more than anything is like people thinking that the Earth is actually 6,000 years old, and
If
so
you
they go
look
with
at it,
science.
yeah, if you look at
They'll
it,
use
Maynard,
science, but when you ask them
Yeah.
how do you date the Earth, and they go, well, genealogy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like if you look at it, young Earth creationism was defeated in the late 1800s, and it went away. It went away until I think it was like the late 60s, early 70s with this one book. I can't remember the name of it, but this book pretty much laid the groundwork for what we see young Earth creationists do, which is you start with a conclusion and then you find any kind of scientific data that might suggest that your conclusion is correct. I can't remember the name of this fucking book, but I looked into this. So it's really a new phenomena back again, because in the late 1800s, just science obliterated any taking of the Genesis story literally.
Well, it amazes me how they love science. They love science, right? Until it disagrees with them. But they'll use any other science. And like, I love how people use Bart Ehrman for one thing, right, to explain how Jesus existed or whatever. But then they'll never take the rest of the shit Bart Ehrman says
when he
about how
talks
the rest of it's all fucking bullshit.
The New Testament and things like that. They're just
Yeah,
like, oh no, he's But I wanted to jump in here really quick because last night, I don't know, Maynard, if you watched it at all, but last night I was in Smokey Saint's live stream. He had LPP in there. Jungle Jargon was in there. John Anthony was the only other atheist. But
yeah, I was gonna go in and I got bored.
So they wanted somebody to come in and sort of explain how the evolutionary model could be true. And I came in and straight up the bat said, well, we've got the fossil record. And not only do we have the fossil record, but we have the genomic record. We could completely get rid of the fossil record and still have more information that it could ever tell us because of the genomic record. And that we also have the meteorological record and the geological record of the Earth actually comport with the biological record in terms of like we can trace in both the geologic and the meteorological record certain aspects like mass extinction events. But the data in those, and they're not even really related to biology, they still comport with both genomics and especially paleontology or the fossil record. So how do you explain that non-biological sciences can comport with what the biological sciences are telling us about the history of life on this planet? How do you explain that on a creation model? They didn't have an answer. I also brought up, they tried to say, well, there's nothing that's older than 5,000 years. Nicholas Whitmer, proclaimer of Messiah, who I do have some respect for, he's a good guy. He said, there's nothing older than 5,000 years. I said, Göbekli Tepe is a human civilization, or a human, what's the term? Site, I guess you would call it. That's, what is it, like 10 or 12,000 years old? And we have other sites that are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,000 years old. How do you explain that? And then they said, well, what about all the rocks that we utilized potassium argon dating to figure out the age of? Literally, none of them.
Can I have
any of that?
Can I have 2 minutes on that?
Go ahead.
Okay. So I didn't hear it last night, but this morning I get up early. I go sit in the park. I smoke a doobie before I go to work, and I just get myself right. And so I listen to shit. I have time to listen. I listened to that this morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
I commented as well on that stream. And one of the things that when you came in and you started saying that they started labeling you like a cokehead, this and all that, they went straight to the ad homs. Well, one of the things that they said in that stream, if you go back, I think, and I wanted to get timestamps. I was looking at all this. It was like 2 hours, 14 minutes, and they're talking about how atheists don't know how to use the Google. And I am a fucking Googler, dude. I Google everything after I hear it because
same.
Right. So he's right. Jungle Jargon. They're all talking about nothing's older than 5,000 years. I said okay. So I start Googling everything. Right. How old's the Indian civilization? Right. 8,000 years on Google, and it tells you it's even older now than the Sumerian and ever. Everything they brought up, I Googled. They were fucking wrong, and it fucking amazed me. So I had to go start putting shit in there. And Jungle Jargon drives me up a fucking wall because he reminds me of George Costanza's father sitting behind the computer just yelling out assertions.
Yes.
You know, like his wife's in the other room and he's yelling out assertions to her, right? No power comes from a greater power. Nothing goes sideways in evolution.
Yeah.
You know, all this shit, dude. So
So
that was this morning. Then I heard something later today on carnivorous ape, and I was like, all right, if that's true, I'm gonna leave them alone. But everything they said was fucking wrong when Googled. I Googled everything they fucking said in like 45 minutes of talking about civilization. They're fucking wrong. You can go look up, there's a Galt site in Texas, GAULTE site. It's 18,000 years old that they're digging up and shit. I mean, come on, people. You want us to use Google? You want me to use Google? When I do, it's just proving you wrong.
We've had Native American civilizations on this continent for 8 to 10,000 years. Like it's there. Yeah, I mean, there's no way you can that young Earth can be true.
There's
I wonder,
Clovis.
Did Sky Out go to sleep on us?
Oh no, I was just listening to you guys talk.
I've never heard you stay so quiet, Sky Out. I'm impressed.
No, I was looking up some information on the carnivores that he mentioned, and he was talking about before the fall, and there was no death and things like that. Yeah, God.
Yeah, they don't have cow teeth, do they?
They always had cow teeth.
Oh, really? Megalodons.
Yeah, they. There's no point where the sharks did not have those sharp teeth. They were always carnivores, and they always ate meat. And it doesn't. There's nothing.
No, they didn't. Not according to young Earth creationists. Before the fall, they ate vegetation.
I'm not a young Earth creationist. I think that's false. I'm an old Earth. So I put some things in the chat about that. According to
I'm sorry, I can't see the chat, to be honest.
Yeah, and Sky Out doesn't take Genesis literally. Right, Sky Out.
Yeah, it depends what you mean literally, because
because earlier I was
literally is literally.
Well, yeah, like earlier I was trying to ask you, like, if God is real, dude, and I was going to take you to Genesis.
Give me a second, I'll be back.
And talk about, like, God walking through the Garden of Eden, feeling the wind on his face, not being able to find Adam.
Ryder, come here.
So, like, but, and then I remembered you said that you don't take Genesis literally.
Depends what you mean by literally, because there's different in the Bible. They have something called literary genres or literary devices where different texts can mean either.
Did the world start with two people?
Did
God create Adam and Eve, or did God create Adam and then Eve from Adam's rib bone?
That's what it says in Scripture. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, so to what extent? Okay. So,
but what I mean by literally would be like the days of time, because in Genesis 1, there's a Hebrew word that.
All right, yeah. So I get like you can like apply evolution, maybe. Like, do you believe in evolution?
No.
Are you talking about the word yom?
Do you believe in the global flood or local flood?
Local flood.
Can I ask a quick question for Maynard?
Please.
So, in the exchange that I had last night, did you notice how I can't remember who it was, but they brought up the biologist Colin Patterson and cited stuff that he said about DNA and genetics and all this other stuff in the fossil record. Did you notice there where I cited two professional sources where he straight up says that his claims, if they're being used by creationists to support a creationist talking points, that they're just wrong, they're misinterpreting what he says. Literally, none of them had anything to say. Like, I straight right then and there was like,
no, absolutely. You brought up two different points. It seemed like you brought it up off of Google and was reading it. It was like, here's this,
off of Wikipedia.
Here's this.
And I cited the sources that Wikipedia cited.
It totally shredded everything they said, and then they just ignored it, or seemed like they ignored it. And it was Gavin, I believe.
Might have been, yeah.
And Gavin's the worst because he doesn't hear anything. He's just going to sit there and repeat his bullshit after again.
And I'm just like, yeah, but that was the point that you were getting at. Don't lie. We all know that.
You made your point. You proved it twice.
Yeah.
And he tried to go back to, it was 1981. It was like back in 1981. And he was trying to make a point from 81. And you're like, yeah, but after 97, it was like 97, 99 or something like that. You're like, look, this is what he said. And he wouldn't agree to it. He just wanted to go back to the 81 statement. And that's what they do. It's quote mining. There you go.
Another thing to kind of allude to a point you made earlier, I used Google to find that information. I'm an atheist, by the way.
Well,
Yeah,
right,
no,
and they were just
well-
saying how the atheists can't use Google, and
Well,
I
well-
Googled everything during
What?
that, and they were all wrong.
I proved what they. Oh, go ahead, Scott.
Hey, I was gonna say I'm about to bounce out, dude. Let me catch up with you next time.
Hey,
All right,
you take it
Scott.
easy,
Yeah,
Kyle.
thanks
I
for
appreciate the
stopping by.
conversation.
We're not going to go too
Yeah.
much longer.
I'm
I'm looking forward to that new Sky Out Comedy Hour.
I have to catch up with y'all. Y'all have a good one now.
You take it
All
easy,
right,
Scott.
have a good
I
night.
appreciate the
All right, take care, Scott.
Thanks, Sky Out.
It's always
I did
fun
wanna-
when Scott comes on.
I did want to say to Mr. Parker, I like your profile picture, black hole merger.
You're the only person who knew that. You're the only one who knew that. Everyone else thinks it's a
I'm an
pig's
amateur
knot.
astrophysicist.
Yeah, I thought it was a pig's nose for a long, long time.
Everyone thinks it's a pig's nose.
Yeah.
Everyone does. But I wanted to like say something like 10 minutes ago, but we were talking about like taking the Bible literally, and I don't understand if someone who doesn't take the Bible as literal as as like most atheists present it as, because of young Earth creationists, then why aren't these Christians criticizing it too? We have Smokey calling Matt Powell his brother, but Smokey doesn't take the Bible as literal as Matt Powell. But he criticizes.
Okay, I mean,
go ahead.
Smokey is honestly like an enigma because you can ask him like, okay, what like clearly you don't think these people are 900 years old, but how old do you think they are? Like, and he freezes on that question.
Yeah,
I've noticed that a lot. When you they all disagree about how to interpret the Bible and what it says. Christians all over the world since there's been Christianity that's how we have different denominations. Yet somehow it's the infallible word of God, and it's like you all can't even agree on what it says and how to interpret it. And when we as skeptics point that out, instead of criticizing what's wrong and explaining yourself and the discrepancies and the nuances, you just attack us. It's almost as if you don't want us.
They all
Exactly.
all
Smokey had a
attack us.
And the point.
Smokey had a different. Smokey
Go
has
ahead.
a different way than all the other YECs, but he would not. He's like, oh, I got a different interpretation than my brothers, so I'm going to sit this one out. No, why don't you
Speak
hash
your
that
mind.
out?
The thing
Why don't
is-
you hash that out between the? You got one side, two different opinions. Why don't you hash that shit out?
Yeah, I mean, he can have a problem with me talking about it literally, but yeah, not with. I even called him out on that. Like I called Jungle Jargon out on that. I'm like, so what do you think? Because I think it was the debate with Gutsick Gibbons, and like it was like literally like she was. Yeah, she was like literally teaching him the science, and it was like more of a classroom session. and I'm like, so I'm like, Jungle, like, what do you feel about your boy being an evolutionist right now? And he never responded to me. It's like, yeah, they're quick to point the finger at me or other atheists, but they don't look at themselves.
Exactly. They have no sense of self criticism, at least as far as I have seen.
Most denominations.
No, it's a
that-
brotherhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Parker.
So like, all these fundamental Christian denominations, they target, atheists or those who criticize them, but the moment they figure out that they're of different denominations, they don't call each other out. It's a weird thing in the atheist community, we call each other out.
Exactly.
We do not care. We call each other on trans rights, racism, all these things. But then we got, stupid Christian fundamentals who can't agree on one verse or two,
Well,
and they don't
the
hash
thing
it
is,
out.
Like you have like fundamental. Well, he doesn't call himself a fundamentalist, but he's basically a fundamentalist.
Yeah.
At this point, like Smokey. And the thing is, like, what amuses me the most about him is like he clearly wants to grow his channel. Like that's why he's on here. That's why everybody is on here. Like anybody here is looking for attention in some way or another, and then that's fine. But he poisons the well, like in debates, like especially in the morality ones.
Immediately,
Like when he wants people to present like a secular source of morality, and people say like, oh, well, I object to, like the story of like Ishmael. I think it's of like Ishmael and Hagar, or like some event like the genocide of like the Amalekites, essentially. And it's like he won't address those points, except to say that like, oh, you can't you can't judge it from our culture's perspective, and you're a bigot if you try to.
Yeah, which
then
is
you go
it's,
on like this laundry list of like accusations of like, oh, well, you're an adulterer, you're an adulterating, child molesting, piece of crap. And it's like,
yeah. So like,
wow,
if you
that's
Yeah.
if you bring up
much.
if you bring up like a specific point in history of like where like Christians did something that's clearly immoral, like you give the full details of it, he then like goes on a rant. It's repetitive basically. He's
Well,
like,
I tried to explain it to him, like when I finally got him in that one conversation, calm down, and like I was giving him so much and just letting him be like the real him. Like I tried to explain it to him because he was like, how would you feel if I just bashed on the Native Americans? And I'm like, there were certain tribes that I would totally agree with you doing so. If like I talk shit about the treaty party of the Cherokee Nation that took slaves, I'm going to call out any culture that I find it to be immoral, including my own, and the whole point of it is that we've progressed, and we can look back and see that, hey, that society wasn't that different from all the other societies around them. The one thing that makes them different is that the Christians claim that society was ruled by God himself. So you have to judge it by a different standard. They refuse to see that different standard.
Can I say something just really, really quick?
Yeah.
This is for Rage, because the thing is, I've noticed once I started following Rage like a month and a half, 2 months ago, is that Smokey calls him an anti-Semite only because Rage makes the statement, and obviously it's kind of somewhat of like a purposefully provocative and somewhat facetious statement that, well, the people who wrote the Bible are a bunch of goat fuckers, and then he calls Rage anti-Semitic because he somehow has a lineage to those people and calling them that.
Yeah, I don't get that either.
That's something I've never understood.
it's very unrelated.
Yeah, and it's like I'm not even. It doesn't even equate. Like an anti-Semite is a very real thing that we're trying to combat the rise of once again here in America, and you cheapen it. And what that all boils down to, I think he accidentally let it go, is he doesn't like the fact that I advocate for Black Lives Matter. And he keeps signal boosting with his argumentation about using the N-word. Like this guy, he is a blatant racist.
Nah.
He can't stand that I'm not.
Did you notice that like right after he came out calling you an anti-Semite, he had a debate on Modern Day Debate. I think like maybe the next night or two, whatever. I think it was against Michael.
Yeah, Michael and another
opponent.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
And
he came out just blazing how they're anti-Semitic out of nowhere, and how that they're just racist. And like that's his calling card. That's his go-to that he thinks he's got you.
And I had conversations with Rib, and
it's disgusting.
I mean, he's not a racist. He's not an anti-Semite at all. He's just not.
Yeah, it seems to be.
Oh, he totally is. He's projecting greatly.
Well, no, not Smokey, but RIB.
Yeah. Rib seems pretty cool. Like I've been in like one conversation with him like on Math Picks channel, and I've seen him in a few debates. He seems really cool.
It doesn't matter if you watch the debate. There was nothing racist going on. He was he brought it up and brought it in and tried to poison the well with it.
That's what I was trying to get at with Skyle, and really Skyle's a bad person to try to get into that. I mean, like he kept bringing up the comedy show. Like Skyle is not the person to be trying to have a conversation about Smokey's behavior. CJ's in the chat now. I'm not sure if we'd have enough time to really get into it, but like CJ would be a person that I think might have an honest conversation about Smokey's behavior. But then again, we have our own issues to hash out. But like I was trying to get like this behavior, like Smokey Saint seems like a smart dude. He might actually be a worthy challenger in a conversation if he would get rid of all of the insults and the bullshit that he does. But he just can't help himself.
I think CJ's got a point too, but he bloviates so much in all his answers that he just ends up ruining it. Like instead of just keeping it nice, short, choppy answer to something. I think he just goes on and ends up making a word salad, and it's useless.
Can we hear from
Yeah.
Immutable? He's tried to chime in here a couple times.
No, I mean it's just if Smokey would be like less trigger sensitive towards people, like in any conversation. I mean, just like even in his evolution debates, like he will claim like basically all the talking points from Maddox, like an SFT combined. Like, yeah, like you can tell he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Because like in one of the debates, I think it was with Jackson, like he wanted to know like what like how taxonomically like octopuses were classified in. And okay, 5-10 minutes later you go down that rabbit hole. Okay, they're cephalopods and or whatever phylum they belong to, and you finally go through that rabbit hole, and he interrupts it, and he's like, "Oh no, that's not what I'm talking about." He's like, "Oh, I'm talking about like the unicellular, multicellular branching event in evolution." It's like, what?
Yeah.
Like,
There's this, yeah.
like this guy.
That
seems
was my
to-
horrible Smokey laugh impersonation. Sorry.
No, that's the other thing too. Like his laugh. Oh my god.
Oh, it's a nervous. It's a nervous
Oh,
fucking.
horrible.
Oh my god.
It was really funny because he talked about it on Modern Day Debate, and he was like, atheists are just ragging on me about my laugh, but the people that watch me love it, and I'm like, that's because they all play team sports. Like, no, we're not ragging on you because of your laugh or without reason. It's horrific. Now I understand we only have one laugh, and we can't really fucking, really control it at all times. But that dude just he lets that thing loose every chance he gets. I'm like, tone it down.
And look, come on, man. Every MDD.
In LPP's stream reviewing his debate with Godless, he rage quit on Luca because Luca was going. I can't remember what. Like it was something that related to the Bible or reliability of a part of the Bible or something, and he was just like, I can't take. I'm done and just quit. And I'm just like, wait to give up. Why stick around? Discuss your points. Engage.
Yeah,
Well, every MDD after show is a Christian cockstroke show until an atheist shows up, and then it's 8-on-1, and they want to beat everybody up, and then they want to tell you you're on coke, or they want to throw ad homs at you. I mean, it's fucking ridiculous.
No,
It's,
both
it's
times I was against like
such
6 or 7. I think I
dishonesty.
did well.
I actually like it. I like it as long as I can speak.
I gotta give it to Smokey. He does, because I'll be honest, when I came into his stream last night reviewing SFT and Derek's debate, Ricky's debate, I'll be honest, I did come in hot and heavy, which I did on purpose. I wanted to know if I come in and just make my point directly, succinctly.
Oh, yeah, you were hot and heavy.
To get answers, what would they do? And,
For sure.
Smokey, he muted me a couple times, but I give it to the guy. He'll let the atheists come in, at least for me, and like John Anthony and a couple others I've seen come in. He lets them come in, make their points, and talk and engage. Yeah. Whereas when I was in with LPP,
Well, he did for a little bit. There was a couple shows that they sat there and they muted every atheist, and they timed them out, and then they got called out for it, and they were like, "Oh, we shouldn't do that anymore."
Wait a minute, I'm wrong about something. She doesn't explain. She just says wrong. I love my comment section sometimes.
So
yeah, the beautiful thing is like, and this is a common quirk between I call it a quirk. It's a common quirk like when dealing with both LPP and Smokey. The way you can tell like that you're doing something successfully with them, or that like you're pushing them a little bit, is that they will both like exasperate like very heavily. Like Maddox will have this like
he'll go. What I would.
He tries to play this serious role, like
over
he's
his voice,
serious,
he doesn't
so
know
it's
what to say.
real.
Yeah.
and he'll,
Like
and
it's
that's-
true because he's serious.
Like when I asked my question
Logically,
about
probably impotent.
when I asked my question about how is it not acceptable for us to have a model without a mechanism, but it is acceptable for you to have a model without a mechanism. He said, and I pressed him and I said, no. He said, well, your assertion is, and I said, I didn't make an assertion. I asked you a question. And he was like, what? If you let me explain, like you could tell he would, I don't know if he just
Yeah.
was trying to figure out what to say. Like he didn't really have a response almost. I mean, I'm not going to assert that, but he does that a lot, and they seem to do that a lot when you make a decent point. Go ahead.
With Maddox particularly, I believe what's happening there is Maddox probably has watched like what I would call like old school atheists, like T.J. Kirk and stuff like that, and has made generalizations based upon those types of people and how they argue for things.
Yeah, he does make sweeping generalizations about atheists.
Yeah, and so the thing is, right, like he doesn't care about anybody's position particularly. He pays attention like to what he has a mental model of what people believe.
Mm-hmm.
And when you throw him off the script, like if you ask him, like, okay, I can agree with you on this point. Like I can agree that it might be intelligently designed. Where do we go from here? It's an instant switch.
Well, what's
He
funny is
doesn't know how
like
to-
last night when Leophilius was on, he was sitting there talking, so I typed into the chat about the megalodon, right? And they were talking about DNA and DNA structure, and I said, all right, well, what and how and why did the DNA structure change after the fall of man? What mechanism changed that in the DNA? Not one answer. No one replied. Nothing.
Yeah, I asked them questions about, like I mentioned earlier, the biological record comporting with the geological record, the meteorological record, and the genomic record. They didn't answer that. I brought up questions about the age of the Earth. They didn't answer anything about that. I brought up things from dendrochronology to history to geology that showed that there was never a literal global flood. They didn't answer any of that. Like they said that there's no transitional fossils to show that or transitional species to show an evolution from apes to humans, and I said, so we've never found Denisovans, we've never found like Homo.
You kept asking about Australopithecines.
Those are monkeys, and I was like, well, what's a monkey? Because a monkey, and correct me if I'm wrong, Immutable, because I think you know a little bit more about this than I do, but monkey isn't really like an actual term utilized, at least in a rigorous manner, within taxonomy. So
no, it isn't. It's very
even
common.
if it was, humans would technically be monkeys. So,
it's.
Was it you or them that kept saying symbionts? They're symbionts,
and we are simians. Humans are simians. So.
Yeah. So what I like to do occasionally, like if it's a very limited room, I won't even go that far, right? So what I do instead is I'll ask them, like, okay, well, what would you expect, like, to find for a transitional form? Like, because they might be talking about like reptile mammal transition.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, so you're saying we don't find any of them. I could take that like for the sake of, playing devil's advocate. But what do you expect particularly, like for the details of that fossil to have? Because if you can't even answer that question, like if you can't provide a line of like demarcation for, something that's like semi-reptile, semi-mammal.
It's a great question.
Yeah, like in its transition, which, by the way, therapsids are that transition. They went extinct a while ago, though. If you can't give like that kind of explanation, if you don't even know what to expect, well, then of course you're not going to accept evidence for that claim because you think people are making shit up.
So I think the problem of the matter is, like Smokey, Maddox, they both. I see them insult people, use ad homs a lot when they bring up like scientific points. I feel like if they really tried to get rid of these ad homs and insults, it would just become silence when we bring up these points. It's not that they don't have anything. I think it's just due to the fact that they don't know that much. I think I'm not saying they're illiterate. I'm just saying due to the fact that they're looking at ancient atheism arguments, they're not going to have much discussion with us.
Come on in, CJ.
A perfect example of like one of the points like that I do want to contest like with Smokey again, and I probably won't interact with them though, is this point of like he'll raise the point that somehow or another convergent evolution, so the fact that you have like convergent genes like that pop up like in different species somehow disproves evolution. And you can't use that like for and for that reason, like you can't construct phylogenies based on physical similarities alone. It's like, okay, well, there's a lot of issues with that statement.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, why is it impossible? Like, you can ask them a very basic question, being, why is it impossible for, two species that are genetically, like, significantly dissimilar to develop, like, a gene, like, that has a common function between those organisms? Like, why is that impossible? And the fact is, like, he won't answer that because he doesn't understand enough genetics. But he'll just assert that it's incorrect.
Yeah, I would agree that's like the big point. And,
I think that's part of the issue is that, and it's for all people too. Like, we all operate from a limited set of data.
Yes.
But when I don't know something, like if people try to ask me about geology and I don't know a certain thing, I shut up and say, I don't know. I need to look into that.
And they hate that. They hate the honesty and saying we don't understand this yet. And they're like, oh, well,
they hate it.
Flabbergasted and angry because they desperately want an answer to this, and they don't just want a answer; they want their answer.
Well, and I think that
they want to call me an evolutionist, but I don't know enough about it, so I don't consider myself an evolutionist. I can't show you, so I don't know it enough to show you. So therefore, it may be possible. It's probably possible to me. But I don't know enough about it, so no, you can't call me an evolutionist. If you want to call me something, call me a gravitist.
Well,
like last night,
I believe in gravity.
Like last night when I was in Smokey's side chat, and that when I was talking about that David Neff guy, and I don't mean to be hard on him, but like he was asking a legitimate question. He wanted to have a debate with Standing for Truth, where Standing for Truth gave him all the citations for all the papers that he was going to use beforehand, so David Neff could go through, read those papers, have an understanding of those papers. I think that that's a valid request, especially if you've already given Standing for Truth 3 debates where that didn't happen, right? Like, so
for sure.
So what Standing for Truth did was get pissed and pretty much start talking like, well, I'm just never going to debate David Neff again. And David Neff came back in kissing Standing for Truth's ass because he wants to debate him again. And Standing for Truth essentially told him to go through the stream, pause it, spend roughly 2 hours getting the citations himself so he can find the papers instead of just simply sending the fucking papers that he supposedly has all this knowledge of. It's disgusting.
Here's the thing, though, that there's a good reason for that. That's because, and like me and Speed and others have talked about this too, is that I don't think like people like Standing understand how to properly look through like scientific databases
exactly
to retrieve the paper itself.
Proper data analysis. I don't think they can do it.
The way people get a hold of these sources are like usually ICR, CIM,
evolution
news.
News.
There's all sorts of outlets like that are blatantly like anti-evolution in principle, and they push out like a lot of different sources that they believe that will give problem for people who contend evolution or people who profess evolutionary theory. And people that look at that are like, oh yeah, this is a great point, so I'll put this thing in part of my next debate. And more importantly, like the people that like to push out the pseudoscience or that misrepresent the data, rather, give like quote a very specific portion of the paper that makes it seem as if though it agrees with their point. Mm-hmm. And most times, like, and I've done it like with some of Maddox's papers, particularly when he talks about the genetic code and like the genetic code in proteins like couldn't have evolved. It's like, okay, but according to the paper you just cited, it says the exact opposite. Like it says that they evolved simultaneously.
Can I jump in here really quick, because there's a greater point that I don't think maybe you do know you're alluding to it, but there is another point that connects to what you're saying about with the papers, is that when we cite papers, like I can cite papers from Gerald Joyce and David Horning and John Avis and Tracy Lincoln and all of these origins of life researchers showing that they've developed like RNA polymerases that are capable of self-amplifying and even catalyzing the cross amplification of each other, and that this, this can show a potential viable path to, the development of replicators. But they always say, oh, well, all the chemicals they used were engineered, they're purified, the environments are highly controlled. And I don't think they understand that was the point of this study. Well, and it's this whole, and this is the way that Faz-Rana words the objection, because he makes the same objection, but I like the way that he words it, is that he says that the thing about all these studies that you see these atheists and these naturalists cite as it concerns, the origins of life, is that they're highly contrived laboratory experiments that are very tightly and very closely controlled and regulated by humans that don't really translate to reality. They don't really translate to a prebiotic Earth. But the problem with that is, number one, almost all of them in some way or another do actually translate to at least what we could have expected based on our current knowledge, the prebiotic Earth to have looked like. Because that's literally the point of the study. And the other point is that almost every single human experiment or scientific experiment done by a human is a highly contrived laboratory experiment in which we very closely regulate and control the environment, the variables in it. And this is a good analogy, I think, is you look at the Large Hadron Collider. We decide what particles we're going to collide. We decide what energy levels we're going to collide them at. There's numerous other aspects in terms of the mathematics and setting up the environment and controlling for variables that we do. The Large Hadron Collider is a very, very highly contrived laboratory experiment in which the variables and the environments are tightly regulated by humans. But nobody would argue that makes quantum electrodynamics wrong, or that quantum electrodynamics depends on something beyond the natural. Go ahead,
Leo. What was Gavin calling it? Was he calling it the Hydro Collider or something? They brought that up. They brought it up, and he called it like the Hydro Collider or something. He was just he was way out of his league.
Bless his heart.
By the way, how's it going, CJ? Glad to see you in here.
Gavin's a special kind of yeah.
Yeah, another point that's like really related to that as well is that it's well known, like if you're doing like psych research, which I'm not even going to talk about psych, but like there can become issues like if you sample something too much or sample something like within too frequent of a time interval, you get these wild charts and like where you can't discern like the overall trend of data. And you like in any scientific experiment, if you're going in culturing bacteria, you want to know, what does this protein do? Or how do these bacteria respond to chemical XYZ? You better design a control variable. Like you better design
exactly.
Like you better design
literally in the scientific method.
Yeah, it's the purpose of a control variable like is to have like a point of reference. Yes. It's to say like, okay, here's something we know like we can measure, and here's something that all other results will be measured relative to. Mm-hmm. But like that's how we deal with that's how we deal like with certain experiments, because
it's how you get a measurement.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like if you try to measure like too many things at once, the experimental design becomes a nightmare. But that's why, I mean, once you gather enough data on something, like if you're studying 5 parameters or whatever, then you send that over to a statistician, and they do statistical analysis to determine how these things are related to each other, if they're related at all. And it's like this point of like, oh, well, it's a highly contrived environment.
And another, go ahead, continue, please.
It's like, oh, it's a highly contrived environment. So what exactly? What exactly do you think science is? Like, do you think that we should just throw random jars of chemicals into the ocean and detect it? How exactly? Like, what are you postulating as an alternative for the experiment, like that you want to test?
Another really good, simple example for this is a telescope. It manipulates how the light receives it with a lens. We can point it at particular regions in the skies, and with certain telescopes, especially radio telescopes, we can cancel out a bunch of what would be considered noise, all that stuff. So again, it's a sort of a contrived human experiment that we control, but nobody would say that can't tell us what's in the sky in a very accurate and concise and confirmable manner.
Well, yeah, and I literally heard Maddox tell SFT last night that that they can read the papers and come to different conclusions than the conclusions of the papers. So like they're admitting like they're taking parts of the paper to get to their narrative, to get to their conclusion, but they're totally ignoring the actual conclusions of the scientific papers that they're using.
And just to jump in here, real quick, that's one of the reasons that they make this objection that, oh, well, these are highly contrived experiments. They're tightly controlled by humans. There's that intelligence factor, as Dr. Rana puts it. And, I respect Dr. Rana. I really do. I think he's a great guy. I think he's a very smart guy, and he is a professional in the field. I don't agree with everything he says, but I don't want to digress too much. Is that objection, I think, in whether it's done purposefully, I think some people do, I think some people don't, is that I think it's an attempted delegitimization of the significance of the results of these studies because they don't comport with their model. So they try to find a way to delegitimize their significance, and they do it by saying, "Well, that was a human-controlled experiment. There's an intelligence factor there still, so it doesn't show what you think it does." They're just trying to delegitimize those conclusions because it doesn't comport with their non-natural model.
I think they need to give us a entirely new method that's different from the scientific method, where it doesn't involve us and humans interacting with it. I think they don't understand basic science and how we are necessary to do science, because we made science up. If you expect us to give you scientific papers and tell us it's wrong because people did them, well, then you're just telling us science is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have.
They try to base so much of their argument on the same science that they're now rejecting because it doesn't agree with their
It really seems like YouTube Christianity is trying to be two people right now. You have those that are trying to be Kent Hovind and those that are trying to be inspiring philosophy. So that's really what we're combating right now is those two really groups. CJ here, I think you're trying to be
hear from
inspiring
him.
philosophy.
I would really like to hear from him.
I hope.
Hey guys,
well,
can I just say, I'm not inspiring philosophy because I think that dude is a clown. But
can I just say one thing?
Go ahead.
Happy birthday, Knock! I'm getting out of here.
All right, yeah, I'm going longer than I was. I'm going to go to like 1:30, but yeah, thanks for stopping by, Maynard Six.
I appreciate it.
It was nice talking with you, man.
I also
Leopolis, let's get together sometime.
Oh, we will for sure. Do you have a YouTube channel? I'm assuming at all?
No,
Okay.
Well, I'm not into that. All right.
Yeah. I'm waiting for my headphones and my editing equipment to come in, and then I'm gonna really start making videos and getting the channel up and going. So we can be in contact. I don't know if you have any of Rage's information, but you can
Rage has my information. You're welcome to it.
And I can give him mine, and then he can share it, and we'll definitely be in touch for sure.
We'll
take it easy.
Awesome. Thanks, Rage. Happy birthday, brother.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right.
This one guy, you was trying to pipe in, I think.
Yeah, I was just gonna say happy birthday too. That's why I came in here as well.
Oh, thank you. Your microphone's really low. Did
I'm just
you
really
do something
tired.
to it?
I'm just tired. It might be the connection. I don't know.
Well, yeah, I appreciate it, man. Like I'm 43. Birthdays aren't really that important anymore.
Oh dang, that is old.
I'm ancient.
I know. Yeah, you were there for mine, so yeah, that was pretty cool. I'll talk to you later. Sorry to interrupt the conversation, all that.
Oh yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, thanks for stopping by.
Take care.
Have a good one.
You too.
Dude, Rage, you are only 2 years younger than my mother.
I know, but I still look young if I shave.
How old are you, CJ? If you don't mind me asking, you don't have to answer. Don't feel obligated.
Oh, not a problem at all. I'm 22.
Okay. Oh, you're younger than me. Okay. I'm only 25, so I thought I might have been the youngest one in here.
Darn, I'm the middle child of you guys. I'm 24.
Yeah, Mr. Parker's got you all.
Boom.
Mr. Parker is youth.
I am the youth.
I'm not gonna lie, that's been a trend so far as being either the or one of the youngest person in a group, but that's perfectly fine. I guess that's kind of the nature of what I'm doing to an extent.
Yeah. Got anything to add to the discussion? I'd love to hear from you. You seem like a very respectful interlocutor. I'd love to engage with you on anything.
I appreciate that. I will be kind of forward with one portion here, which is that I am a young Earth creationist. However, that is almost entirely a faith-based position on my point because I'm not very versed in sciences. I have certain questions that I think may or may not be good questions, but maybe if I knew a little bit more, they might not be as great of questions as I've originally thought. But I've typically been somebody who focused on things like history and ethics. And a lot of Genesis, honestly, has been a lot of stuff that I do admittedly take on faith. However, with that said, there is one thing I wanted to mention because it has come up.
How's it going?
Multiple times.
Midnight. Nice to see you, buddy. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're all right. I do think, because people often say, like you mentioned earlier with Bart Ehrman, they'll take one thing that Bart Ehrman says but reject some other things. Or, we said the same thing with some scientific papers.
I don't think that's. The way I said it, kind of generalized it. I really don't think that it's very general within the community, as from what I've seen. But I have seen it. But go ahead, please.
Yeah, certainly. Well, and I do know there is certainly some levels of inconsistency for sure in that. But I also do think that there is actually, nothing wrong with taking somebody, it is correct on one portion and maybe incorrect on another. And I give you kind of
can agree with that. Example.
Yeah. I would venture, at least I would certainly hope, that absolutely everybody in this room disagrees with Thomas Jefferson on the question of slavery. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yet, governmentally speaking, you're right, exactly. And yet, if we talk about like government, right, he's one of the most brilliant minds of all time, and I think a lot of us acknowledge that. Even a lot of people who
I definitely get your point, and I like the way that you expressed it there with that analogy. I think that was very good.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And to be honest, I find this to be a common theme in a lot of different ways because I experience the same issue a lot of times when I quote ancient church historians, for example, Irenaeus. People, one of the most common ones as well. I don't know if it's Irenaeus or Irenaeus. I don't know if I'm actually pronouncing that correctly, but nonetheless.
We all butcher names. Let's be honest. I've done it numerous times.
I think I've called you Leophilus without the I probably 100 times. I got to be honest.
Yeah, and my name, I got to give a lot of people in here credit, and Smokey, because the first time he said it, and a lot of people that were in here tonight got it right. That when it was Leophilius is how it's pronounced, and a lot of people get it right, but then there's those that are like Leophilius. I don't know how to pronounce that.
Leophilius. There you go.
Yeah,
it's Leo. So
just call me Leo. Yeah. And I am a Leo, and that's where the name comes from. The Phileus is based on Greek, or philiac, or to like something. And the lion is my favorite animal. I am a Leo, and I don't take astronomy seriously, but I am a Leo, so that's where the name Leophilius comes from.
You mean astrology, not astronomy?
Yeah. Yes, thank you.
Oh no!
I definitely take astronomy seriously, but not astrology.
I think it was like maybe Chris Shelton. After we stopped streaming, we talked about astrology, and I was the same way. Like, I think it's fun, but I don't believe in it.
But I did want to say one thing for CJ, and any questions that you have on science, because I believe that you are someone who would be genuinely curious on it. I'm not a professional. I don't claim to be. Immutable is actually either has or is pursuing a degree. He'd have to specify. I don't have any.
Yeah, I am pursuing a master's degree in chemistry.
But I don't have any degrees, but I've been studying astronomy, astrophysics, cosmology, theoretical physics, mainly with an emphasis in quantum mechanics, quantum field theory, and relativity for the last 10 years.
I think you just lost everybody in this room.
Knowledge, but I don't know everything. So any questions you have on science, I will try my best to answer.
I think you just lost everybody in this room by bringing up other subjects, especially quantum mechanics.
No, not me.
I know I didn't get Immutable. Me and him have had discussions. Immutable knows a lot about stuff. He really does.
Yeah, Mutable's
Wasn't
pretty
a
smart. Mr.
Yeah,
Parker's
Mutable
pretty
is
smart.
very
I
intelligent.
mean, you haven't talked to me yet, so
I,
don't sell my
I
stuff
looked
for
at some things for a debate once with Travis.
Luckily, Sean Carroll and Brian Greene have been my saving grace when it comes
Yes,
to.
and I love Sean Carroll. He's one of my biggest influences. He really is.
He's a sweetheart.
Hold on,
Honestly,
The way that he teaches and explains things it's so unique, but you can get it. You know, he does it in a good way. That's why I like it. And
Yeah.
another person I really like is Leonard Susskind. I think he is just phenomenally
What
good.
about Brian Cox?
Yeah, I like him too. Brian Cox, I like a lot.
I love Leonard Susskind. He's one of the oldies, but man,
Yeah.
he hits straight to the point.
Yes,
Robert Brain.
He reminds me. He's to me. I would word it. He's somewhat reminiscent, at least in my mind, almost of Richard Feynman. The way that Richard Feynman was succinct, direct, but could explain it in a way that. I mean, obviously, there's some degree of technicality you need to understand for these subjects, but he could still explain it in a way that if you didn't have his knowledge, you would still get it, just like Richard Feynman could.
Yeah, yeah. Richard Feynman. I mean, God, man,
That guy was.
We don't have him
I
anymore.
have 5
He
of his
just
books.
knew it. He just knew what he was doing. Knew
I
what
have
to
all his
say. Knew how to
lectures.
say it. Go ahead.
I have all his lectures and the 6 easy pieces of physics and 6 not so easy pieces.
Mhm. I've heard of those books. I haven't read them. Are those books? I thought one of them was a book. Is one of them?
The interesting thing about Richard Feynman is that
can't
for
remember.
somehow he got quantum mechanics naturally. You know what I mean? He was just able to get it. I remember hearing a story, where he was learning about the double slit experiment, and he just kept asking the teacher, like, "Well, what if you add 3, 4,
Yep.
5, 6?"
What if you had an infinite number of slits? That's
Yeah.
what he ended up asking. So what if you had 10 slits? Well, did this, that? Well, what if you had like 100? What if you had like 1,000,000? What if they were infinite? Which would essentially mean that there are no slits.
Real quick, I want to say hi to my buddy in the chat, X. X is in the chat. What's up, X? And I don't want to take us from this talk of intellectual superiority, but at the same time, I would be remiss if I didn't address something with CJ while I have him here, because I've addressed it in live stream. So I'd like to get his take and have this conversation. So, like, CJ, you seem to take Smokey's side on on whether or not you should be able to use the N-word without ramifications. So, like, I think maybe a part of my position that you might not understand or Smokey doesn't quite get is I'm not promoting that, like, violence happens if people were to say the N-word, like if they were to walk into the ghetto. But I'm saying it's a reality, and I would find it funny. So I would like to hear, like, I don't know, like, you don't really think that it should be just okay for people to use those derogatory terms, do you?
Yeah, so I absolutely feel that. So let me just address a couple things. So the first thing would be that I definitely do feel you as far as, like, just that being a reality. And I get how that's different from making a legal argument or justifying an act of violence or something like that. So I do respect that differentiation for sure. So my opinion is basically that you have the right unequivocally to say absolutely horrible things that I would never say.
Yeah, I agree with you there.
I can't agree with that. Yes, yeah.
Right. And
I think you have the right to say things. I think you also have the right to pay the consequences for what you say.
Good, very good point, Rage. Very good point.
Yeah.
And some of those consequences, I think that it depends. It really depends on the entire situation. So let me give a perfect example, right? So a guy gets popular in his 40s because he's a judge, and he's, happens to be a really good judge, and it just so happens that he's going to go to one of the higher benches on the appeals court, and then somebody pulls up his Facebook, and when he was 12, he used the N-word, soft A, referring to a friend. Is that really, like, I mean, are we actually going to sit here and claim, oh, this is an act of racism? Of course not. Of course not. The dude means it in the same way you mean, what's up, dog? You know what I mean? Or what's up, homie? Or something along those lines. So obviously that needs some nuance. On the flip side, if you have that person, it just so happens that, like, 3 weeks ago, he got, like, pissed drunk and just hauled off and started calling a whole bunch of black people the N-word, on Twitter, right? Maybe you deal with that a little bit differently. But in either of those situations, the way you don't deal with it is definitely violently, right? Maybe somebody deserves to be. I'm not a big fan of cancel culture, but to use the term canceled, right? Maybe if you're the second guy in that situation, a cancel is reasonable, right? But if you're the first person in that situation, obviously that's not an act of racism, right? Or if you use the N-word in some sort of a humorous way, the same way a lot of people.
Well, maybe not an act of racism, but definitely an act of stupidity. So, like, if you don't understand your situation and you're going to go up to a group of black people and use a word that's derogatory in a friendly manner because you somehow think that that's okay, well, your intent does matter, yes, but the way it's reciprocated matters as well. So, how those people take that is going to matter, and it's going to really depend on how that situation moves forward. So, I mean, like, go ahead, Leo Phillies.
Just as a mixed man who lives in rural Iowa, and by rural Iowa, I mean smack dab in the middle of a fucking cornfield.
I'm sorry.
I was experienced racism directly. I just wanted to chime in here. I definitely get what CJ is saying. I agree with quite a bit of it. I don't agree with everything, and I'd like to specify, but I can definitely see where he's coming from. People using the word, I was about to say it, but I'm just not, because I don't know if Rage wants that on his channel, and out of respect for him, I'm just not going to use it. I don't.
I recently played a video where I used it, and I forgot that I had that video. But I was talking about race itself, and race was a national conversation. Yeah. It was in regard. But even when I saw it, I was like, cringe and slapping my head against the desk, like, why did I do that?
So I am going to use it really quick, just because it's going to help make the point. But if you use the word nigger out of context, kind of like I just did, to talk about a problem or an issue or something, that some people might take that as racist. I don't. Some people say, why don't you just say the N-word? Yeah. I mean, there can be nuances of why somebody's not saying it.
And I totally get it.
To make somebody feel uncomfortable.
Yeah,
kind of demonstrate a point. But calling a black person, being like, hey, what's up, nigga? You're not white. I mean, if it's not that you shouldn't do it, but you need to gauge that person's comfortability with you using that. For the same reason that as a man, I would never walk up to any of my female friends or a group of my female friends and be like, hey, what's up, you bitches? I mean, they might do that to each other, but I'm not going to do that. Or any of my gay friends, when they talk to each other, they might say, what's going on, fag? Or what's going on, you queer? But I'm not going to do that, because that's not, I'm not gay. So, I mean, I think that there's definitely lines, but I think that if you're allowed to cross them with certain people, you should be able to do so, as long as you're doing it in particular contexts, but only with those people that have allowed you to do it.
Right. Basically, it's this point of like, look, don't go into like New York City and just start calling people crackers.
Yo, what's going on, nigga? Yeah, or something like that. Yeah.
Well, can I make a point on that mutable? Because I appreciate that you said that. I think that there is and I understand, of course, the historical context. Don't get me wrong here, but I do think it is really weird that if I came up here and said any number of racial slurs, including many that are actually geared towards black people, I could get away with it, depending on if I put it in a humorous context or if I put it in a context kind of like you were.
See, that's the thing about language. Context makes all the difference.
Right, but when it comes to the N-word in particular, right, all of a sudden that's different. And, and I find that odd, right? Like, I've heard the word cracker come out of Snoop Dogg's mouth like 400 times.
Saltine American.
You know what I mean?
It's all the same conversation. So in regards to like racial conversations, I think that words are important to use, especially in context to how we divide and how we use words to impact people. But like in the context of Smokey Saint, it wasn't that at all. It is in the context of using it and being free to use it in a racial manner, and in order to be free to demonize this other group just for their skin color, and he justified that he should be able to do that without any ramifications, and that was the conversation, and that's what I called him out about. is know that that's the ramifications could be anything. It could be getting slapped in the face. It could be the guy laughing at you. It could be become known as a racist. Or the other night I was in a restaurant and two gay people were sitting at a party of people, and well dressed. I don't even really see how you could tell that they were just gay, but the table picked it up. The table across from them picked it up, and they called them that F word loudly several times. They went and complained to the managers. The managers kicked them out of that restaurant because you just don't treat people like that. We have standards now.
I think part of it too.
You have the freedom to say it, but you have the freedom to pay the price for it.
Exactly. You have the freedom to say it, and they have the freedom to fuck you up if you
them off.
The thing is, right? Like somebody has the freedom, like to call me a cracker or honky or whatever they feel like.
An American.
Yeah, and they also get the courtesy of getting punched in the face too. Yeah. Like they get the rest.
Well,
they
see,
get
and I guess
if I feel like doing it. I mean,
I guess if I'm being honest, I do disagree on that part in particular. Like, if somebody wants to call me that, I think it's just like, okay. I mean, it's fine that you believe that. I don't really understand what, and like, if you'd like, you can start getting nasty with people on it. But it just seems not.
I mean, I'm not normally confrontational unless someone really, unless it comes down to the wire with it.
I think.
And look, and let me be perfectly clear. I know because I have them in my own family, right? Because thus is I think the nature of a lot of people who have been in areas that are rural. I'm in Idaho at the moment, right? So I know there are people who are they're just terrible. They are horribly, vilely racist, and they will let people know about it. And sometimes it gets to the point where it's like you're harassing these people, and they get fearful, justifiably so. You know what I mean? And I don't have any problem with somebody like that doing something about it, or somebody in that situation doing something about it to somebody like that, because that's obviously, at that point you're being harassed. Say something, get aggressive with somebody back. Let them know there's boundaries, all that kind of stuff. But if somebody says it, water over the duck's back. Who cares? You know what I mean? I do think there needs to be.
I can get that, but it also, and not that you're necessarily that this is the point that you're arguing, but I think it kind of plays into a point that you're getting, which I do get your point. But what I would say is that we don't get to tell other people what offends them. So if somebody gets offended by it, they're offended by it. So to me, it comes down to a matter of respect for an individual that you might.
In certain words.
Where one person might say, I've been called a nigger. I'm only 25% Trinidadian would be the actual black, and then 25% Native American, and then half white. I've been called a nigger. There are times I've gotten mad about it, and then there's times I'm like, dude, you're just stop. You don't just stop.
It doesn't always end in violence, And there's certain words that are just more reprehensible in the context of the country they're being used in. So, in regards to the N word, it wasn't that long ago that word was being used as they were lynching black people in the South, putting crosses in their yards. In regards to calling a gay person the F word, right? Matthew Shepard. That wasn't that long ago when that boy was brutalized just for simply being gay, tortured, murdered. So many stories of that. So there's certain words to where there's derogatory words, but there's certain words that have a history to them here in America, so you have to take that into account.
And there is a particular context under which these words. That they have in reference, if you're talking specifically in the United States. I think that nigger is one of those words. I think that when that's used in the United States, generally as an offensive term, that there is, because of the history of this country, that there is actually a particular context attached to that not that you don't necessarily find that anywhere else, but I don't think that generally you do. I would agree with that 100%, Rage.
So I see this as, everyone has a line or they don't have a line of when a certain word or a certain sentence in a certain context is offensive. Some people could, not have a line and take all the crap and garbage, but there comes a certain level where we all don't know what everyone's line is, and that would be called respect. That would be respecting. That would be respecting that line and that
Nail
pushing
on
it.
the head.
The thing
Yeah,
is,
I
like,
do completely agree with that.
I
but
don't think
you know-
that freedom should be easy, right? There should come responsibility with that freedom. So again, like it's my original point. Like I don't condone violence, but at the same time, I'm not going to lie. If I come face to face with a skinhead again, words are exchanged, I'm probably going to smack him in his face. Just because there's certain things you have to stand against, right?
So there's certain lines in the sand that you don't allow.
U.S. Postal Service.
Yeah, there's certain lines in the sand that you don't allow to be crossed, just as a matter of maintaining a moral integrity and moral compass.
And yeah, exactly
Yeah,
like
but
in
here's the
society.
thing about violence in particular, though, and I'm actually I do plan on having an in-depth essay on this at some point, to be honest with you, and that some
Do you
point
have
should
a
come in.
channel, CJ?
Say again.
Do you have a channel?
I do. It is actually called the Synagogue.
Okay, I'm gonna look that up and try to subscribe to it. So
I appreciate that. But yeah, I kind of lost my train of thought just a moment.
sorry, I'm terribly
you're fine.
sorry.
You're definitely fine. Can somebody kind of remind me what my sentence was, though?
Yeah, you're going something about anti-violence.
Right. So the thing about violence is that violence starts to get really dicey when you start talking about justifying it. Let me give you a perfect example, right? So when somebody says that it's okay to punch a Nazi, they typically mean a Nazi, like an actual Nazi, like somebody who thinks that it's okay to execute Jewish people, right? And
and that's exactly what I'm talking
on its face. Right. That sounds on its face very justifiable up until you realize that exact same logic, because they believe it's the exact same thing, justifies the army of God bombing abortion clinics as well. Now, whether or not you agree with what the abortion clinic bombing
That's a huge leap.
That's a really big stretch. Let me tell you why. Because what you believe, right, and what they believe is the same thing, but in regards to different people. The army of God makes the argument that the fetus is a human person. You are telling them they are not a human person and therefore taking their right and executing them. Therefore, I am justified in violence, right?
So
when you punch the Nazi, you're only talking about his racism, not even necessarily him being in power. So if anything, if you accept the fact that you guys are starting with different presuppositions, absolutely. One guy is further along the line in being justified for his violence than the other, because you're actually executing.
Well, you're talking about a terrorist group.
People in the other. What up?
You're talking about a terrorist group blowing
That's
up
exactly
a
my
building.
point, though. That's exactly my
Hold on.
point. They
So,
are considered to be a terrorist.
There's a huge difference from someone saying the N-word to my face and me slapping them than me going to go blow up a Planned Parenthood.
I mean, I disagree, bro. I mean, think of, you know,
Do you think that there's not a measurable effect that the type of action, say, like a terrorist organization has on, say, bombing an abortion clinic as opposed to somebody being smacked in the face? Like that there's no objective...
No, of course there's an objective difference, but what I'm saying is these things escalate. That's another thing that I need to say, right?
Well, sure, and there's
it starts with a slap, right? And let's just look at Antifa as a perfect example of this, right? It starts with one guy in a bike lock. And then there's people going back and forth. You have Charlottesville, that goes huge, right? There's the Proud Boys doing their fight with them in New York.
Real quick,
now we have
hold on.
Real quick, Antifa started in Italy during World War II.
Oh, well, I'm talking about American Antifa. I don't. They're completely separate from the Italian people.
I mean, it's the same movement.
Well, what does Antifa fight for?
Yes,
it's anti-fascism. It's the same movement.
Yeah,
that's
they're fighting against the neo-Nazis.
They're anti-fascist fascists. Let's put it that way.
I mean, the modern American Antifa has no organizational link whatsoever to the Italian group. That's the first thing. I just
there is no organization.
And Antifa in the United States is not actually an organization. It's nothing more than a simple ideological movement. They don't. You can't join chapters.
To an extent. Hang on, that needs
be
to
a
be
member. So they're
very
just an
documented
ideological movement, not an actual organization.
So all right. So like, here's a thought experiment, CJ. Like, I don't know if you're a Trump guy or not. I don't really care.
No, I am a conservative, not a Trump guy.
All right, so say Trump wins the election and uses the military, or loses the election but uses the military to keep his office. Should the American people rise up in violence to get him out?
Absolutely, I would agree with that at that point. I don't
so,
think that's
so
going to happen,
violence,
but I think that
violence
on.
can't be justified, right?
So
no, absolutely.
I'm an anti-war
Hold on.
guy making this fucking argument. I kind of feel
Hold
sick.
on.
All right, go ahead.
So I think an approaching thing, a point that's made across all around, is in each generation, certain freedom is being violated. Trump keeping office with his military force would be, oppressing our freedom of democracy. Punching a Nazi would be right, because a Nazi is supporting for the suppression of your freedom of speech.
isn't that a direct contradiction, though?
No. So fascism, no, Nazis want to take away your freedom of speech.
Okay, but if you believe in freedom of speech, you can't take away their freedom.
And
No, you can take away
black people, anybody that's not white.
So the issue is that, to me, fundamentally, freedom of speech is something that is fine for people to have, although it becomes an issue when you want to use your freedom of speech in order to enforce ideologies that suppress the freedoms of other people.
Yes, that's why it's justified to punch a Nazi, because Nazis want to justify taking away your freedom of speech.
They want to cause stratification between certain people groups in order to say that they have superiority in some regime over another.
Okay, but so here's the thing. So now you're arguing that their freedom of speech gets violated by you, which means according to you, violation of speech, justification of violence, and that's not what you're doing.
Hold on.
In turn, justify violence against you.
Their freedom of speech is violated by the fact that what they are intending to do, the intention of their goal, negates their own premise. Is that
no? Absolutely not. Absolutely not.
Yes,
that's just not how freedom of speech works. Freedom of speech exists to defend people saying controversial and horrible things, not to defend you.
No.
Okay, so I'm talking about the activities of a group, not freedom of speech itself.
Well, if you meet an actual Nazi who is involved in acts of violence against people, that is a different thing. But I don't think there is very much like Nazi groups in the modern day America.
You really don't pay attention, do you?
I pay quite a bit of attention, and I'm telling you,
there's quite a lot there causing a lot of harm.
We can talk about Charlottesville. So, like, even before Heather Heyer was killed, you had a large group of white neo-Nazis marching through the streets with tiki torches.
You will not replace us, referring to the Jews.
Jews will not replace us. And then you have a group of people that stand in opposition to fascism. We're talking fascism here, CJ, the opposite of democracy. We destroyed that supposedly with our greatest generation. But here we are again. It used to be one of the most American things you can do. Now I'm very nonviolent. I really am. I'm putting this forward as a hypothetical because it would have to be like some really bad words for that Nazi to make me actually punch him at this point in my life. But I'm just putting forward a hypothetical that you're a person standing against fascism, right? What are you supposed to do if you're a person that believes in absolute morals and evil? I think fascism would fit along those lines of just pure evil, right? What should you do in that situation? There has to be a line in the sand, is what I'm trying to get to where sometimes you just have to take action. And sometimes that happens. Sometimes it happens more than it should. When it comes to the N-word, sometimes people overreact all the time, sure. But there are consequences to our actions. If you're going to become a fascist, there's consequences to those actions. You're going to have to deal with those consequences. If you're going to be a racist, you're going to have to deal with those consequences. And we really shouldn't be, I don't think we should be attacking the people standing in opposition of those things.
Well, I think that there's a couple things in that because there's a lot of what I think is unfortunately kind of loaded in there, if I have to be honest. So let me just be frank in saying that Antifa in the modern America does not oppose fascism. That's just a false narrative.
In what ways? Because they've literally. You see, the thing is when we say Antifa, we're not referring again to an organization. We're just referring to the people that oppose fascism.
Okay, so I want you to find me because I got a challenge for you guys. Okay,
and some of those people do not
Trump is doing right now that is fascist and different from what the previous administration did. Both of those things. It needs to be both fascist and different from what the previous administration did. Because here's my point. Okay.
Oh,
Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton, Trump, they're cut from the exact same cloth. Antifa is a anarcho-socialist, sometimes organization, depends on where they are. There's been documented evidences of organized groups all across the country, and sometimes
don't get together with
movement,
each
right?
other, but
Who are using direct action, as they call it, violent action, to try and go after people who are just on a different political side than them. Right? I mean, Donald Trump.
The people they're attacking are like literally want to take away freedoms for people and suppress people for the color of their skin or their sexual orientation. And literally, we can look throughout the whole of human history. A lot of oppressive people or people that have had oppressive ideologies were often combated using. I mean, what do you think the Revolutionary War was? It was a whole ass war fought.
The Revolutionary War was an actual. The Revolutionary War was. Sorry, go ahead. I thought you were done.
No, I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
The Revolutionary War was a reaction to people literally shooting at people. Like, let's get that clear, right? The army showed up and fired on people, and then people stood their ground. That is significantly different than anything that is going on right now.
Yeah, they were trying to. The British Empire was trying to oppress the colonists. And the colonists rose up.
But notice that
the only thing
an act
they
of self-defense,
could do
right?
to fight back is to fight back literally. They didn't have any other option. So at some point we have to acknowledge that the only way that we're going to stop these people is if we engage in some form of violence. It's not our preferred choice. But if it's the only option we have.
Do you know what the original Antifa did in Italy, CJ?
Yeah, they were a violent organization. But hang on, that's what I'm saying, though.
Do you know what they did, though? Like, they literally found Nazis and skinned them alive.
Yeah, I understand that. Okay, but here's the thing. By the way, just for the record, I mean, if we're gonna be objective, right, then war crimes don't. Just because somebody is committing a war crime doesn't magically mean that you get to commit a war crime as well, right? That's not how that works.
I'm just trying to so, like, I heard you mention something about, like, you know, how they go after Trump now. Well, that's because Trump has embraced the Confederates and also has. If you won't give me that,
if you're talking about statues, Trump's position on statues is literally identical to mine. It's almost
That's fine, but Trump has embracedly engaged in fascistic behavior. So I mean, straightforward.
Yes.
He authorized the use of military force against peacefully protesting American citizens. American citizens utilizing and actively engage in a constitutionally protected right to peaceable protest. Also, he could have a photo.
So you notice what I said?
One of the first things this man did was put brown kids in cages.
That's fashion. He literally has these people in concentration camps.
He embraced the white supremacists.
He's undermining the U.S. Postal Service system to essentially steal an election.
Notice what I said. I said
Obama also put want to be fascist.
Hold on.
Right? Obama Obama literally drones.
Time.
Dumpster fire.
Yeah, Obama is just another corporatist semi-fascist.
That's exactly my point. That's exactly my point. People are only mad when the right quote-unquote version of the exact same paradigm comes out, and in my opinion, that's partisan hackery. That's exactly what that is.
What good thing has Trump done?
Nobody was rioting when Clinton was out here, but when it's Bush, when it's Trump, all of a sudden people are freaking out because apparently Republicans.
Did Obama take away gay rights or trans rights at all?
Actually, Donald Trump is the very first president ever elected to be openly supportive of LGBT rights. So that's just.
Oh wait, so he took away the trans. Hold on, healthcare was taken away from trans people.
Donald Trump tried to ban trans people from joining the military.
I really need my dumpster fire I'm working on. All right, so that's so much there. Holy shit! Wow, boom. All right, so I started with trying to make a comparison about like Antifa in this country is nothing like Antifa used to be. For the most part, Antifa stands there peacefully. Sometimes they react because the neo-Nazis are punching them or whatnot. We got into a whole lot there, and I don't even know if I can even unpack it anymore. But let's just take a moment and breathe, and somebody respond to what CJ just said.
Okay, let me respond because Trump's administration, like his entire presidential time. Okay, we'll get on the details about that. It would not be wrong to say Trump is a nationalist. It wouldn't be wrong to say he's
Definitely.
anti-immigration. It would not be wrong to say he's racist. It would not be wrong to say he's a xenophobe. These all
And a
start to
sexist.
follow, and a sexist. These all follow under this fascist personality of racism, basically oppression qualities. And Trump has tried to put this into law with, I think about 3 months or 4 months ago, he tried to make it legal for healthcare to discriminate against trans people for their surgeries. And then I think a year or two ago, he tried to get trans people out of the military.
Mhm.
And then he tried to give religious adoption centers religious reasons to reject gay adoptions. Trump's anti-immigration on Iraq and the Middle East about a year ago, anti-immigration.
Muslim ban.
Yeah, Muslim ban, basically. These characteristics and actions follow under the idea of fascist. It's not exactly what Hitler did. It's not what Hitler did. It's not what Mussolini did, but it's still fascist in nature. That is what's predicted of the future of fascism. It's going to be different. It's not going to be the exact same, but it is hard to fight the facts that Trump has these fascist natures and actions.
Well, and also he wanted the virus to just go over us without shutting down and not take any precautions to protect the American people until the Fauci told him otherwise.
So I just wanted to chime in here. GeoSam, are you're there, correct?
Right, yeah. I'm here.
Okay, so you don't have to answer. I'm going to ask you two questions. You're not obligated to answer them, but number one, I was curious what your age is. And again, you don't have to share if you're not comfortable. But that leads to another question that I'm going to ask.
What's up,
Yeah,
Jim?
I'm in my 50s.
Okay. So given that you're I don't mean any offense by this, but you're the oldest person in here. You've experienced a lot more than all of us have. What is your take on this whole thing with race and fascism and Donald Trump and everything like that, given the experiences that you've had in your life and the wisdom that you have with your age and everything like that, and having potentially maybe even experienced some things that we might be re-experiencing right now in the United States? What's your take on it? I'd be very interested in Sorry, go.
You roboted a little. Anyway, yeah.
Sorry.
But you brought up a good point about now, if I can remember correctly, about the past, and what I've gleaned from the past and brought in to my life today, that I'm living today.
Mm-hmm.
Now, there are a lot of I was brought up in I was born in the 60s, right? Now, homosexuals, there was no thought or concern for that. When I was a child, it wasn't part of my way of thinking. Now, I'm not sure. I may not be answering your question correctly because I don't think. I think maybe if you could reiterate that question again, I think I would have a clearer idea of what you're actually asking. Can you do that?
I guess I'm just asking how you view. This is an interesting way of wording it, but the position of racism in America. How do you think that racism is still quite prevalent? I mean, I think we all would agree that we've made good strides, but do you think that racism is still something that's very much a part of the United States of America? Do you think that Donald Trump is sort of, obviously he hasn't gone as far as actually, dictatorial leaders, but somebody who wants to kind of be that? So based on the experiences you've had in life and all of the things that you've already experienced socially and politically and economically, being older than us, how do you frame this the kind of everything that we're experiencing right now in this country socially. How do you view that? What's your viewpoint on it? What's your opinions on it? How do you what do you think is going to come out of it? I guess is what I'm asking.
Well, a lot of it has to do with the culture. It's like a white male-based culture that I was brought up in, and it was exclusionary. There was no outside thought for anyone else, or it wasn't inclusive. That's what I was brought up in, and I was also in the military, and I also experienced I also experienced racism on a different level when I was in the military. I had red hair when I was in the military. They called me Carrot Top, right? There was a black guy in the platoon. They called him Spot. That's just the way it was. Now, that to me, there was nothing wrong with that. I didn't look at it in a racially. There was no racial hatred within it. It was just part of the culture.
Just the culture of the time, kind of.
But the culture comes from an evangelical right base.
Yeah.
That has fueled it since for as long as I can remember. That's what it is was established on. And I've noticed a lot of things in my life as I look back on it and I say, wow, I see all these things that are racist in nature, but at the time were not perceived to be so because it was not something that was up front and that anyone talked about. It's hard to explain.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, though. I definitely get it, because it's kind of almost the expression that my grandmother's given. That looking back at it now, I can see that all the racial undertones and everything. But at the time, that was kind of something that was just a part of the culture of that era. So back then we didn't look at certain things as being racist, but when we look at it now, it becomes a little bit easier to see how that culture might have had some prejudices and expressed them a little bit more openly than they probably should have. I at least I hope that's a good characterization of some of what you said.
I'm not exactly sure if I answered your question correctly or not. I'm not sure.
I would say that you did. You gave me a perspective you gave me your perspective on kind of what that is and how it plays in the culture then versus now and everything. So I would say that you answered.
I would like to add that I was brought up in a household that was predominantly Catholic, where everyone was supposed to be Catholic, but I didn't particularly believe in that. I didn't. I was like separated from my own siblings because of that.
I can. Or go ahead. Go ahead, Jill.
Well,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Well, I was gonna say I can speak from like my perspective, because it's been really scary for me. So I grew up in North Carolina in the deep South. CJ, I'm not sure if you're aware that this about me, and I grew up with a rebel flag on my wall, and I grew up in a household that we said the N-word, and even when I came up north, I grew up in a white family that said the N-word, and I grew up like that, right? So I had this moment when I was like 16 years old where I tore that rebel flag off of my wall. Now, down in the South, we had this saying that the South will rise again. So, and everybody said it. Everybody understood what that meant. It meant that the South and what the South stood for back in the day was going to once again overtake this country, and it was going to be the way of the entire country again. And the scary thing is, as I've grown older, and as I've moved back to the north here in Michigan, is I see that has actually spread everywhere. The Confederates are everywhere, and they way outnumber any white supremacist group that's out there. And this notion of the South will rise again. And you have conversations with these what I call Northern Confederates, and they don't even understand what that really means, but they take up that mantra. And what we've seen with Trump, CJ, is he has manipulated that since the moment he took office. He first used immigration, locking those brown children in those cages, making sure certain countries can immigrate here, try to isolate one single religion because he's going to placate to the Christian base. We've seen it from his first moments in office. And what's sad is half of America seems to have fucking blinders on as fascism has taken over. And if this man gets reelected, there is a crisis in this country. And you spewed off all these things about how he's so great for all these people, how he's so great for LGBTQ plus people. The man literally took away trans people's ability to go to the doctor in this country. You can't sit here and say these things without fully understanding what this man has done. I'm a Native American. You know, me and you have spoken about the genocide. We fought our asses off to win No DAPL. He came in and illegally shut that down with executive orders, day number 6, and shut that down. And that oil has pumped. And now the federal judges
a link in that fight as well. Recently.
Yeah, the federal judges that he's put into office is now saying that it was illegal that he did that. This man gives no fucks about the law. He's enriching himself. He's destroying this country, and it's really sad that you can't see that why Antifa would be against Trumpism, because he's embraced that Confederacy. He's embraced it and he's manipulated it, and he's hoping to win re-election on it.
I just wanted to clarify that CJ did specify he's not a Trump supporter.
I know, but like he just laid out a whole bunch of shit.
Well, and so let me say a few things, because there is a lot of things to be said. It's a complex issue, I think, right? Number one, there's a lot of things that you guys said that you may be shocked to know that I, as a conservative, agree with. For example, I actually think that it's completely absurd that Trump has the power to spy on people the way he does, and has the power to actually send the military the way he does, and has the power to basically, on a whim, right? He sends out drone strikes, or they weren't drone strikes, excuse me, Tomahawk missile strikes, because he decided to, because his daughter asked him, right? It's literally that simple. And I talk about this frequently on my show, The Watchdog, right? Because it bothers me tremendously. However, Barack Obama.
But wait, excuse me. I think you may be spreading misinformation in some respects.
How exactly?
Well, how do you know that Trump's daughter has done anything to spur his actions?
That was
other than a tweet. Other than a tweet, what is your evidence that his daughter has made any policies that he's
I didn't say she made the policies. I said that he made it on the whim of his daughter.
You did say that, right? That Trump's daughter had a hand in our actions.
She influenced him. That's exactly what I said.
So can you demonstrate the actions?
She's an advisor, absolutely. That is, she's meant to give him
what's
advice.
the evidence of that? What's the evidence of that other than tweets?
She's like literally his advisor, like as a position.
All right, now you said that twice, and you haven't produced any evidence.
What the fuck has she done?
Like a recording.
She actually is an advisor to
What has she
Trump.
done? Can you explain any of that, or you're just saying it?
Here, I'm pulling up Ivanka right now.
Yeah, Ivanka Trump is actually an advisor to Donald Trump.
Advisor to the president.
Appointed by who? Appointed by who?
Appointed by Donald Trump.
Right.
So
Of course.
I think
your point.
The point is, what has she done? I think she's definitely an advisor.
Has she done anything?
and like you're saying that that Donald Trump did this thing on her whim. But like she was supposed to be like, I remember the talk amongst the liberals at the time, because the Trumps were all liberals for so long. Ivanka was supposed to be that person
right there.
Ivanka was supposed to be that person that was going to kind of rein in her dad. And what we've seen is that the entire fucking family are now conservative psychopaths, including Ivanka Trump. So I mean, like, it's fucking insane.
We're doing so much more bombings in the Middle East than any of the previous presidents ever did. So,
well, you can't.
I mean,
Hey, listen, JC, you can't just say things.
Hold up, I have a news article right here because just for the record.
Yeah,
Arab
a news
says
article.
Syria strike was swayed by heartbroken Ivanka.
What's the source of the news article?
It's Fox News, dude. Are you
Fox News has an implicit conservative bias.
I'm glad you picked Fox.
CNN has an implicit liberal bias. So what's your point?
I'll even give her this.
Ivanka Trump, it is a known fact that Ivanka Trump swayed his opinion in bombing, and I don't understand why this is the thing we're even picking on in the first place. Like,
I'll give you that. I mean, and we all know like Trump has the thing for his daughter, so like it's possible she inspired him. But I just don't get the point of the overall argument. So like, continue your argument. But like it seems like, because I want to think that you're not a racist. I think that Smokey is, but I don't think that you are. I think that you like to argue politics and you like to argue free speech, and that's fine. I think you have some huge misconceptions about Antifa. You seem to have a lot. You say you're a conservative that's not for Trump, but I guarantee you'll probably vote for Trump, or you'll never vote for Biden. But like the issue here is that Trump is dangerously bad.
For Biden, but I would not vote for Trump either.
I don't know. So, but the issue here is the actual democracy you want to debate, freedom of speech. They have talked about arresting their opponents. You give this man another election cycle, he's going to start doing it. They're trying to take away mail-in ballots, even though Trump is going to mail in his own. So
literally applied like 2 days ago for his mail-in ballot in Florida.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
While attacking mail-in voting.
Okay, see, you guys don't understand what my point is here, right? And I understand why. It's because I haven't actually been able to get to it, right? The things you complain about, almost verbatim, I complain about as well, with just some exceptions, because of course you guys seem to be left wing and I'm left wing and I'm right wing, but with some exceptions, right? And Obama and Clinton and Trump and the first Bush and the second Bush have all been doing the exact same things, right? Brown kids in cages is not new.
Yes,
it's never been new.
Yes, it is.
Alex Jones was talking abolish ICE.
Alex Jones is not a
Alex Jones.
He already admitted in a federal court that
I'm saying that he was in 2010
playing a
saying
character.
abolish ICE.
Obama was the deporter in chief. There's no doubt about that until Trump came and Trump just destroyed all those.
So why is it that
but when it comes to brown kids in cages, brown kids in
crazy fascists,
CJ,
but when Obama's drone striking people, when Edward Snowden comes out because Obama's NSA is spying on people, right, so on and so forth, nobody has any of an issue with it. That's what I'm saying.
First of all,
are you thinking we all agree with Obama's decisions?
Yeah,
I don't.
Are you going to vote for Joe Biden because Joe Biden was with him?
I'm not going to vote at all.
Okay,
I would vote for Biden because I want less Americans to die of fucking COVID-19.
CJ,
Trump is not doing anything to solve that problem.
Yeah, CJ, let me address your issues verbatim. So you made the claim that Obama was putting brown kids in cages, and that's just not the truth. There was there was a much different policy. In fact, they called I believe it was called the Trump policy because it was changed to where brown kids could actually be arrested and be separated from their parents.
Policy that Trump,
the zero tolerance policy.
Original DHS secretary.
We literally have
cages were built during the Obama administration, but they were never really used because Obama did not have a zero tolerance policy on immigration. Trump did, and that meant that the minute you cross the border and you get deported, if you have kids, we keep them here but deport you. And it's also been on record that they didn't keep any records for where the parents went and where the kids were, anything like that. They're being kept in conditions where they do not have adequate amenities and hygiene. There's abuse. There's sexual assault. It's all been documented. This is literally
children have died.
Taking foreign people, foreign children, and essentially locking them in concentration camps by all rights.
Yeah, they're concentration camps, and I've been in many an argument about it. People, they don't talk about it on the news like they used to, but this is still happening right now. You speak of drone strikes. I was the first to criticize Obama for it. I'm anti-war. I've been criticizing war since I can remember going to the left. I don't believe in war. I think that we should take care of our own. I think we should stop killing people all over the world. I think that we should definitely stop killing brown people. We've been doing it long enough. Like your points are like, I'm very consistent with all of this. But when we talk about fascism, we're talking about the embrace of the American dynamic. We're talking about the inner groups that have sat on the fringes. Right now, you have the right. You have Donald Trump and all of his people calling Kamala fucking Harris a radical leftist. Right.
That's
when
funny.
she's a moderate right leaning person. So, I mean, you can't. What's happening in this country is that the right has embraced fascism. They went all the way to the right as far as they can towards authoritarianism. The left, yes, the far left is finally starting to find a little bit of a voice here in America, a little bit of a tiny fucking voice here in America. And the very minute parts of that is the far fringe left, which would be your anarcho-communist, as you say, all of Antifa is, which it's just not. There's conservative Antifa members. I mean, it is simply anti-fascism.
So the first thing I want to say is Rage is completely right. We need to stop blowing up brown kids with my fucking healthcare money. And number two, that the Democratic Party is not a left-wing party. Joe Biden is not a leftist. Hillary Clinton wasn't a leftist. Kamala Harris isn't a leftist. Anybody who honestly thinks the Democratic Party is a radical leftist, socialist, communist, Marxist party, and literally every single one of those terms means a different thing. And I don't think that the vast majority of conservatives know enough to understand the nuances between them, but that's a different discussion. The Democratic Party is not a leftist party. They do not support Medicare for all. They do not support tuition-free higher education. They say they do, but have never done anything to raise the minimum wage. They do not support half the shit that Bernie Sanders support. They vilified Bernie Sanders. They vilified his supporters. And Bernie Sanders isn't even a radical leftist. If you look at Bernie, his policies are a reality in literally every single other industrialized nation on the face of the planet. His politics would be moderate left in any other country.
He's a moderate anywhere else.
Chris Attlee, the atheist pastor, as he goes by on YouTube, has a political show that he does with Steve McRae called Over and Under. And he's a conservative. But he's even said, he lives in Australia. He said, when I say conservative, like if you live in the United States, you're gonna have a complete misconception of what I mean. He said, I would be a Democrat in the United States of America. That's what conservative parties look like. And I put it in quotes because it means conservative means something different in the US. The conservative parties literally anywhere else in the world that's industrialized look like our Democratic Party. They don't look like the Republican Party. The extremist, fascist, nationalist, or white supremacist far-right parties in these countries look like our Republican Party. The political system of the U.S. is already skewed so far to the right that anybody that's even slightly left of that is a radical leftist, which is really just a bunch of talking points put out to stir up more division amongst the American people. Because quite frankly, look at what the Democrats support. They walk lockstep with Republicans on almost everything because all of them are corporatists. This is not a left versus right issue in this country right now. It's
We live in an oligarchy.
Versus bottom issue.
Yeah, it's the same issues that this world has always faced. We've progressed a long way, but we're still fighting that class system. And honestly, socialism is the future, and people are going to have to get over that. But what we do here in America, and we've done it successfully since the Cold War started, was that Great Red Scare, and we have demonized these political issues. Leo is 100% right. Like, I would consider myself a far leftist here in America, but in the rest of the world, I'm fucking moderate, right? Like, like I have some very libertarian leanings.
Yeah, that's why I classify myself as a libertarian progressive. But when I say libertarian, I don't mean that in a sense of American libertarianism. I mean that in the actual overarching political science term, libertarianism, which would be the opposite of authoritarianism. So I would be, in that sense, I'm a libertarian progressive.
See, I think that's why we cross swords on the statue issue, CJ, is because I see the Confederacy for what I know it is, because I used to be inside of it, fascism. And you know, when I see these Confederate statues, I can tear them down because I'm tearing down fascism. I'm tearing down.
We should not be glorifying men that that literally treasonously went to war with their own country for the sake of preserving the institution of slavery. And before we even get on that, anybody says, well, the Confederate wasn't about preserving slavery, I can cite 9 of the 11 letters of secession written to the White House where they specifically state the preservation of the institution of slavery. And rights to the preservation of that institution as a direct cause of the war. There's a 2-hour documentary from like either 2016 or 2017 that the History Channel did on this. The Civil War was fought literally over slavery. That was the main part of that war. These men glorified a system that oppressed an entire demographic of people. Why do we build statues of individuals? To glorify them or the movements they stood for. Why are we glorifying an explicitly racist, oppressive, destructive, abusive system? And why are we glorifying the men that stood for it? You don't learn history from statues. Go ask somebody with a PhD in history. They didn't go study statues. They read books.
Yeah, I mean, I remember, you know, like there was a chance for the Republican Party, I think, when Colin Powell really ascended, and there was talk of him becoming president, and the Republican Party could have become this like true conservative representation of it, and pushed that far right back into the fringes. Unfortunately, Fox News rose, and CJ, I know you're on the right, and it's really hard, and you're surrounded by a bunch of liberals, and you know, it's easy to dismiss this all as a bunch of snowflakes. But you know, when it comes to the original topic and the dynamic of the N-word and the dynamic of race and the dynamic of statues being torn down and the dynamic of when is violence necessary. You know, and when it comes to the conversation of Trump right now compared to Biden, who I quite literally see as, I mean,
it's a giant goose versus a church sandwich, just like South Park said.
the last two elections, Democrats have put forward their worst nominees in the history of the party, but yet there's when it comes to a matter of democracy, when it comes to fighting fascism, when it comes to the embrace of fascism, he has shown it now. Like he's shown his cards before he was reelected by the example Leo gave, when he used the military to do violence against those peaceful protesters to have that photo op. We see it's very easy to see fascism rising once again, and
that is explicitly a fascistic move. You would only see that the leader of a country authorizing the military to use violent force against people expressing constitutionally protected rights. That, by definition, is fascism.
That's
it's not called tyranny.
A lot of people would say authoritarian.
Monarchies and in military dictatorships, that's just an authoritarian thing. See, and
a lot of people would say authoritarian.
A
lot of people would say authoritarian, and I would argue the concentrations on the southern border, or the concentration camps on the southern border, the immigration laws that specifically are designed to get Latino Americans arrested, detained in this country by ICE. The use of the police forces, especially now in Portland, in unmarked cars, arresting people without reading them.
Good point. I completely forgot about that. Very good. I mean, that's fascistic as well.
That's all fascism right there. When you're talking about taking away the rights of trans people to get fucking
we're targeting minority demographics. We're trying to oppress them. We're authorizing police forces that are unidentified, and we don't even know if they might be privatized mercenary forces that we're hiring here, and there's even evidence to suggest that's what they are, to literally take citizens, not read them their rights, not outline anything, take them and detain them for no reason, which directly violates the Fourth Amendment of the Constitution. The Founding Fathers are rolling in the graves, not to mention the anti-immigrant stance. We've got Trump utilizing military force against, like I said, citizens expressing their constitutionally protected rights. We've got him attacking the U.S. Postal Service system, literally, and he admitted on Fox News a couple days ago that's what he's doing. He should have said, if we give them all this money, they'll have the resources to be able to handle the millions of mail-in ballots that they'll get. But if we don't give them their resources, they won't be able to do that. And he's explicitly expressed he doesn't want to do mail-in voting, and he doesn't want to give the USPS the funding needed to carry it out, because the Republicans know if more people vote, they lose. That's why it's exclusively the Republican Party that enacted voter ID laws, almost all of which have been shot down by federal courts. And the one that shot the one down in North Carolina said that they shot it down because it targeted African American demographics with, quote, almost surgical precision, end quote. This is why the Democratic Party even engages in this. When they shut down polling places in 90% of their regions that were exclusively poorer or where there were going to be a lot of young voters, because they knew that those people would turn out for Bernie and not their fucking corporate.
Well, that's why they don't want people registering and voting online.
Yeah, that's why they don't want the voting age lowered, because that's why they don't rank choice voting. That's why they don't want to get rid of the Electoral College, because conservatives only win when they...
Wait a minute, hang on. 5 seconds ago, you were a constitutionalist, and now you want to get rid of the Electoral College?
The Electoral College is not an aspect of the U.S. Constitution. In fact, it was passed in the very, I don't even know, I think it was in the 1790s, and it was passed alongside the 3/5 Compromise to tilt electoral power in favor of the South.
Oh,
That's
you are
proven by constitutional law professors.
Hold on. No. That is absolutely not the case. The point of the Electoral College was supposed to be to give areas that are rural some level of proportional power when it comes to fighting against massive population centers. That was the idea. It had nothing
But the whole point of a democracy is that when the vast majority of the population supports something, like over 60%, it gets passed. That's literally
absolutely not. That's not how a republic works. That's not how a republic works. It can be 99.99%. You cannot violate my rights. I don't care.
They can get more constitutional or
fire.
representatives, but those couldn't vote.
Guys,
so that those states have more electors to be able to vote in the Electoral College, tipping the electoral power in their favor.
Time out. All right. We've got I'm going to give us about 20 minutes, and then I definitely have to wrap up. That'll put us over 6 hours. I don't want to stop. We'll have to continue this conversation. I would say, I would urge you to look into into this, CJ, because what Leo's saying actually lines up exactly with what I've researched myself.
So, okay. I think it was like 40 minutes ago, I made a nice little spew about what fascism is and the current administration and all his actions. And Leo has expanded on that greatly. He's given all the examples I couldn't have given. He's done a great job. And I think having this discussion in a separate stream would be much better, as this is, Nock's birthday stream, and we're ending this off with fascism.
Well, I wanted dumpster fires, and we got them. So,
well, it also seems to me that this seems to be treaching down a very deep rabbit hole that could go very long, maybe as far as the heat death of the universe.
Yeah, probably will.
Google years.
Yeah, it's the first time I've ever heard anybody use the number Google. I'm impressed.
10 to the 100th power.
Yep.
No, I do want to give you props, CJ, and I do thank you for at least coming in and having the conversation with me about it. Smokey hasn't, so props to you, because he's
absolutely. I'll have it. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just said he's kind of bitch made, but
I agree.
I will have a conversation with. I don't even care. Like, you can get heated. I don't care about that at all. As long as you have the respect of me as you know, as an interlocutor, I guess is really the only thing I would say. Then yeah, we'll have a conversation. You know,
you have been very respectful in this interlocution, and I know I've been a little bit passionate about it, and I've kind of overtalked you at a few points, and I truly do apologize for that. But I hope that I came off as somebody that, despite passionate, was still respectful, because you have been entirely respectful. Don't necessarily agree with all your points, but you're putting them out there in a room full of people who don't agree with you. You're holding your own. You're standing up for what you believe in. You're being respectful about it. And I have a lot of respect for you, CJ, because we don't see this from a lot of these people. We don't see them engaging with others that disagree and doing it in a respectful manner and taking the time to listen to what they have to say. So I have a lot of respect for you, and I thank you for listening.
Right. Well, I'd like to. Excuse me. I'd like to reiterate that, because I've seen your discussion with Skylar Fiction, and I came away with the same thought, and I commend you on that. So,
well, I greatly appreciate all that, for sure. In fact, just to be, kind of, so one of the first, just to kind of say the story. So one of the first political peoples that I was interested in, I'd say peoples plural because there was two of them, but I don't know if that was actually the proper context of that word. Nonetheless, were Jesse Ventura and Ron Paul. And one of them is very far left, and the other one is, I don't know. I think constitutionalism is considered to be far right wing, but it's kind of odd to put monarchism and constitutionalism in the same category, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I don't think constitutionalism has to be far right.
Right.
I think it's almost been hijacked by them because they always tout the Constitution.
Well, yeah, I consider myself a far leftist, but at the same time, I understand the Constitution. I respect it. I think that it shouldn't be set in stone, and it shouldn't be so hard to change it. I think that we should
the founding fathers designed it to be changed. Amendments.
Yeah, and it should be a lot easier to actually have a discussion on it, and not be so divided. Because people are so afraid of changing the Constitution and what that requires, but really we lost our democracy with Citizens United, and until we take that away, and the only way to do that is to have a constitutional amendment. We're not going to be a democracy again.
Well, I think we have to come together on some agreements with something, because the way it's been going so far, it's so far out there that if we have to bring it back to something that we can all agree on. I
totally agree with that. Like we have very little time to do so. If we don't really, people laugh at AOC's Green New Deal, but the truth of the matter is, if you study the science, she didn't go far enough. If we don't go farther than that by the year 2030, there's no doing anything at that point. We're beyond the point of doing anything. Yeah. So, I mean, if something doesn't happen that brings us together, this world is fucked.
Yeah, the polarization is killing us, and that's the whole point. I think that everyone is trying to make is the polarization between people isn't helping. Mm-hmm. It's hurting us. It's hurting us. So, and we have to come together on something.
Yeah, it should be saving the world and making sure that our grandchildren can go outside. But sadly, that's a political issue. So, I think, and that would be an excellent conversation. I would love to have some actual conservatives come in and talk some climate change and what we should do. I think that would be another one for another time as well.
I just wanted to chime in, something that alludes to the polarization that Gio brought up, is that today I was over at a friend's house and we were watching TV, and each time there were commercials, there were probably 6 or 7 commercials in total. 3 or 4 of them were political. There were times where it was 3 or 4 of them back to back. I've never seen political ads thrown at us on TV like this. And, they're always prominent, or rather prevalent, around this time, but I've never seen it like this, where it's back to back to back to back. And call me a conspiracist for this, but I think the media is doing it on purpose because they're trying to sow that division amongst us.
Well, yeah, I mean,
trying to do that.
I think that's the worst travesty of the Trump administration is his manipulation of fake news
Of
media.
everything.
Yeah, well, that manipulation of fake news media, because he takes a real issue and then makes it a political issue now instead of an unbiased look at all of the media sources. I can sit here and say CNN is biased, MSNBC is biased, Fox News is biased, and is the worst of them all. But they had the right, and Trump specifically has done this masterfully, is that the moderate and liberal news venues are the fake news, and Fox is only fake news like the few times they actually have an accurate poll. So I mean, it's when again we're talking fascism here, manipulation of the media. What was Hitler's best tactic to win over Germany, but his propaganda campaign under whatever that douchebag's name. I've studied Germany extensively, and I see a lot of the same things that were happening in early Germany happening here right now. That's why this election is so vital, and that's why I'm urging all my progressives not to make that rebellious vote. We don't need just a win from Biden. We need an overwhelming landslide.
Obliterate Trump.
Yeah, we need an overwhelming landslide to
And
obliterate.
I am not a fan of Biden. I'm not, but that man has to win it. We have to restore some sensibility to this country. The best way I put it, and this is like a lot of the progressives, rage. They always say, "Oh, well, Bernie betrayed us," but no, I think he gets the point that
he understands
wants
what's
the progressive movement to move on. We have to start somewhere. That starts with electing Joe Biden.
There is no progressive movement if fascism truly takes hold in this country.
Exactly.
Or just pure authoritarian dictatorship, whatever you want to call it. I know, CJ, you probably don't agree that Trump is that. We can argue to or blue in the. I don't think that you're probably the normal. Or I'm not going to label you a Trumper. I can argue with the Trumper till I'm blue in the face on this point, and I'm
CJ is not a typical conservative.
Yeah, I think that if we had a long enough conversation and one to where I'm actually citing sources and not just kind of talking off of my mind, then I might be able to sway you at least to seeing that authoritarian side of Trump, if not the straight fascist. I mean, I really don't see how you look at Charlottesville and not see fascism. But I've watched Heather Heyer be run over because I look at that stuff and I want to understand and know it, and I think everybody should.
I think CJ, and I'm going to try to steal a man here a little bit, CJ. So correct me if and where I'm wrong. But I think he's more your typical like 80s conservative, where he's conservative in a. I feel like he's got some social conservatism, but that more his conservatism might be more economic than social, but still has some social conservatism. But he's not one of these extremist far right Trump supporting, people like that. He's one of those traditional conservatives, like you say, one of those 80s conservatives kind of. And correct me if I'm wrong, CJ, but that's what I get from you. And I feel that allows us to have more of a respectful dialogue with you, because you're willing to agree with us on things. You're willing to say, hey, there are things I agree with you on. Where the people that support Trump, it's like, if I agree with you on anything,
it's exactly why Trump has to manipulate the election and tear down the postal system, and it's why he knows he can't win, because those Republicans that you're talking about, CJ, and you should come on board. You're saying you're not voting for Trump, but those Republicans are voting for Biden overwhelmingly. And it's because they see the things that we're talking about, and they want to actually save the Republic. Like, I used to be a Republican way back in the day. If you're going to save the Republican Party needs to abandon Trump now.
Let's make the
they need to do
Republican
it
Party
now.
actually Republican. Like
And make it that conservative party of the 80s again. Yeah, they were pain in the asses, and they were implementing that Southern strategy. We can do without that.
Work with them,
But yeah, it was a political conversation. It was a political conversation back then, and you did give a little and get a little back then, which is how Congress is supposed to work. And now it's on both sides. Don't get me wrong, but it's not happening. And so if that's not happening, governing's not happening.
That's the thing I appreciate about both CJ, but everybody else in this room, is we all conceded certain points. We found common ground with each other, things that we can agree on. That's the start. that's how we move these discussions forward. Let's figure out where we agree on. Let's have a dialogue where we don't, and figure out what we can do to make this country a better place for all of us.
There's an element of Trumpism that progressives can't reach because Trump kind of hijacked a lot of Bernie's talking points going against Hillary Clinton. So he brought a lot of people into his Trumpism, and they're still there. They're on the borders. We can reach those people because they don't trust government, and they still think that Trump is that outsider. I'm here to tell you, he never was. He's been oligarchy. He's done nothing but oligarchy work since he's been in office.
He went to Chelsea Clinton's wedding.
Yeah, they were best friends. They're all oligarchy, dude. It's not a right or left thing. It's a rich and poor thing.
Exactly.
Well, it seems to me,
and the Trumps themselves were liberals. I mean, like Trump switched. You know, the famous quote is off, but it's not far off. Like he switched because he literally thought the Republicans were stupid enough to vote for him. The liberals, we didn't want him, and he knew that.
There's one thing I want to say, and then I want to let Geo Sam speak because he had something to say.
Yeah,
But
and we do need it. We got like 5-10 minutes, and we got to wrap it up.
The 1980,
Go ahead.
The 1988 People magazine thing where he said Republicans are the dumbest block of voters. That quote it's been shown that it's not attributed to him, but he has made statements where he favors uneducated voters because they're easy to sway and things like that. But that specific supposedly People magazine quote from 1988 where he said, if I ran, I'd run as a Republican because they're the dumbest block of voters. Snopes, PolitiFact, factcheck.org, checkyourfact.com, they've all shown that there's nothing that corroborates that he ever actually said that.
Yeah,
But
no, yeah, he made a quote on Howard Stern that people did take out of context. But yeah, it was nothing like what the quote is that people try to put on him.
But I wanted
to be fair, he does make some just stupid things, right? Like for example, when he's he's like, I love the undereducated, right? Like I don't think he actually was saying like, oh, I love the uneducated people in the sense that they're easy to sway. I think he was like, oh, I'm around uneducated people, so I love the uneducated. And then it's like, okay,
no, he hates when he thinks uneducated, he thinks poor. He hates poor people.
Yeah.
Like he don't want to be around poor people. Are you crazy? Like, they can crowd his auditorium so he can sell them a bunch of shit. But he don't like poor people.
So
he ain't gonna come down to the hood and chill.
Hey, I'm from New York, and Donald Trump is a shithead in New York. He's a slumlord. He doesn't take care of his property, and people are constantly complaining about his buildings. I mean, come on.
Yeah, he doesn't even really run buildings. He just puts his name on them now. Yeah,
that may be a fallacy. Am I destroying his character?
Well, his character.
So, guys, I actually do have to head out at this point.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta shut it down. I do appreciate you coming on. I appreciate everybody coming on. I was gonna give Smokey a chance to just have like a one-on-one dialogue. I thought he was gonna come in, he didn't. It'll happen eventually, and hopefully we can get to a respectful place again eventually. But I doubt it. He's gonna answer some fucking questions this time. CJ, I'm gonna reach out to you on the email, and we'll have another one-on-one really soon. I know you've got things you want to talk to me about. Not, I hit my main thing tonight, and I'm satisfied with how it worked out. But I probably still have a few more questions for you. And then I know we have like fucking like real debate topics that we need to address as well, like the party swap and a couple other things.
Yeah, for sure. Just reach me at the email at any time. Obviously. I'll be able to do that. Actually, I could just tell you kind of right now, just so you know, I am going to be free next week, Wednesday, Thursday. So those will be dates that will work for me if that's possible.
So next week, this coming up Thursday, I've got a Women of Atheism Roundtable that I'm actually not really a part of.
Great series, by the way.
It's going to be really good. Yeah. I'll email you. We'll figure out something. We'll definitely figure out something.
All right. Well, I appreciate you having me on, Naka.
Oh yeah, I appreciate you coming on. I appreciate Smokey Saint's mock account in the side chat. What's up, Smoked Saint?
For sure, and also the appreciation to the rest of you as well, Leophilius or Naka, if any, or anyone else really for that matter. But I don't typically do like open streams. I do typically do like interviews with other people who are involved in I don't know, I guess quote unquote apologetics you could call it, because it is technically an accurate term, but nonetheless, no, you reach out to me anytime if you want to have a conversation. I'll come on anyone's channel. You can come on my channel. I love having these kinds of dialogues, and I appreciate you guys having a dialogue with me.
And I appreciate your respectful dialogue and engaging with us and listening to us, because sometimes it can get hard to listen to a lot of people that you might disagree with. And you were very respectful. I have a lot of respect for you, and I hope that me and you, whether in a live stream like this or on a one-on-one kind of thing, I certainly hope that we have some more exchanges, because you were very respectful. You made your points, even though we disagreed, even though we were both passionate, but. Like I said, I have a lot of respect for you.
Imagine conversations without slinging insults and
exactly.
found trash and
productive.
Yeah. So yeah. Thanks a lot,
totally
CJ. Man.
Sorry. Totally.
Yeah. Have a good rest of your night.
All right, you too. Take it easy, buddy. A nice guy. He really was. He was a nice guy. Good guy.
Yeah. He's an honest interlocutor. Like he's. I think he's just misguided on some things. Like he likes to argue political points. So for him, it's somewhat different when I'm having that N-word discussion with Smokey, and I know like Smokey just wants to be able to go out and say that fucking word, and somebody like CJ who wants to have a political conversation on what is free speech. And that's why I'm glad, I would have been remiss if, having him here tonight, if I hadn't brought that up when I brought it up so recently on a live stream. It was the whole issue of another thing we're going to have a conversation on is about how he backed out on his whole Holocaust thing with the Indians, because I have questions about that too, CJ, and I let you slide tonight, but it's getting late. I'm gonna actually feel this for like 3 days, staying up till 2 a.m. So, yeah.
Oh no.
There's always that. We'll do final words, like any final words from all that's remaining, and then we will close out, maybe with our friend Smokey.
Well, happy birthday, Knock, and many more to come.
Thank you so much, Gio.
Yeah.
All right.
Who's next?
Yeah.
I guess. Happy birthday, Knock. Hope you have better birthdays than spending 6 hours of streaming this hill of entertainment, I guess.
Yeah, we had a few dumpster fires. I was hoping for some. We had some.
Yeah. I was here for the beginning of the discussion, then I kind of left and went to this one guy's stream, chilled there, came back, and I love talking about politics. This is the one part of the stream I think I would rewatch a lot, is talking about politics and its effects in America, especially. And
I think I'm gonna have to cut out that last part just to be on its own, because it was a nice little heated political discussion.
Yeah, and even though I'm quite young, I'm super duper left, like extreme, get rid of prisons. Marriage is not such a okay thing. It's very far left ideas I have, and I love talking about politics. And I haven't joined an open hangout like this in months, so this was a really great experience. So thank you for having me.
Yeah, it was good to have you back on. Because you're one of the you used to come in way back in the day when I had the Google Hangouts, and then we found out you was 16, and everybody was like, we can't let him back in anymore. But now you're 17 at least now, so I'm glad to have you back. It was always it was always fun having these open rooms, and that's what I liked about it. I got to meet people, and I stopped doing that for so long, and I got to get back to it. Let me show Agnostic Pagan Moms.
I guess I'll go next. So again, for the third time, happy birthday to the Raging Atheist. What is it, for 43 years you said?
Yeah, 43. Thank you.
Oh, let's hope to another 43. I was glad to finally meet you, and I wouldn't even say more of a formal manner, but to actually be able to engage with you and share ideas with you and learn a lot about you, because one thing I've noticed since I've subscribed to you is that you are a very honest person. I mean, you admit your own shortcomings. You've talked about your past and your history before, and it's something that you don't see with a lot of people. And I greatly admire you for that, because to me, somebody who's willing to admit their own faults and mistakes they've made is genuinely an honest person. And, you know, they're like, hey, look, I've done shit. I've said shit, what have you. I'll put it out there. You know, I'm honest. So that's one of the reasons that I really, really like your content.
Oh, thank you.
You make good
Thank you.
points. And I certainly hope, and I'm sure that we will engage again and once again.
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely. I'm gonna be having more rooms like this, and yeah, we've been running into each other in these Christian rooms, so I'm sure that's gonna be happening as well.
Yep.
Well, last but not least, happy birthday, Enoch. Jeez. It's great seeing you, and it's obviously great seeing how much you've progressed, just not just with the argumentation, but also, I mean, just the new creative types of Christians we see on the platform, I guess.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's been great.
Yeah, I mean, you're another one that's been around since the way old Google Hangout days. So yeah, it's good having you back on again, Immutable.
Yeah, I've been around for a while. I've seen quite a few iterations of like old wave atheists come, old wave atheists go, new wave atheists come in, new wave atheists go. It's an interesting cycle.
Yeah.
You log the same trope pop up here and there.
Yeah, it's learning this community has been interesting for sure. It's a very unique community, I think.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get out of here. I am gonna go to bed because I'm gonna regret staying up this late. But it's been over 6 hours stream. I haven't done that in a super long time. We're gonna get out on just because he didn't show. Like if he would have showed, I would have totally stopped with the trolling and had a serious conversation with him. But he didn't show. So we're gonna end with a little Smoky Saint, and then we'll be out of here. So y'all have a good night. That's really Christian of you. Do the rest of the Christians
I
in
don't
this room
feel with your
approve of this
theological
behavior?
condescension, you disgusting sack of crap. You don't get to come in here and tell me how you interpret my